things is obvious to and recognized by all. Nor is the non-existent thing taught by virtue of its non-existence, for to the non-existent thing nothing happens, and consequently it cannot be taught. Nor is there any coming into being, they say, for that which exists does not come into being, since it is, and neither does that which does not exist, since it has no substance, and that which has no substance or existence cannot have succeeded in coming into being. Nothing is good or bad by nature, for if anything is good or bad by nature, it must be good or bad for everyone, just as snow is cold to everyone. But there is nothing that is universally good or bad to everyone. Therefore, there is nothing good or bad by nature. For either all that is thought good by anyone must be called good, or not at all. But all cannot be called good, because the same thing is thought good by one person and bad by another. For example, pleasure is thought good by Epicurus, while Antisthenes thought it bad. So it will follow that the same thing will be good and bad. But if we say that not all things that someone thinks good are good, we will have to judge the various opinions, and this is not possible because of the equal force of opposing arguments. It is therefore impossible to know what is good by nature. It is possible to comprehend their whole mode of reasoning from their surviving treatises. For while Pyrrho himself left no written work, that is not the case with the line of his disciples, Timon, Anaxidemus, Numenius, Nosiphones, and others of the same stamp. Seeking to refute them, the dogmatic philosophers say the skeptics themselves comprehend and dogmatize regarding certain things, for when they seem to be limiting themselves to refuting, they are comprehending, for at that very moment they are affirming and dogmatizing. Thus, even when they say that they affirm nothing, and that to every argument there is an opposing argument, they are actually affirming these things and dogmatizing. To them the skeptics reply, "We acknowledge our human feelings, for we recognize that it is day, that we are alive, and many other things that appear in life. But with regard to the things the dogmatic philosophers affirm so positively in argument, claiming to have comprehended them, we suspend judgment on the grounds that they are not certain, and we know only what we feel. For we admit that we see, and we recognize that we think this or that, but how we see or how we think we do not know. And in ordinary conversation we say that a certain thing appears white, but without affirming strongly that it actually is white. As for our 'we determine nothing' and the like, we use these expressions undogmatically, for they do not resemble an assertion like 'the world is spherical', for the latter statement is not certain, while the others are mere admissions. Thus, when we say we determine nothing, we are not determining even that. Again, the dogmatic philosophers declare that the skeptics reject life, since they reject everything of which life consists. The skeptics reply that this is false, for they do not deny that we see, they maintain only that they do not know how we see. Indeed, we admit a given object's appearance without admitting that the object really is as it appears. We perceive that fire burns, but as to whether it has a flammable nature, we suspend our judgment. We see that a man moves and that he perishes. How these things happen we do not know. We only take issue, they say, with the non-apparent things that underlie appearances. For when we say that a picture has depth, we are describing its appearance, but when we say that it has no depth, we are no longer speaking of its appearance, but of something else. That is why Timon, in his Python, says that he has not transgressed the limits of ordinary usage, and in the Conceits he says, "But the apparent holds sway wherever it goes." And in his treatise on sensations he says, "That honey is sweet I do not affirm, though I concede that it appears so." Anisidormus, too, in the first book of his Pyrrhonian Discourses, says that Pyrrho affirms nothing dogmatically when he makes use of contradiction, and that he follows appearances. He says the same in his works Against Wisdom and On Inquiry. Furthermore, Zeuxis, Anisidormus' friend, in his work on two-sided arguments, Antiochus of Laodicea and Apellas, in his Agrippa, affirm appearances only. Therefore, the apparent, according to the skeptics, is the criterion, as Anisidormus says. Epicurus holds the same position. Democritus, on the other hand, says that none of the apparent things is a criterion, and that they themselves do not exist. Against this idea of appearances as the criterion, the dogmatic philosophers say that when the same appearances produce different impressions, for example, a round or square tower, the skeptic, unless he prefers one view to the other, will do nothing. If, on the other hand, he adheres to either view, he is then no longer, they say, according equal validity to all appearances. To this the skeptics reply, when different impressions are produced, we will say that each has appeared, for apparent things are so called because they appear. The skeptics say that their goal is suspension of judgment, which is attended by tranquillity, as if by its shadow, as Timon and Anisidormus declare. For when we are faced with matters that are for us to decide, we will neither choose this nor avoid that, and things that are not for us to decide, but depend on necessity, such as hunger, thirst, and pain, we cannot escape, for these are not to be removed by force of argument. And when the dogmatic philosophers say that the skeptic would be able to live in this way, but could not avoid butchering his father if ordered to do so, the skeptics reply that he will be able to live in such a way as to suspend judgment in inquiries that concern dogmatic questions, but not in those that pertain to life and ordinary usages. Accordingly, they say, we may choose or avoid a thing by habit, and may adhere to laws and customs. According to some, the skeptics made impassivity the goal. According to others, gentleness. Timon. Our Apollonides of Nicaea, in the first book of his commentaries on the Lampoons, which he dedicated to Tiberius Caesar, says that Timon was the son of Timachus and a native of Phlius. Orphaned at a young age, he became a dancer. Later, having changed his mind, he went abroad to Megara to stay with Stilpo, and after spending some time with him, he returned home and married. Then he went with his wife to Pyrrho at Elis, and lived there until his children were born. He called his elder son Xanthus, taught him medicine, and made him his heir. The son was highly regarded, as Sotion says in his 11th book. But Timon, having no means of support, sailed to the Hellespont and the Propontis. Living as a sophist in Chalcedon, he enhanced his reputation. After making a fortune, he sailed to Athens and lived there until his death, except for a brief stay at Thebes. He was known to King Antigonus and to Ptolemy Philadelphus, as he himself bears witness in his own iambics. Antigonus says that he was also a friend of the poets, and that if he had time to spare from philosophy, he used to write poems, including epics, tragedies, satiric dramas, 30 comedies and 60 tragedies, lampoons and obscene verse. Also attributed to him are prose works, running to nearly 20,000 lines, mentioned by Antigonus of Carystus, who also wrote his life. There are 3 books of lampoons in which, from his skeptic's point of view, he abuses everyone and lampoons the dogmatic philosophers by parodying them. The first book has a first-person narration. The second and third are in dialogue form. Timon represents himself, at any rate, as questioning Xenophanes of Colophon about each of the philosophers, and Xenophanes describes them to him. In the second, he deals with the more ancient philosophers, and in the third, the later ones, which is why some have entitled it Epilogue. The first deals with the same subjects, except that the poem is a monologue. It begins as follows: "Tell me now, all you busybody sophists." He died near the age of 90, as we learn from Antigonus and from Sotion in his 11th book. I have heard that he had only one eye, since he used to call himself Cyclops. There was another Timon, the misanthrope. The philosopher was very fond of gardens and of keeping to himself, as Antigonus says. There is a story, at any rate, that Hieronymus the Peripatetic said of him, "Just as among the Scythians those who are in flight shoot as well as those in pursuit, so among the philosophers some catch their students by pursuing them, others by fleeing from them, like Timon." He was quick to perceive and to sneer. He was fond of books and good at sketching plots for poets and collaborating in dramas. He used to give Alexander and Homer material for their tragedies. When disturbed by maidservants and dogs, he would do nothing, as his sole desire was to live in peace. They say that when Aratus asked him how he could obtain a sound text of Homer, he said, "By reading the ancient copies, and not the corrected copies we have today." His poems used to be left lying around, sometimes half-eaten. Hence, when he wanted to read something to Zopyrus, the orator, he would unroll the book and recite whatever passage he found. It was only when he had got halfway through that he would come upon the piece he had not been able to find earlier. Such was his indifference. What is more, he was so easy-going that he could readily skip a meal. They say that one day, when he noticed Arcesilaus passing through the Cercopes market, he said, "Why have you come here, where we are all free men?" To those who accepted the evidence of the senses, if confirmed by the mind, he was constantly in the habit of quoting the line, "Atagas and Numineus have arrived together." He was in the habit of making jokes of that kind. To a man who marvelled at everything, he said, "Why don't you marvel that between the 3 of us we have 4 eyes?" For he had only one eye himself, as did his student Dioscurides, while the man he was addressing had a normal pair. When asked one day by Arcesilaus why he had come there from Thebes, he said, "To have you all in plain view and enjoy a good laugh." Yet though he attacked Arcesilaus in his lampoons, he praised him in his work, The Funeral Feast of Arcesilaus. As Menodotus says, he left no successor, and his school lapsed until Ptolemy of Cyrene revived it. But Hippopotus and Sotion say that he had as pupils Dioscurides of Cyprus, Nicolochus of Rhodes, Euphrano of Seleucia, and Pralus of the Troad. The latter had such powers of endurance, as Philacus says in his history, that he suffered the punishment for treason that had been unjustly inflicted on him without deigning to say a word to his fellow citizens. Euphranor had as a pupil Eubulus of Alexandria. The latter taught Ptolemy, who taught Sarpedon and Heraclides. Heraclides taught Anaxidemus of Knossos, who compiled the Pyrrhonian discourses in 8 books. Anaxidemus taught Zeuxippus, his fellow citizen. Zeuxippus taught Zeuxis the crook-footed, and the latter taught Antiochus of Laodicea on the Lycus. Antiochus taught Menodotus of Nicomedia, an empiric doctor, and Theodas of Laodicea. Menodotus taught Herodotus, son of Arius of Tarsus. The latter taught Sextus Empiricus, who left us skeptical writings in 10 books and other excellent works. Sextus taught Saturninus, called Cythenus, who was also an empiric. Book 10. Epicurus. Epicurus, son of Neocles and Charistrate, was an Athenian of the deme of Gargetus and a member of the Philae, as Metrodorus says in his work on noble birth. Others, including Heraclides in his Epitome of Socion, say that he was raised at Samos after the Athenians had established a clericy there, and that he came to Athens at the age of 18, at which time Xenocrates was living at the Academy and Aristotle was living in Chalcis. When Alexander of Macedon died and the Athenians were expelled from the clericy by Perdiccas, Epicurus went to live with his father in Colophon. After living there for a time and gathering students, he returned to Athens during the archonship of Anaxicrates. For a while, he pursued his philosophical studies in company with others, but afterward advanced his own views, when he founded the school that bears his name. He himself says that he took up philosophy at the age of 14. Apollodorus, the Epicurean, in the first book of his Life of Epicurus, says that Epicurus turned to philosophy out of contempt for his schoolmasters, who were unable to explain the passages about chaos in Hesiod. But Hermippus says that Epicurus became a schoolmaster himself, and then, after coming upon the works of Democritus, turned eagerly to philosophy. This is why Timon refers to him as the last and most shameless of the natural philosophers, hailing from Samos, a schoolmaster and the most ill-bred of animals. Epicurus was joined in his philosophical pursuits, at his urging, by his 3 brothers, Neocles, Charidemus, and Aristobulus, as Philodemus the Epicurean says in the 10th book of his collection on philosophers, and by a slave named Mies, Fly, as Myronianus says in his historical parallels. Diogenes the Stoic, who is hostile to Epicurus, has slandered him harshly, citing 50 licentious letters that he claimed were written by the philosopher, and so has the writer who ascribed to Epicurus the letters allegedly written by Chrysippus. He was also slandered by Posidonius the Stoic and his school, Nicolaus Socion, in the 12th book of his Refutations of Diocles. The work contains 24, and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, for they say that Epicurus went about with his mother to cottages and read rites of purification, and taught at his father's school for a paltry wage, that one of his brothers was a procurer, and that he spent time with the courtesan Leontian, that he presented as his own the doctrines of Democritus about atoms, and those of Aristippus about pleasure, and that he was not a genuine citizen, a charge brought by Timocrates and by Herodotus in his work on Epicurus' ephebic training. It is said that he shamelessly flattered Mithras, Lysimachus' administrator, whom in his letters he addressed as healer and lord, that he praised Idomeneus, Herodotus, and Timocrates, who had divulged his esoteric doctrines, and that he flattered them for that very reason. They say that in his letters to Leontian he writes, "O Lord Healer, my dear Leontian, your letter, as we read it, filled us with thunderous applause," and that in a letter to Themista, the wife of Leontius, he says, "I am capable, if you don't come to me, of spinning round 3 times and being whirled to any place that you and Themista propose." And to the beautiful young man Pythocles he says, "I will sit down and await your lovely godlike approach." On another occasion, writing to Themista, he supposes it right. Missing text. As Theodorus says in the 4th book of his work against Epicurus, he is also said to have written to many other courtesans, but particularly to Leontian, with whom Metrodorus was also smitten. And in his work on the goal he writes thus: "For I, at any rate, do not know what I would consider good apart from the pleasures derived from taste, sex, sound, and beautiful form." And in his letter to Pythocles he writes, "Hoist every sail, my dear boy, and flee from all education." Epictetus calls Epicurus a writer of obscenities and utterly reviles him. And Timocrates, the brother of Metrodorus, who studied with Epicurus and then left his school, says in his work Festivities that Epicurus vomited twice a day from overindulgence, and relates that he himself had difficulty extricating himself from those nocturnal philosophy seminars and that gathering of the mysteries. He adds that Epicurus was unacquainted with reasoning and knew even less of life, that his body was in a sorry state, since for many years he had been unable to rise from his litter, that he spent a mina a day on his table, as he himself says in his letter to Leontian, and in the one he wrote to the philosophers at Mytilene, and that other courtesans consorted both with him and with Metrodorus, including Mammarian, Hedia, Erotian, and Nicidian. Timocrates also claims that Epicurus, in the 37 books of his work on nature, often repeats himself and writes primarily to refute others, especially Nausiphanes. Here are Timocrates' own words: "But, for he too, when labouring with an idea, had the sophist's long-winded boastfulness, like many other slaves." Timocrates mentions that Epicurus himself, in his letters, says of Nausiphanes, "This so infuriated him that he abused me and called me schoolmaster." Epicurus used to call Nausiphanes jellyfish, illiterate, fraud, and whore. He called Plato's followers flatterers of Dionysius, and Plato himself golden. Aristotle, a spendthrift who, after consuming his patrimony, sought employment in the army and as a druggist. Protagoras, porter, scribe of Democritus, and village schoolmaster. Heraclitus, the agitator. Democritus, Lerocretus. Antidorus, Sanidorus. The people of Cyzicus, enemies of Greece. The dialecticians, full of envy. And Pyrrho, ignorant and uneducated. But these people are out of their minds, for there are a great many witnesses who attest to the man's matchless courtesy toward everyone, his native land honouring him with bronze statues, his friends so numerous they could not be measured by entire cities, and all who knew him, captivated as they were by the siren spells of his doctrines, with the exception of Metrodorus of Stratonicia, who defected to Carneades, perhaps because he found Epicurus' incomparable goodness oppressive. The school itself, which at a time when all the others have nearly died out, lives on forever as one leader succeeds another. His gratitude to his parents, his generosity to his brothers, his gentleness to his servants, which is clear both from the contents of his will and the fact that they themselves studied philosophy with him, the most distinguished of them being the above-mentioned Mies. And, in general, his kindness toward everyone, his piety toward the gods and his devotion to his native land defy description, for it was on account of his exceptional honesty that he did not engage in public life at all. And at a period when Greece was afflicted with her worst calamities, he continued to live there, travelling only 2 or 3 times to Ionia to visit friends, and they in turn flocked to him from all sides and lived with him in his garden, as Apollodorus says. Epicurus purchased the garden for 80 minas, as Diogenes mentions in the 3rd book of his Epitome. Living very frugally and simply, they made do, at any rate, he says, with a half-pint of weak wine, otherwise all they drank was water. He says that Epicurus did not think it right that their property should be held in common, as did Pythagoras, who said that the possessions of friends are common property, for such a practice, according to Epicurus, implied mistrust, and without trust there could be no friendship. He himself says in his letters that he managed on a diet of plain bread and water. Elsewhere he says, "Send me a small pot of cheese that I may feast luxuriously whenever I like." Such was the man who asserted that pleasure is the goal of life, the man whom Athenaeus commemorates in this epigram. "You toil, men, at worthless tasks, and in your greed for gain you start quarrels and wars, but nature's wealth has its modest limit, though empty judgment treads a limitless path." So heard the wise son of Neocles, either from the Muses or from the holy tripod of Pytho. But we will grasp this better from his own doctrines and sayings. Among the ancients, says Diocles, Epicurus especially admired Anaxagoras, though he disagreed with him on various points, and Archelaus, the teacher of Socrates. Diocles adds that he trained his disciples to commit his treatises to memory. Apollodorus, in his Chronology, says that Epicurus also studied with Nausiphanes and Praxiphanes, though Epicurus himself denies it and claims in his letter to Eurylochus that he was self-taught. Both Epicurus and Hermarchus deny that the philosopher Leucippus ever existed, though some claimed, among them Apollodorus the Epicurean, that Leucippus was Democritus' teacher. Demetrius of Magnesia says that Epicurus also studied with Xenocrates. He used his own words when speaking of things, on which account Aristophanes the grammarian faults him for an idiosyncratic style. But his prose was so lucid that in his work on rhetoric he says that nothing is required but clarity, and in his letters, instead of the salutation, greetings, he would write, "Do well," or "Live well." But Ariston says in his Life of Epicurus that the philosopher's canon was inspired by the tripod of Nausiphanes. He adds that Epicurus had been Nausiphanes' student and had also studied with Pamphilus the Platonist in Samos. He says that Epicurus began to study philosophy at the age of 12 and founded his school at the age of 32. He was born, according to Apollodorus in his Chronicles, in the 3rd year of the 109th Olympiad, during the archonship of Sosigenes, on the 7th day of the month of Gamaliel, 7 years after the death of Plato. At the age of 32, he founded a school, at first in Mytilene and Latsakos, where he taught for 5 years. He then returned to Athens, where he died in the 2nd year of the 127th Olympiad, during the archonship of Pytharetus, at the age of 72. His school passed to Hermarchus, son of Agimortus of Mytilene. Epicurus died of a kidney stone after an illness of 14 days, as Hermarchus says in his letters. Hermippus reports that Epicurus got into a bronze bathtub filled with warm water, asked for unmixed wine, and drained the cup. After he had urged his friends to remember his doctrines, he died. My own verses about him run as follows. "Farewell, and remember my doctrines." Such were Epicurus' dying words to his friends. He sat in a warm bath, downed unmixed wine, and forthwith quaffed chill Hades. Such was the man's life, and such his death. He disposed of his property as follows. I hereby give all my goods to Aminomachus, son of Philocrates of Bate, and to Timocrates, son of Demetrius of Potamus, in accordance with the terms of the gift inscribed in the Metruon, on condition that they make the garden and its appurtenances available to Hermachus, son of Agimortus of Mytilene, and his associates, and to those whom Hermachus may leave as his successors, so that they may live and study there. I charge my school in perpetuity with the task of helping Aminomachus and Timocrates and their heirs preserve to the best of their ability the communal life in the garden in whatever way is most secure, and I direct the trustees' heirs, and likewise those to whom our successors in the school may bequeath it, to maintain the garden. Let Aminomachus and Timocrates allow Hermachus and his associates to inhabit the house in Melite during Hermachus' lifetime. From the revenues of the property given by me to Aminomachus and Timocrates, let them, to the best of their ability, in consultation with Hermachus, provide funds for the funeral offerings to my father, mother, and brothers, and for the customary celebration of my birthday each year on the 10th of Gamaliel, and for the assembly of my school on the 20th of each month to commemorate Metrodorus and myself in the traditional manner. Let them also celebrate the day in Poseidon that commemorates my brothers, and likewise the day in Metageitnion that commemorates Polyaenus, as I have done myself. Let Amniomachus and Timocrates take care of Epicurus, son of Metrodorus, and Polyaenus' son, provided that they live and study philosophy with Hermachus. In like manner, let them also take care of Metrodorus' daughter, and when she has come of age, let them give her in marriage to whomever Hermachus selects from those who philosophize with him, provided that she is well behaved and obedient to Hermachus. From the revenues of my property, let Aminomachus and Timocrates, in consultation with Hermachus, provide them with as large an annual allowance as seems adequate for their needs. Let them make Hermachus their fellow trustee of the revenues, so that everything may be done with the approval of him who grew old with me in philosophy, and was left as head of my school. And whenever Metrodorus' daughter comes of age, let Aminomachus and Timocrates provide her with as large a dowry as can be spared from the revenues, with Hermachus' approval. Let them also take care of Nicanor, as I have always done, so that no members of the school who have been helpful to me in private life, and shown me every kindness, and chosen to grow old with me in philosophy, may lack the necessities, so far as my means allow. Give all the books I own to Hermachus, and if anything happens to Hermachus before Metrodorus' children come of age, let Aminomachus and Timocrates give each of them an allowance for their necessities, provided they are well behaved, drawing on my remaining revenues as far as possible, and let them manage all other matters in accordance with my arrangements, so that everything may be carried out to the best of their ability. As for my slaves, I hereby free Mies, Nicias, and Lycon. I also grant Phaedrium her liberty. As he was dying, he wrote Idomeneus the following letter. Passing a delightful day, which will also be the last of my life, I write you this note. Dysentery and an inability to urinate have occasioned the worst possible sufferings, but a counterweight to all this is the joy in my heart when I remember our conversations. I beseech you, in light of how admirably, from childhood, you have stood by me and by philosophy, to keep watch over Metrodorus' children. Such were the terms of his will. Epicurus had many students, and among the most distinguished was Metrodorus of Lampsacus, son of Athenaeus, or of Timocrates, and Sande. From their first meeting, Metrodorus never left his side except for a 6-month visit to his native place, after which he returned. He proved his goodness in every way, as Epicurus attests in the introductions to his works and in the 3rd book of Timocrates. Such was his character that he gave his sister Baatis in marriage to Idomeneus, and took the courtesan Leontian of Athens as his concubine. He was dauntless in the face of troubles and death, as Epicurus says in the 1st book of Metrodorus. They say that he died 7 years before Epicurus, at the age of 53. Epicurus himself, in the will previously cited, clearly speaks of him as departed, and instructs his executors to take care of his children. Epicurus also had as a student the above-mentioned Timocrates, Metrodorus' shiftless brother. Metrodorus wrote the following works: Against Physicians, 3 books, on Sensations, against Timocrates, on Magnanimity, on Epicurus' bad health, against the Dialecticians, against the Sophists, 9 books, on the path to wisdom, on change, on wealth, against Democritus, on noble birth. There was also Polyaenus of Lampsacus, son of Athenodorus, a fair and amiable man, according to Philodemus and his students, and Epicurus' successor, Hermachus, son of Agimortus of Mytilene, the son of a poor man, and originally a student of rhetoric. To him are attributed the following excellent works: Collected Correspondence, on Empedocles, 22 books, on the Disciples, against Plato, against Aristotle. He died of paralysis, having proved a capable man. There is also Laertius of Lampsacus and his wife, Themista, with whom Epicurus corresponded, and Colotes and Idomeneus, both from Lampsacus. All of these were well regarded, as was Polystratus, who succeeded Hermachus. Polystratus was succeeded by Dionysius, and Dionysius by Basilides. Apollodorus, the tyrant of the garden, was also distinguished, having written more than 400 books, and the 2 Ptolemies from Alexandria, the Black and the White, and Zeno of Sidon, a student of Apollodorus, a prolific writer, and Demetrius, who was called the Laconian, and Diogenes of Tarsus, who compiled the selected letters, and Orion and others whom the genuine Epicureans call sophists. There were 3 other men named Epicurus, the son of Leontius, and Themista, another from Magnesia, the 4th a drill sergeant. Epicurus was extraordinarily prolific, surpassing everyone in the number of his works, for there are roughly 300 rolls, and they do not include any quotations from other authors, but contain only his own words. Chrysippus sought to rival him in productivity, which is why Carneades calls him Epicurus' literary parasite. For if Epicurus wrote a book, Chrysippus ventured to write one just as long. This is why he often repeated himself, and wrote the first thing that came to mind, and in his haste left his text uncorrected, and his quotations were so numerous that they alone fill his books, something one also finds in the works of Zeno and Aristotle. This, then, is the character and quantity of Epicurus' writings. The best of them are the following: On Nature, 37 books, on Atoms and Void, on Love, epitome of arguments against the natural scientists, against the Megarians, Problems, chief maxims, on Choice and Avoidance, on the End, on the Criterion or the Canon, Charidemus, on Goods, on Piety, Hegesianax, on ways of life, 4 books, on just dealing, Neocles, dedicated to Themista, Symposium, Eurylochus, dedicated to Metrodorus, on vision, on the angle in the atom, on touch, on fate, views about the emotions, dedicated to Timocrates, prognostication, protreptic, on oratory, on images, on impressions, Aristobulus, on music, on justice and the other virtues, on gifts and gratitude, Polymedes, Timocrates, 3 books, Metrodorus, 5 books, Antidorus, 2 books, opinions about diseases and death, dedicated to Mithras, Callistolas, on kingship, Anaximenes, letters. I will try to set forth the views expressed in these works by quoting 3 of his letters, in which his entire philosophy has been summarized. I will also present his chief maxims, as well as any utterance of his that seems worth citing, so that you may study the man from every vantage point, and I may know how to judge him. The first letter is addressed to Herodotus and deals with natural science. The second, to Pythocles, deals with astronomy, and the third, to Menesius, deals with ways of life. We must begin with the first, after a few remarks about his division of philosophy. He divided philosophy into 3 parts: canonic, physics, and ethics. The canonic part presents his system's methodology and is contained in a single book titled The Canon. The physical part includes his entire theory of nature and is contained in the 37 books of his work on nature and, in an abridged form, in the letters. The ethical part deals with choice and avoidance. This material is found in his work on ways of life, in his letters, and in his work on the end. Usually, however, the Epicureans class canonic with physics. They call the former the science that concerns criteria and first principles, or the fundamentals of philosophy. The physical part deals with becoming, perishing, and nature. The ethical part deals with things to be chosen and avoided, and with ways of life and the end. They reject dialectic as superfluous, maintaining that it is sufficient that natural philosophers should proceed in accordance with the ordinary words for things. In the canon, Epicurus says the criteria of truth are our sensations, preconceptions, and feelings, but the Epicureans say that applications of the intellect to impressions are also criteria. He makes this claim also in the Epitome, addressed to Herodotus, and in his chief maxims. Every sensation, he says, is devoid of reason and incapable of memory, for it is not self-caused, nor, if caused by something else, can it add or subtract anything, nor can anything refute our sensations, for one sensation cannot refute another produced by the same sense, since they are of equal strength, nor can sensations produced by different senses be superior to one another, since they do not judge or discriminate the same things. And the same holds true where reason is concerned, since all reason is derived from sensation, nor is any one of the senses superior to another, since we pay heed to them all. And the fact that our perceptions exist guarantees the truth of our sensations, for seeing and hearing are as real to us as feeling pain. Hence, it is from phenomena that we must draw inferences about non-evident realities, for all our thoughts are derived from sensation, either by contact, analogy, resemblance, or synthesis, with some assistance from reasoning, and the delusions of madmen, as well as the visions we see in sleep, are real, since they have effects, whereas what is unreal has no effect. By preconception, the Epicureans mean a kind of apprehension or a correct opinion or reflection or general idea stored in the mind. That is, the memory of an external object often presented as when one says, such and such a thing is a man, for as soon as the word man is uttered, we think of the shape of a man by an act of preconception derived from previous sensations. Thus, the object primarily denoted by every term is clear, and we would not have embarked on a search for something unless we had known previously what it was we were seeking. Accordingly, if we say, the object standing there is a horse or a cow, we must at some point have known, by means of a preconception, the shape of a horse or a cow. Nor would we have given anything a name had we not previously learned its form by means of a preconception. So it follows that preconceptions are clear. The object of an opinion is derived from something previously clear to which we refer when speaking, as when we say, for example, "How do we know that this is a man?" Opinion they also call assumption, and claim that it admits of truth and falsity, for if something is attested by evidence or is not contested, it is true, but if it is not attested by evidence or is contested, it is false. Hence the introduction of the phrase, that which awaits confirmation. For example, one waits when approaching a tower and learns what it looks like from near at hand. The Epicureans maintain that there are two states of feeling, pleasure and pain, both of which arise in every living creature, and that the former is friendly to it, the latter hostile, and that these become the basis of choice and avoidance. They also say that there are two kinds of inquiry, one concerned with things, the other only with words. So much for the division and criterion as Epicurus outlined them. But we must proceed to the letter. Epicurus to Herodotus. Greetings. For those who are unable, Herodotus, to make a detailed study of all my works on nature, or to examine my longer treatises, I have myself prepared a summary of the whole system as an aid to preserving in memory enough of the principal doctrines, so that on each occasion readers may be able to assist themselves on the most important points, insofar as they take up the study of nature. And even those who have made sufficient progress in the examination of the whole system should retain in their memory the outline, arranged according to the elementary principles of the entire doctrine. For a comprehensive view is needed often, the details only on occasion. We must return constantly to those main points and commit to memory an amount of doctrine sufficient to secure a reliable conception of the facts. Furthermore, all the details will be discovered accurately if the general outlines are well understood and remembered, since even for the advanced student the chief condition of accurate knowledge is the ability to make ready use of his conceptions by referring each of them to fundamental facts and simple terms. For it is not possible to obtain the results of a continuous, diligent study of the universe unless we can embrace in brief terms everything that could have been accurately known down to the smallest detail. Since such a course is useful for all who take up natural science, I recommend an unremitting and energetic study of it. It is with this sort of activity, more than any other, that I attain serenity in life. That is why I have composed for you just such a summary and elementary exposition of the entire set of doctrines. First, Herodotus, we must grasp what it is that words denote, so that with reference to this we may be in a position to test opinions, inquiries, or perplexities, and so that all our proofs may not lead on ad infinitum, and our words may not be devoid of meaning. For the principal conception of each word must be clearly grasped and should not need to be proved. It is on this basis that we obtain something to which the point at issue, or the perplexity, or the opinion we are addressing may be referred. Furthermore, we must by all means observe our sensations, and in general our present apprehensions, whether of the mind or of any other criterion whatsoever, and likewise our actual feelings, so that we can have some means of drawing inferences, both about whatever awaits confirmation and about that which remains non-evident to sense. Once we have adopted this course, we must consider what remains non-evident to sense. In the first place, nothing comes into being from that which does not exist, for in that case anything could have arisen out of anything, without any need for seeds, and if what disappears were destroyed and ceased to exist, all things would have been destroyed, since that into which they were dissolved does not exist. Furthermore, the sum total of things was always what it is now, and will remain so forever, for there is nothing into which it can change, since nothing exists besides the totality that could enter it and effect the change. Furthermore, he also says this in the Greater Epitome, near the beginning and in the first book of his work on nature. The whole of being is made up of bodies and void. As to bodies, sensation itself in all cases confirms their existence, and it is on sensation that reason must rely when it infers the non-evident from the evident. And if what we call void and space and intangible nature did not exist, bodies would have nothing in which to be and through which to move, as in fact they are seen to move. Apart from void and bodies, there is nothing that we are able, whether by apprehension or something analogous to it, to conceive of as existing when they are grasped as whole natures and not as the concomitants or accidents of such entities. Moreover, this is also in the first book of On Nature and in the 14th and 15th books of the Greater Epitome, some bodies are composite, while others are the elements from which compounds are formed. These elements are indivisible and unchangeable, since otherwise all things will be destroyed and become non-existent. They will be strong enough to survive the disintegration of compounds because they are solid by nature and not subject to dissolution in any manner or fashion. Thus, the basic elements of bodies must be indivisible entities. Furthermore, the totality of things is unlimited, for what is limited has an extremity, and the extremity is discerned by way of a comparison with something else. Accordingly, as the totality has no extremity, it has no limit, and as it has no limit, it must be unlimited and infinite. In addition, the totality of things is unlimited both by virtue of the multitude of the bodies and the magnitude of the void. For if the void were unlimited, but the bodies finite in number, the bodies would not have stayed anywhere, but would have been transported and dispersed throughout the unlimited void, having nothing to support them or check them by collision. And if the void were finite, the unlimited number of bodies would not have anywhere to be. Furthermore, the solid atoms from which compounds come into being and into which they dissolve possess more different shapes than the mind can grasp, for so many variations could not have come into being from a limited number of the same shapes. The like atoms of each shape are absolutely unlimited, whereas the variety of shapes is not absolutely unlimited, but only ungraspable. For he says later on that the divisibility does not continue ad infinitum, but comes to a stop, adding, since the qualities change. Unless one is willing to keep enlarging their magnitudes also, simply ad infinitum. The atoms are in constant motion for eternity. He says later on that they also move with equal velocity, the void yielding equally to the lightest and the heaviest. Some travel great distances from one another, while others continue to oscillate in place when they find themselves entangled or enclosed in a mesh of atoms. This is because each atom is separated from the rest by void, which cannot provide any resistance, and the atom's solidity makes it rebound after any collision, no matter how distant, whereupon it finds itself entangled in a mesh of atoms. Of these motions there is no beginning, since they are caused by the atoms and the void. Later on he says that the atoms have no quality except shape, size, and weight, that their colour varies with their arrangement, he says, in the 12 fundamentals. He also maintains that atoms are not of every size. An atom, at any rate, has never been seen by the human eye. A recapitulation of this length, if all these points are remembered, provides an adequate outline for our conception of the nature of things. Furthermore, there is an unlimited number of worlds, some of them like ours, others unlike. For the atoms, being unlimited in number, as has just been shown, travel to the most distant points. For atoms of this description, out of which a world might arise, or from which it might be composed, have not been used up either on one world or on a limited number of worlds, whether resembling ours or not. Hence, nothing stands in the way of an unlimited number of worlds. Furthermore, outlines exist that are of the same shape as the solids, though their thinness far exceeds that of visible objects, for it is not impossible that such compounds should come into being in the surrounding air, or that there should be suitable opportunities for the production of hollow and thin films, or that effluences should retain the orderly arrangement and position they had in the solid objects. We call these outlines images. Furthermore, if as they travel through the void they encounter no resistance, they can cover enormous distances in an inconceivably brief interval of time. For resistance and lack of resistance are the equivalents of slowness and speed. In the intervals of time mentally conceivable, the image as it travels cannot itself reach more than one place at the same time, for that would be inconceivable. But in a perceptible interval of time it does arrive simultaneously, even if its actual point of departure is not the one we imagined. For if it were delayed, that would be equivalent to its meeting with resistance, even if until that point we allow nothing to hinder the speed of its motion. This is a useful basic notion to bear in mind. Also, the exceptional thinness of the images is contradicted by none of the phenomena we observe. Accordingly, the speeds of the images cannot be surpassed, given that they always find a passage to accommodate them and meet with little or no resistance, whereas a great many atoms, if not an unlimited number, do at once encounter resistance. Besides this, one must bear in mind that the genesis of the images occurs with the speed of thought, for there is a continuous flow of particles from the surface of bodies. Objects do not appear to have grown smaller because these losses are replenished, and the image retains the arrangement and order of the atoms in the solid for a long time, though it is occasionally disrupted. These entities form rapidly in the surrounding air because they need not attain the compactness of solid bodies. They are also formed in other ways, for none of these possibilities is contradicted by our sensations if we consider how we ascribe to them the effects and qualities coming from external objects to us. We must also believe that it is when something from the external objects enters us that we see and think of them, for external objects could not stamp in us the nature of their own colour and shape through the air that is between them and us, nor by means of the rays of light or any sorts of currents that travel from us to them, but rather by the entrance into our eyes or minds, as their size determines, of certain rapidly moving outlines that have the same colour and shape as the external objects themselves. The same cause explains how they present the appearance of a single continuous object and preserve their mutual interconnection at a distance from the substratum, their corresponding impact on our senses being due to the oscillation of the atoms in the solid object from which they come. And whatever image we derive by focusing the mind or the sense organs, whether on the object's shape or its concomitant properties, this shape is the shape of the solid object and is due either to the continuous compacting or to the residue of the image. Falsehood and error always reside in the added opinion, when a fact is awaiting confirmation or the absence of contradiction, which fact is subsequently not confirmed by virtue of an immovable opinion in ourselves that is linked to the imaginative impression, but distinct from it. It is this that gives rise to the falsehood. For impressions like those received from a picture, or arising in dreams, or from any other form of apprehension by the mind, or by the other criteria, would not have resembled what we call the real and true things, had it not been for certain actual things on which we had cast our eyes. Error would not have occurred unless we had experienced some other movement in ourselves that was linked to, but distinct from, the apprehension of the impression, and from this movement, if it is not confirmed or is contradicted, falsehood results, whereas if it is confirmed or not contradicted, truth results. And to this view we must adhere, lest the criteria based on clear evidence be repudiated, or error, strengthened in the same way, throw all these things into confusion. Moreover, hearing occurs when a stream emanates from the person or thing that emits a sound, voice, or noise, or stimulates in any way whatsoever our auditory system. This stream is dispersed into homogeneous masses, which at the same time retain a mutual connection and a distinctive unity, extending back to their source, and thus for the most part producing the perception themselves, or at any rate indicating their external source. For without a certain interconnection that is transmitted from it, such a perception would not arise. Accordingly, one must not believe that the air itself is shaped by the sound being emitted or anything of the kind, for it is far from being the case that it is affected in this way by the voice. The blow that is struck within us whenever we utter a sound causes an expelling of masses suitable for producing a breath-like stream, and it is this stream that gives rise to the sensation of hearing. Furthermore, we must believe that where smell is concerned, just as with sound, the experience would not occur unless masses emanated from the object that are the proper kind for stimulating the organ of smell, some of them exciting it disturbingly and strangely, others soothingly and familiarly. Furthermore, we must believe that the atoms possess none of the qualities of phenomena except shape, weight, size, and all the properties necessarily bound up with shape. For every quality changes, but the atoms do not change at all, since something must remain solid and indissoluble in the dissolutions of the compounds, something that will ensure that changes are not into the non-existent or from the non-existent, but come about by rearrangements in many cases, and sometimes also by additions and subtractions. Hence it is necessary that the things that are rearranged be indestructible and unchangeable, and that they possess their own masses and characteristic shapes. For it is necessary that these things remain unchanged, for even when things in our experience change their shapes by the removal of matter, we grasp that the shape is inherent, while the qualities are not. Unlike the shape, which is left behind, the qualities vanish entirely from the body. Thus the elements that are left behind are sufficient to account for the differences among the compounds, since it is necessary that some things be left behind and not pass into non-existence. Furthermore, we should not believe that atoms are of all sizes, lest the evidence prove us wrong. Instead, we should admit that there are some variations in size, for this will make it easier to explain what, according to our feelings and sensations, actually happens. But the notion that every magnitude exists does not help to explain the differences of quality, since in that case visible atoms should have reached us, which has not been seen to occur. Nor is it possible to conceive how an atom could become visible. Besides this, we must not believe there can be an unlimited number of masses, no matter how small, in any finite body. Accordingly, not only must we reject unlimited division into smaller pieces, lest we make everything weak, and in our conceptions of compound things be forced to squeeze existing things into non-existence, we must also not believe that the passages in finite bodies can be divided infinitely or into smaller and smaller increments. For it is not possible, once one says that the masses in an entity, however small they may be, are infinite in number, to conceive how the entity could be limited in size. For it is clear that the unlimited number of masses are of some size. Accordingly, no matter how small they are, their aggregate would be infinitely large. And given that when something is finite, its limit is distinct, even if one cannot observe it, it is not possible not to think of another such entity placed beside it, and it is therefore possible, when mentally adding one such entity to the next, to arrive in thought at infinity. We must conceive of the smallest perceptible mass as neither similar to one that can be traversed, nor as wholly dissimilar to it, but as having something in common with those that can be traversed, though parts cannot be distinguished in it. But whenever by reason of the resemblance created by this common property we think we will distinguish something in it, one part here, the other there, we must be encountering something else of equal size. We discern these one after another, beginning with the first, and not as occupying the same space or as touching each other's parts. Instead, we see them measuring our magnitudes in their characteristic way, more of them measuring out a larger magnitude, fewer of them a smaller. We must consider that this analogy also applies to the smallest part in the atom, for clearly only in its minuteness does it differ from what is observed by the senses, though the same analogy applies. For precisely because of this analogy we have asserted that the atom has magnitude. We have merely projected something small onto a larger scale. Furthermore, we must regard the smallest and indivisible parts as the limits of lengths, furnishing from themselves as units the means of measuring the lengths of larger or smaller atoms when we mentally contemplate invisible realities. For what the atoms have in common with things that do not admit of any passage is sufficient to take us this far. But it is not possible for these smallest parts to form compounds, supposing that they possessed motion. Furthermore, one must not assert that the unlimited has an up or down as if it had a highest and lowest point. Yet we know that what is overhead from where we stand, or what is below any point we can conceive of, it being possible to extend a line indefinitely in either direction, will never appear to us as being simultaneously up and down in relation to the same point, for this is inconceivable. Consequently, it is possible to grasp as one the motion thought of as extending indefinitely upward and the motion thought of as extending indefinitely downward, even if it should happen 10,000 times that what moves from us to the places above our heads arrives at the feet of those above us, or that what moves downward from us arrives at the heads of those below. Nevertheless, the entire motion in both cases is conceived of as extending indefinitely in opposite directions. Furthermore, it is also necessary that the atoms possess equal velocity whenever they travel through the void without meeting resistance. Neither will the heavy atom travel faster than the small and light in the absence of resistance, nor will the small travel faster than the large, provided that all of them find passageways of suitable size and nothing hinders them. Nor will their upward or lateral motion, which is due to collisions, nor their downward motion, due to weight, affect their velocity. For to whatever distance each motion continues, it does so at the speed of thought until it meets with resistance, either from an external source or from the atom's own weight counteracting the force of a blow. But in the case of compounds, some will travel faster than others, though the atoms themselves travel at the same velocity. This is because the atoms in the compounds travel in one direction in the shortest continuous time, even if they do so in intervals too brief for the mind to register. But they frequently collide until the continuity of their motion is registered by the senses. For the additional assumption about the invisible, namely that the intervals of time distinguishable by reason will afford continuity of motion, is not true in such cases, for everything that can be observed by the senses or apprehended by the mind is true. Next, we must consider by referring to our sensations and feelings, for it is here that we will find the strongest confirmation of our beliefs, that the soul is a body made up of finely structured parts distributed throughout the aggregate and most closely resembling breath with a certain admixture of heat, in one way resembling breath and in another resembling heat. But there is the part that greatly exceeds these others in the fineness of its particles, and is therefore in closer harmony with the rest of the aggregate. The soul's faculties make all of this apparent, as do its feelings, its ease of motion, its processes of thought, and the things by the loss of which we would die. Furthermore, we must keep in mind that the soul is most responsible for the capacity for sensation, but it would not have had this capacity if it were not somehow enclosed by the rest of the aggregate. But the rest of the aggregate, though it has furnished this condition to the soul, gets a share of it itself, yet it does not retain all of the soul's properties, which is why, when the soul departs, it loses sensation. For the body did not acquire this power all by itself. Instead, something else that grew together with it imparted it to the body. This something, through the power imparted to it by motion, immediately acquired for itself a capacity for sensation, and then, thanks to the proximity and interconnection of body and soul, imparted it to the body, just as I said. That is why the soul, as long as it remains in the body, will never lose sensation even if some other part is removed. But no matter what parts of it are destroyed along with the dissolution of its envelope, whether in whole or in part, if the soul survives, it will have sensation. But the rest of the aggregate, whether all of it or only part, will no longer have sensation, even if it survives, once those atoms that make up the nature of the soul, however small their number, have departed. Furthermore, When the entire aggregate is destroyed, the soul is dissipated and no longer has the same powers or mobility, so that it no longer possesses sensation. For it is not possible to think that it is capable of sensation if it is not in this complex and not performing these movements when its surrounding envelope is not such as now contains it and makes these movements possible. He says that the soul is composed of the smoothest and roundest of atoms, which are greatly superior in this respect to those that constitute fire. One part of it, which is irrational, is diffused throughout the body. The rational part, on the other hand, resides in the chest, as is evident when we experience fear and joy. Sleep occurs when the parts of the soul that have been scattered throughout the aggregate are either contained or dispersed, and subsequently collide with one another by their impacts. Our semen is derived from the body as a whole. We must also consider this, that the term incorporeal, according to the most widespread usage, is applied to what can be conceived of as self-existent, but it is not possible to regard anything incorporeal as self-existent except the void, and the void can neither act nor be acted upon, but merely allows bodies to move through it. Accordingly, those who say that the soul is incorporeal talk nonsense, for if it were incorporeal, it could neither act nor be acted upon. But as it happens, both of these properties are distinctly grasped as accidents of the soul. Accordingly, when we refer all these arguments about the soul to our feelings and sensations, bearing in mind the premises stated at the outset, we will see that they have been adequately comprehended in the outlines, and hence we will be able, on this basis, to work out the details with accuracy and confidence. Yet the shapes, colours, magnitudes, weights, and all those qualities that are predicated of a body, insofar as they are accidents either of all bodies or of visible bodies, are knowable in themselves by sensation, and we must think of them not as having their own independent existence, for that is inconceivable, or as wholly non-existent, or as alien incorporeal entities clinging to body, or as parts of body. Instead, we must think of the whole body as deriving its permanent nature from all of them, but it is not, as it were, formed by their aggregation, as when a large aggregate is built up from the masses themselves, whether these masses are primary or any magnitude smaller than the given whole. Instead, as I say, it is only from all of these that a body derives its own permanent nature, and all of them have their own characteristic ways of being perceived and distinguished, always in conjunction with the aggregate, and in no way separated from it. For it is by being conceived of as a whole that the body is referred to as such. Furthermore, accidents often attend bodies without becoming permanent concomitants. They are neither invisible nor incorporeal. Accordingly, when we use the term accidents, we make it clear that these properties have neither the nature of the whole thing to which they belong, the entity that we, conceiving of it as a whole, call a body, nor that of the permanent properties without which one cannot conceive of a body. Each of these accidents could be referred to according to certain apprehensions of the aggregate that accompanies them, though only when each is actually seen to accompany the body, since such accidents are not permanent. One need not banish from reality this clear evidence that the impermanent accidents do not have the nature of the whole that they accompany, which we call body, nor of the permanent properties that accompany the whole. Nor should we suppose, on the other hand, that the impermanent accidents have independent existence, since this is not conceivable either in their case or in the case of permanent properties. On the contrary, As is evident, they should all be regarded as accidents, not as permanent concomitants of bodies, nor as things that have the status of independently existing entities. Instead, they are seen to be exactly as sensation itself characterizes them. We should also pay the utmost attention to the following point. We must not investigate time as we do other things in a subject or substratum, that is, by reference to our own mental preconceptions. Instead, we must examine the bare fact itself, in light of which we speak of time as being long or short, since we possess a sense of it. We need not use new terms as though they were preferable, but should employ the existing ones, nor should we attribute any other thing to time, as if this other thing shared the property that we attribute to time, for there are some who do so, but should only consider that to which we connect this property and by which we measure it. For this requires no demonstration. We need only reflect that we apply the notion of time to the days and nights and their parts, just as we do to states of emotion and apathy, and to motion and rest, conceiving in connection with them this very particular property to which we give the name time. He also says this in the second book of his work on nature and in the greater epitome. In addition to the above, we must also consider that worlds and every finite compound that closely resembles things we commonly see have arisen out of the unlimited, since all of these, whether large or small, have been separated off from particular aggregates of atoms, and all things are again dissolved, some faster, some slower, some through one set of causes, some through another. Hence it is clear that he also regards worlds as perishable, since their parts undergo change. Elsewhere he asserts that the earth is supported on the air. Furthermore, we should not suppose that the worlds necessarily have only one shape. Indeed, he himself says in the 12th book of his work on nature that their shapes differ, for some are spherical, others egg-shaped, and still others of different shapes. Nevertheless, they are not of every shape, nor are they living beings that have been separated from the unlimited. For no one could prove that a world of one sort might not have contained the sorts of seeds from which animals and plants and all other visible things are formed, or that another sort of world could not possibly contain them. The same holds true of their nurture, and one must believe that it also happens likewise on the earth. Furthermore, one must suppose that human nature has received all sorts of lessons from the facts themselves, and has been compelled to learn them, and that reason later refined what it thus received, and made additional discoveries, among some peoples more swiftly, among others more slowly, progress being greater at certain seasons and times, at others less. Hence even the names of things were not originally due to convention, but in each of the various tribes, under the influence of particular feelings and particular impressions, men emitted air in a particular way, as determined by each of their feelings and impressions, which varied from region to region. Later on, each tribe imposed its own particular names, so that their communications might be less ambiguous and more concise. As for things that are not visible, those who were aware of them introduced them, circulating as names for them the sounds they were moved to utter, or which they selected by reasoning, relying on the most readily understood explanation as to why they would express themselves in that way. Furthermore, with regard to celestial matters, we must believe that motions, solstices, risings and settings of celestial bodies, and all such phenomena, occur without the direction or command, now or in the future, of a being who at the same time enjoys perfect happiness along with immortality. For troubles, worries, rages, and partialities do not accord with bliss, but arise in weakness, fear, and dependence on neighbours. Nor in turn should we hold that swirling masses of fire, while endowed with bliss, undertake these motions at will. Instead, the case of every term we employ, we must preserve the utter majesty that attaches to such concepts as bliss and immortality, lest we generate views that are out of keeping with that majesty, for such incongruity will engender the gravest mental disturbance. Hence we should attribute this necessity and periodic recurrence to the original entanglements among physical masses that created the world. Furthermore, we must hold that arriving at precise knowledge of the cause of the most important things is the work of natural science, and that our happiness depends on this and upon understanding what the heavenly bodies actually are, and everything related to them that contributes to the accuracy of our knowledge. Moreover, on such questions we must admit no plurality of causes or alternative explanations, but must simply assume that nothing suggestive of conflict or confusion is compatible with a nature that is immortal and blessed, and the mind is capable of grasping the absolute truth of this. But with regard to subjects for specific inquiry, there is nothing in the knowledge of settings, risings, eclipses, and all related phenomena that contributes to our happiness. On the contrary, those who have obtained some information about these matters, and yet remain ignorant about their nature and principal causes, feel as much fear as those who have not obtained such information. Indeed, their fears might even surpass those of the wholly ignorant, when the dread that results from this additional knowledge prevents them from finding a solution or understanding how these phenomena are regulated in relation to the highest causes. Accordingly, if we discover multiple causes for solstices, risings, settings, eclipses, and the like, as we did in matters of detail, we must not suppose that our treatment of these matters fails to achieve a degree of accuracy sufficient to ensure our undisturbed and happy state. Thus, when we investigate the causes of celestial phenomena and everything that is not known, we must take into account the array of ways in which analogous phenomena occur in our experience, and we should disdain those who fail to recognize the difference between what exists or comes to be from a single cause and that which may come about from a variety of causes, because they overlook the fact that the actual objects transmit their impressions from a distance, and are also ignorant of the circumstances under which it is not possible to be free of distress. Hence, if we think that an event might happen in one of several possible ways, then when we discover that it could occur in many different ways, we will be as free of distress as if we knew that it occurred in that particular way. In addition to all these considerations, one must grasp one more point, namely, that the greatest anxiety for the human mind arises from the belief that these celestial bodies are blessed and indestructible, yet at the same time have volitions, actions, and purposes that conflict with that belief, and from expecting or fearing some everlasting evil, either the kind portrayed in myths or the actual absence of sensation that attends death, as if it had to do with us, and from the fact that these feelings are due less to our convictions than to a certain irrational propensity. Accordingly, if men do not contain their fear, they suffer an anxiety equal to or greater than that of the man who gives these matters only the occasional random thought. But tranquillity can be attained only by freeing ourselves of all these fears and keeping the principal and most important truths constantly in mind. Hence, we must take note of our present feelings and sensations, whether universal or particular, and pay heed to all the available evidence in light of each of the criteria, for by studying them we shall fully and correctly explain the cause of our anxiety and fear, and free ourselves, accounting for celestial phenomena and for all the other regularly occurring phenomena that afflict mankind with its worst fears. Here then, Herodotus, you have in summary form the chief points about the nature of all things. Accordingly, if this statement is accurately retained and takes effect, a man will, I presume, be far better prepared than others, even if he does not go into all the exact details, for he will himself elucidate many of the points I have worked out in detail in my complete treatise, and this summary, if retained in memory, will be of constant use to him. Its character is such that those who are already adequately or even perfectly acquainted with the details can, by distilling their observations into such fundamental concepts as these, best pursue their diligent study of nature as a whole. Those, on the other hand, who have not fully mastered the material will be able to review silently and with speed of thought the doctrines most likely to ensure peace of mind. This is his letter on natural science. Next comes his letter on celestial phenomena. Epicurus to Pythocles. Greetings. Cleon brought me a letter from you in which you continue to express the affection that my zeal on your behalf has earned me, and you try in a convincing manner to recall the arguments that make for a happy life. You also request a concise and well-organized account of the celestial phenomena as an aid to memory. For our other works on the subject are, as you say, hard to remember, though you refer to them constantly. I was glad to receive your request, and am full of pleasant expectations. Accordingly, having completed all my other writing, I will grant your request, since these arguments will be useful to many others too, especially to those who have only recently embarked on a genuine study of nature, as well as those who are engaged in pursuits that go deeper than any of the ordinary branches of education. Grasp these doctrines well, and once you have committed them to memory, survey them along with the others in the short epitome I sent to Herodotus. First of all, one must bear in mind that, like everything else, knowledge of celestial phenomena, whether studied in connection with other things or in isolation, has no other purpose than to foster tranquility and firm conviction. We must not try to establish by force what is impossible, nor apply the same method as in our discussions of human lives or the other problems of natural philosophy, where we maintain, for example, that the world consists entirely of bodies and intangible nature, or that the elements are indivisible, or any of the other propositions that admit of only one possible explanation of the phenomena observed. But this is not the case when we come to celestial phenomena, which admit of multiple causes and multiple accounts of their origin and nature that are consistent with the evidence of our senses. For the study of nature must be based not on empty rules and arbitrary principles, but on what the phenomena dictate. For our life has no need now for subjective reasoning or empty opinion. Instead, we need to free our lives of anxiety. Everything proceeds smoothly and in conformity with the phenomena if all is explained in accordance with the method of multiple causes, once we have given due consideration to what is plausibly said about them. But whenever we admit one argument, yet reject another, that is equally consistent with the phenomena, it is clear that we abandon the study of nature entirely and plunge into myth. There are certain things in our own experience that furnish evidence of what occurs in the celestial realm, and we see how these occur, but we do not see how celestial phenomena occur, for they may have a variety of possible causes. However, we must preserve each fact as it presents itself, and distinguish from it the attendant facts, the occurrence of which from a variety of causes is not contradicted by our own experience. A world is a circumscribed portion of heaven that contains stars, earth, and all visible things, the dissolution of which will bring about the annihilation of everything within it. It is separated from the unlimited and terminates at a boundary that is either rare or dense. It is either revolving or stationary. It has an outline that is either round or triangular, or of any other shape. For every configuration is possible, since none is ruled out by the phenomena of our world, in which no limit is discerned. It can be comprehended that there is an unlimited number of such worlds, and that such a world can come into being in a world or in an interspace, our term for the space between worlds, in a place containing considerable void, but not, as some maintain, in a vast expanse that is completely void. A world comes into existence when certain suitable seeds flow from one world or interspace, or from several, and undergo gradual additions, articulations, or migrations, as may chance to occur, and waterings from suitable sources, until they mature and attain a permanence commensurate with the capacity of the foundation previously laid down to sustain them. For more is required than an aggregate or a vortex in the void in which a world may arise, by necessity, as some believe, and grow until it collides with another, as one of the so-called natural scientists says. For this is at odds with the phenomena. The sun and moon and the other stars did not come into existence independently, only to be enveloped later into our world and all the parts that preserve it. Instead, they began to form and grow at the outset, like the earth and sea, by the accretions and rotations of certain fine-grained substances, whether airy or fiery, or both. For the evidence of our senses suggests this. The size of the sun and of the other stars relative to us is as great as it appears. This he also says in the 11th book of his work, On Nature. For if, he says, the size of a star had diminished on account of the distance, its brightness would have diminished much more. For there is no other distance that could better correspond to this size, but in and of itself it may be slightly larger or smaller, or precisely as large as it appears. For that is just how, in our own experience, fires are registered by sense when seen from a distance, and every objection to this part of the theory will easily be dispelled by anyone who pays attention to the evidence, as we demonstrate in our work on nature. The risings and settings of the sun and moon and other stars may be due to a kindling and an extinguishing, provided that conditions are such in each of the two regions as to produce this result, for none of the appearances rules this out. And these risings and settings might be caused by the stars' appearances above the earth, or by occultation. For this too is not ruled out by any appearances, and it is not impossible that their motions are caused by the rotation of the entire heaven, or by its rest and their rotation, according to some compulsion to rise that accompanied the world's creation, owing to excessive heat caused by the spread of fire, which always travels to adjacent regions. The retrograde motions of the sun and moon may result from an obliquity of the heaven that is periodically imposed. Likewise, they may be due to a counterthrust of the air, or because the necessary fuel is insufficient or has been exhausted. They may even be due to a whirling motion imparted to these stars from the beginning, which causes them to move in a sort of spiral. For all such explanations and their like are not in conflict with any clear evidence, as long as where details are concerned one adheres to what is possible and can refer each of them to what is consistent with the phenomena, undaunted by the slavish artifices of astronomers. The waning, and in turn the waxing, of the moon may be due to the rotation of the body, and equally well to configurations assumed by the air. They may also be due to occultations, or may happen in any of the ways the facts of our experience can suggest to explain such phenomena. But one must not be so enamored of the explanation based on a single cause as groundlessly to reject the others from ignorance of what can and cannot be understood by a human being, and the consequent longing to understand what cannot be understood. Furthermore, it may be that the moon's light emanates from itself. Alternatively, it may be derived from the sun. For in our own experience, many things are seen to give off their own light, while many derive their light from other beings. None of the celestial phenomena stand in the way if one always bears in mind the method of multiple explanations and considers the many consistent hypotheses and causes, instead of paying heed to what is inconsistent and giving it a false importance, so as always to fall back in one way or another upon the single explanation. The image of a face in the moon may result from a transposition of its parts, or from an occultation, or in any of the other ways that might be seen to accord with the phenomena. With regard to all the celestial phenomena, one must not abandon a method of that kind, for he who fights against the clear evidence will never be able to achieve true peace of mind. An eclipse of the sun or moon may occur as a result of the extinguishing of their light, as has been seen to occur in our own experience, and by now we know that it may be due to occultation by some other celestial body, either the earth or some other similar body, and thus one must simultaneously review the explanations that are mutually consistent and bear in mind that their simultaneous applicability is by no means impossible. He says this in the 12th book of his work on nature, and adds that the sun is eclipsed when the moon obscures it, and that the moon is eclipsed by the shadow of the earth. Alternatively, an eclipse may be due to the moon's withdrawal. This is also said by Diogenes the Epicurean in the 1st book of his selected writings. Furthermore, we must interpret the regularity of an orbit just as we do various events that regularly occur in our experience. May the nature of the divine not be brought forward to explain this, but let it remain in perfect bliss, relieved of duty. For if this is not done, the entire study of the causes of celestial phenomena will be fruitless, as it has by now proved to be for some who have not adopted a possible method, but have fallen into the foolishness of thinking that all these events occur in one way only, and of rejecting all the others that are possible, allowing themselves to be swept away into the realm of the inconceivable, and being unable to take a comprehensive survey of the phenomena that must be taken as signposts. The variations in lengths of nights and days may be due to the speeding up and slowing down of the sun's motion in the sky, given the variety of distances it traverses, since it covers some distances more swiftly or more slowly, as is also observed in our own experience, and with these phenomena our own explanations must agree. But those who accept a single explanation find themselves at odds with the phenomena, and have failed to consider how a man may acquire knowledge. The signs indicating weather to be expected may be coincidental, as in the case of the animals we see among us, or they may be due to changes in the air. For neither of these explanations is in conflict with the phenomena, and it is not possible to see in which cases the effect results from one cause or from the other. Clouds may form and gather either because the air contracts under the pressure of winds, or because atoms that adhere to one another and are suitable to produce this result become enmeshed, or because currents pool together from the earth and the waters. But it is not impossible that the aggregations of such bodies are brought about in several other ways. Rain may be produced when the clouds are either compressed or transformed, or it may be caused by exhalations of winds from appropriate places when there is a more forceful inflow from certain aggregates suitable for such discharges. Thunder may be due to the rolling of wind in the hollows of the clouds, as occurs in our systems, or to the roaring of fire in them when fanned by a wind, or to their disintegration and dispersal, or to the friction and shattering of frozen clouds. As in our entire inquiry, so in this particular instance, the phenomena require us to entertain multiple explanations. Lightning, too, occurs in a variety of ways. For when clouds rub against one another and collide, the fire-producing atoms generate lightning, or lightning may be caused by the wind-blown emission from the clouds of particles likely to produce such brightness, or by the squeezing out of these particles when the clouds are compressed either by one another or by the wind. Alternatively, the light diffused from the stars may be trapped in clouds and then driven through them by their own motions or by the wind. Lightning may also occur when light composed of the finest particles filters through the clouds, at which point the clouds themselves may ignite and produce thunder. Or it may occur as a result of the combustion of the wind due to the violence of its motion and the intensity of its compression. Or when the clouds are broken up by winds and the fire-producing atoms are then expelled, these too cause lightning to appear. Lightning may occur in several other ways, as will easily be seen if one adheres to the phenomena and can contemplate what is similar to them. Lightning precedes thunder when the clouds are constituted as described above, and the configuration that produces lightning is expelled at the moment when the wind falls upon the cloud. Thereafter, the pent-up wind produces thunder, or, if both occur at the same time, the lightning travels toward us at a greater speed, the thunder coming later, exactly as when people inflicting blows are observed from a distance. A thunderbolt is caused when winds are repeatedly accumulated, compressed, and violently ignited, or when a part is severed and sent violently downward, the rupture occurring because the compression of the clouds has made the adjacent regions more dense. Or it may be due, like thunder, to the emission of the pent-up fire, when this has accumulated and been inflated with gusts of wind and has shattered the cloud, being unable to escape to adjacent areas because it is increasingly compressed, typically near some high mountain where thunderbolts mainly fall. Thunderbolts may be produced in many other ways as well. May myth only be banished, and it will be banished if one adheres to the phenomena when drawing inferences about what cannot be observed. Whirlwinds are due to the descent of a cloud forced downward like a pillar by a strong circular wind, while an outside wind simultaneously thrusts it sideways, or they may be due to a circular disposition of the wind, when a current of air from above forcibly compresses it. Or it may be that a strong eddy of winds has been generated and is unable to flow out laterally because the surrounding air is condensed. As they descend to Earth, they cause cyclones, in accordance with the various ways they are produced through the force of the wind, and on reaching the sea, they cause waterspouts. Earthquakes may be caused by the trapping of wind underground and by its being dispersed among small masses of earth and then set in constant motion, thereby causing the earth to vibrate. And the earth either encloses this wind from outside or from the collapse of foundations into underground caves, which fans the trapped air into a wind. Or they may be due to the communication of the movement that results from the collapse of many foundations and to its being resisted when it encounters denser masses of earth. These motions inside the earth may have many other causes. Winds sometimes arise when some foreign substance gradually enters the air, and also through the gathering of abundant water. All the other winds arise when a small number of them fall into the earth's many cavities, where they divide and multiply. Hail is caused by the stronger freezing of certain breath-like particles that have collected from all sides and are distributed into drops, and also by the more moderate freezing of watery particles and their simultaneous rupture, which at one and the same time condenses them and breaks them up, so that they become frozen in parts and in the mass. The spherical shape of hailstones is not impossibly due to the melting of their extremities on all sides, and to the fact that freezing particles, whether watery or wind-like, surround them evenly on all sides. Snow may be formed when a fine rain issues from the clouds through pores of commensurate size because of constant pressure upon suitable clouds from a strong wind, and then this rain, as it falls, freezes as a result of some severe condition of coldness in the regions below the clouds, and also as a result of the freezing of clouds that have a fragile and uniform density. A fall of snow might occur when moisture-bearing clouds are densely packed against one another. These clouds, undergoing a sort of compression, produce hail, something that happens mostly in spring, and the rubbing together of frozen clouds may cause an accumulation of snow to be expelled. Snow may also have other causes. Dew forms when particles capable of producing such moisture assemble from the air. It is also produced when such particles rise, either from damp regions or those containing water, where dew mainly forms, and subsequently reunite, pool their moisture, and fall to the regions below. Just as in our own experience, similar phenomena are frequently observed. The formation of frost is no different from that of dew, particles of a certain type becoming frozen in the presence of cold air. Ice is produced by the expulsion from the water of the circular atoms and the compression of the acute-angled and irregularly shaped atoms within it. It is also caused by the accretion of such atoms from without, which, when driven together, cause the water to freeze after a certain number of the spherical atoms are expelled. The rainbow occurs when the sun shines on moist air. It may also result from a peculiar union of light and air that will produce the distinctive properties of these colors, either altogether or one kind at a time. And from the reflection of this light, the surrounding air will take on the colors we observe when the sun shines on its parts. Its curved appearance is due either to the fact that the distance from every point is perceived to be equal, or to the fact that the atoms in the air are compressed, or because the atoms in the clouds, which are derived from the same air, have been united in such a way that their aggregate displays a sort of roundness. A halo around the moon occurs because the air on all sides extends to the moon, or because it uniformly elevates the currents from the moon until it disposes the cloudy mass in a circle, without separating it completely. or because it elevates the air surrounding the moon symmetrically from all sides to a circumference around it, and there forms a dense ring. This occurs in certain parts either because some current has forced its way in from outside, or because enough heat has gained possession of suitable passageways to bring this about. Comets occur either because fire is collected in the heavens at certain places and times under favorable conditions, or because at times the heavens have a particular motion above us so that such stars become visible, or because the stars themselves at certain times and under certain conditions are propelled into our vicinity and become visible. Their disappearance is caused by motions in the opposite direction. Certain stars revolve in place, not only because this part of the world, around which the rest revolves, is stationary, as some say, but also because a circular eddy of air surrounding this part prevents those stars from wandering as the others do, or because there is no suitable fuel nearby, whereas there is plenty in the region where they are seen. And there are many other ways this could happen if one is capable of reasoning in accordance with the phenomena. That some of the stars wander, if that is what they actually do, while others do not, may be explained by supposing that though their original motions were circular, some of them were forced to be whirled around with the same uniform rotation, while others are whirled with rotations that vary. It may also be that some of the regions through which they travel have uniform expanses of air that push them forward in one direction and keep them burning uniformly, while elsewhere there are irregular regions of air, and these account for the variations we observe. But to advance a single cause for these phenomena, when the phenomena suggest a multiplicity, is to adopt the deranged and improper method of those who espouse a groundless astronomy, and who assign senseless causes for celestial phenomena whenever they press divinity into service. That some heavenly bodies are seen to be overtaken by others as they proceed along the same orbit occurs because they travel more slowly, or because the same whirling motion draws them in the opposite direction. Or it may be that some travel over a larger and others over a smaller space in completing the same revolution. But to posit a single explanation for these phenomena is the proper work of those who wish to dazzle the crowd with marvels. So-called falling stars may be due in some instances to their mutual friction, in others to the expulsion of certain fragments through the action of the wind, just as we said occurred in the case of lightning. They may also result from the meeting of fire-producing atoms, kindred material arising to produce this result, their subsequent paths determined by their initial encounter. Alternatively, it may be that wind collects in certain dense mist-like masses and then, as a result of being trapped, ignites, bursts through its envelope, and travels wherever its motion impels it. There are other ways to account for this phenomenon without resorting to myth. That signs indicating weather to be expected appear to be associated with animal behavior is mere coincidence, for the animals offer no necessary reason that stormy weather should occur, and no divine being sits observing the comings and goings of these animals and then fulfills their signs. For such folly would not afflict the ordinary being, however little enlightened, let alone one who had attained perfect happiness. Bear all these things in mind, Pythocles, for then you will keep far away from myth and will be able to comprehend related matters. Apply yourself especially to the study of first causes and infinity and related subjects, and again to the study of criteria and the feelings and our reasons for reflecting on these things. For to study these subjects together will easily enable you to grasp the causes of the particular phenomena, but those who have not felt the keenest devotion to these subjects will not have understood them well, nor will they have attained the end for which they should be studied. These are his views on celestial phenomena. With regard to the conduct of life and how we ought to choose some things and avoid others, he writes as follows. But first, let us go through what he and his followers have to say about the wise man. Injuries inflicted by human beings arise from hate, envy, or contempt, to which the wise man proves superior by reason. Furthermore, he who has once become wise never again assumes the opposite character, nor does he willingly feign it. He will be more susceptible to feelings, but this will not impair his wisdom. Yet not every physical constitution would permit a man to become wise, nor every nationality. Even when he is tortured, the wise man is content. He alone will feel gratitude towards friends, present and absent alike. When tortured, however, he moans and wails. The wise man will not consort with women in any manner prescribed by law, as Diogenes says in his epitome of Epicurus' ethical doctrines. Nor will he punish his servants. Instead, he will pity them and pardon any who are of good character. The Epicureans do not think that the wise man will fall in love, nor will he be concerned about his burial, nor do they think that love is sent by the gods, as Diogenes says in his. Nor will the wise man make fine speeches. They maintain that sexual relations are never beneficial, and that one should be grateful not to be injured by them. The wise man will not marry and beget children, as Epicurus says in Problems and his work on nature. Occasionally, under certain circumstances in his life, he may marry. He will avert himself from certain persons. He will not talk nonsense when drunk, as Epicurus says in his Symposium. He will not participate in politics, as he says in the first book of his work on life, or make himself a tyrant, or live like a cynic, as he says in the second book of his work on life, or be a beggar. But even when he has lost his sight, he will not withdraw from life, as he says in that same book. The wise man will also experience grief, as Diogenes says in the fifth book of his selected writings. He will avail himself of the law courts. He will leave behind written works, but he will not deliver eulogies. He will take thought for his property and for the future. He will love the countryside. He will face his destiny and will not make any possession dear to him. He will take thought for his reputation only to the extent that he avoids being looked down upon. He will enjoy himself more than others at state festivals. He will set up statues, but it will be a matter of indifference to him whether one is set up in his honor. Only the wise man will be competent to discuss music and poetry, though he will not write poems himself. No wise man is wiser than another. He will earn money if he needs to, but only by his wisdom. He will, on occasion, pay court to a monarch. He will be grateful to anyone who corrects him. He will establish a school, but not so as to court the mob. He will give readings in public, but only upon request. He will assert his opinions and will not remain in doubt about them. He will be himself even when asleep, and he will brave death on behalf of a friend. Epicurus' followers hold that not all errors are equal. that health is in some instances a good, in others a matter of indifference, that courage does not come naturally, but stems from a calculation of one's interest, and that friendship is based on our needs. It has to be initiated, of course, just as we have to plant a seed in the earth, but it is maintained by a shared enjoyment of life's pleasures. Two kinds of happiness may be conceived: the highest happiness, such as the gods enjoy, which cannot be increased, and the kind that allows for the addition and subtraction of pleasures. But let us turn to Epicurus' letter. Epicurus to Menicius. Greetings. Let no one, because he is young, be slow to pursue philosophy, nor because he is old grow weary of the study. For no one is too young or too old to take thought for the health of the soul, and he who says that it is either too early or too late to study philosophy resembles one who says that it is too early or too late to pursue happiness. Therefore, both the young and the old man must seek wisdom, the latter so that as he ages he remains young in good things, by his joy in what has been, and the former so that while he is young he may at the same time be old, by being freed of the fear of what is to come. Thus we must act in such a way as to attain happiness, for if that is present we have everything, but if absent we do all we can to attain it. Perform and practice the actions I have constantly recommended, adopting them as the essentials of a life well lived. First, believe that the gods exist, imperishable and blessed, in accordance with the common view of divinity, and refrain from attributing to them anything contrary to or at odds with their immortality and blessedness. Affirm, instead, everything that could safeguard their immortality and blessedness. For gods exist, and the knowledge of them is evident, but they are not such as the many believe them to be, for people do not maintain consistent views about them. The man who denies the gods of the many is not impious, but rather he applies to the gods the beliefs of the many, for their views about the gods are not true preconceptions, but false assumptions. From their point of view, the greatest evils accrue to the bad, and the greatest blessings to the good, through the agency of the gods. For they always favor their own good qualities, and embrace men who are like themselves, but regard everything that is unlike them as alien. Accustom yourself to the idea that death is nothing to us, for all good and all bad are vested in sense perception, and death is deprivation of sense perception. Hence, a correct understanding that death is nothing to us makes the mortality of life enjoyable, not by giving life an unlimited span, but by dispelling the desire for immortality. For life holds no fears for one who has truly grasped that there is nothing to be feared in not living. It is therefore the foolish man who says that he fears death, not because when present it will give pain, but because the prospect of it gives pain. For anything that does not cause annoyance when it is present occasions a groundless pain when it is anticipated. Therefore, death, that most horrible of evils, is nothing to us, since when we exist, death is not present, and when death is present, we do not exist. It is nothing, then, either to the living or to the dead, since it does not exist for the former, and the latter no longer exist. And as for the many, at times they flee death as the greatest of evils, at others they missing text, as a respite from the bad things in life. The wise man neither rejects life nor fears death, for living does not offend him, nor does he regard not living as something bad. Just as in the case of food, he chooses not the larger portion, but the more pleasant. So he seeks to enjoy not the longest time, but the most pleasant. And anyone who advises the young to live well and the old to die well is foolish, not only because life is desirable, but also because it is one and the same thing to live well and to die well. Far worse is the man who says that it is good not to be born, but once born to pass with all speed through the gates of Hades. For if he sincerely believes this, why does he not depart life? If he is firmly convinced, he should be prepared to do so. But if he is joking, he is being foolish in matters that do not admit of it. One must bear in mind that the future is not wholly ours, nor wholly not ours. Accordingly, we should neither await it as quite certain to come, nor despair of it as quite certain not to come. We must take into account that some of our desires are natural, others groundless. Among the natural, some are necessary, others are merely natural, and among the necessary, some are necessary for happiness, others for the body's tranquility, and still others for life itself. A steady observation of these things teaches one to relate every choice and every aversion to the health of the body and the tranquility of the mind, since this is the goal of a happy life. For we do everything for the sake of being free of pain and fear, and once we achieve this state, the storm of the mind is completely dispelled, since the living creature has no need to go in search of something that is lacking, or to seek for anything else by which the good of the soul and that of the body will be fully attained. For we have a need for pleasure only when we are in pain, because of the absence of pleasure. But when we are not in pain, we no longer feel the need for pleasure. And this is why we say that pleasure is the beginning and the end of a happy life, for we have acknowledged that pleasure is a primary and innate good and the starting point of our every choice and aversion, and to it we return, since feeling is the criterion by which we judge every good, and it is because pleasure is our first and innate good that we choose every pleasure, though we often forego many pleasures when a greater annoyance results from them, and we regard many pains as preferable to pleasures when a prolonged endurance of pains brings us greater pleasure. Accordingly, though every pleasure, because we have a natural predilection for it, is good, not every pleasure is to be chosen, just as all pain is bad, though not all kinds of pain are always to be avoided. But it is proper to judge all these matters by weighing and contemplating benefits and disadvantages, for there are times when we treat the good as bad, or alternatively, the bad as good. And we regard self-sufficiency as a great good, not so as to partake of little on every occasion, but so that if we do not have much, we may be content with little, since we are genuinely persuaded that they take the greatest pleasure in luxury who need it least, and that what is natural is easy to procure, while the artificial is hard to come by. For simple fare brings as much pleasure as an extravagant feast, once the pain of want has been removed, and barley cake and water give a hungry man the greatest pleasure. To accustom oneself, therefore, to simple, inexpensive fare supplies the essentials of health, and enables a man to face the demands of life without shrinking, and puts us in a better condition when we encounter expensive fare from time to time, and makes us fearless of fortune. But when we say that pleasure is our goal, we do not mean the pleasures of the prodigal or the self-indulgent, as the ignorant think, or those who disagree with or misinterpret our views. By pleasure, we mean the absence of pain in the body and of torment in the soul. For it is not drinking bouts and continuous carousals, nor the pleasures to be had with boys and women, nor the enjoyment of fish and all the other delicacies a luxurious table furnishes that produce a pleasant life, but the sober reasoning that examines the basis of every choice and aversion, and banishes the beliefs that afflict the soul with its worst torments. Of all this, the beginning and the greatest good is prudence, and that is why prudence, from which all the other virtues spring, is more valuable even than philosophy, for it teaches that it is not possible to live pleasantly unless one lives prudently, honourably, and justly. Nor can one live prudently, honourably, and justly unless one lives pleasantly. For the virtues have been united with the pleasant life, and a pleasant life is inseparable from the virtues. For whom do you consider superior to a man who holds pious beliefs about the gods and is utterly immune to the fear of death? He has taken nature's purpose into account and grasps how easily the limit of good things can be reached and attained, and how slight are either the duration or the intensity of bad things. As for fate, which some have posited as ruler of all things, he laughs at the notion, and claims instead that some things occur by chance, others through our own agency, for he sees that necessity is beyond human control, and that chance is unstable, whereas our own actions, to which blame and its opposite naturally attach, are free. It would be better to adhere to the law about the gods than be a slave to the destiny posited by the natural philosophers, for the former offers some hope of pardon if we honour the gods, while the philosopher's necessity is inexorable. He does not believe that chance is a god, as the many do, since there is no disorder in the acts of a god, nor that it is an uncertain cause, for he does not think that anything good or bad is given by chance to men so as to make life blessed, though it furnishes the starting points of great goods or great evils. He believes that the misfortune of the rational is better than the good fortune of the irrational, for it is better if what is well judged in our actions does not owe its success to chance. Adopt these and related practices day and night, and in company with a person like yourself, and you will never be disturbed by a dream or vision, but will live like a god among men. For a man living in the midst of immortal blessings resembles no mortal creature. Elsewhere, Epicurus rejects all divination, as in the short epitome, and says, "No means of foretelling the future exists, but even if it did, we should regard what happens according to it as nothing to us." Such are his views on the conduct of life, and he has discussed them at greater length elsewhere. He differs from the Cyrenaics about pleasure, for they do not admit the pleasure that is static, but only the pleasure that involves motion. Epicurus admits both, of mind as well as body, as he says in his work on choice and avoidance, in his work on the end, in the first book of his work on life, and in his letter to his friends at Mytilene. Likewise Diogenes in the 17th book of his selected writings, and Metrodorus in his Timocrates, speak of pleasure in this way: pleasure being conceived as involving both motion and rest. And Epicurus in his work on choice says, "The absence of turmoil and the absence of pain are static pleasures, while joy and delight are seen to involve motion and activity." He also differs from the Cyrenaics in this: they hold that pains of the body are worse than those of the mind. Criminals, at any rate, are made to suffer corporal punishment. But Epicurus holds that the pains of the mind are worse, The flesh, at any rate, is buffeted only by the present, whereas the mind is buffeted by the past, the present, and the future. By the same token, the greatest pleasures are those of the mind. As proof that pleasure is the goal, he points out that living creatures, as soon as they are born, are content with pleasure and averse to pain, by nature and without reason. By instinct, then we avoid pain, as when even Heracles, devoured by his tunic, cries out, "Biting and shouting, on all sides groaned the rocky peaks, and the headlines of Locris and the Euboean cliffs." We choose the virtues not for their own sake, but for the sake of pleasure, just as we take medicine for the sake of health. This is also said in the 20th book of his selected writings by Diogenes, who also calls education, agoge, a way of life, diagoge. Epicurus says that virtue is the only thing inseparable from pleasure, everything else, food for example, being separable from it. Let me now put the finishing touch, as one might say, to my entire work and to the life of this philosopher by presenting his chief maxims, thereby bringing the whole work to a close and offering, as its conclusion, the beginning of happiness. 1. The blessed and immortal has no troubles himself and causes none for anyone else. Hence he has nothing to do with resentments and partisanship, for all such impulses are a sign of weakness. Elsewhere he says that the gods are discernible by reason, being on the one hand numerically distinct, but on the other hand similar in form, because of a continuous flow of similar images to the same place, and that they are human in form. 2. Death is nothing to us, for what has been dissolved has no feeling, and what has no feeling is nothing to us. 3. The limit of pleasure is reached with the removal of all pain. Whenever pleasure is present, and for however long, there is neither pain nor grief nor any combination of the two. 4. Pain does not last long in the flesh. In fact, extreme pain is present for the briefest time, while that which hardly outweighs pleasure does not last for many days, and illnesses that are prolonged may even afford the flesh more pleasure than pain. 5. It is not possible to live pleasantly without living prudently, honourably, and justly, nor can one live prudently, honourably, and justly without living pleasantly. Nor is it possible for the man who does not live prudently, though he may live honourably and justly, to live pleasantly. 6. In order that men might not fear one another, there was a natural benefit to be had from government and kingship, provided that they are able to bring about this result. 7. Some have longed to become famous and celebrated, thinking that they would thereby obtain security against other men. If the lives of such persons were secure, they attained what is naturally good, but if insecure, they did not attain the object that they were originally prompted by nature to seek. 8. No pleasure is intrinsically bad, but the means of producing certain pleasures may entail annoyances many times greater than the pleasures themselves. 9. If all pleasure were condensed in space and time and pervaded the whole aggregate or the most important parts of our nature, pleasures would never differ one from another. 10. If the objects that afforded pleasure to profligate men actually freed them from mental fears, namely those that relate to celestial phenomena and death and pain, and also taught them to limit their desires, we would never have any occasion to find fault with such men, since they would then be filled with pleasures from all sides, and would be free of all pain and grief, that is, of all that is bad. 11. If we were not harassed by apprehensions caused by celestial phenomena, and by the fear that death somehow affects us, and by our failure to comprehend the limits of pains and desires, we would have no need for natural science. 12. It would not be possible to dispel fear about the most important matters if a man did not know the nature of the universe, but lived in dread of what the myths describe. Hence, it would be impossible without the study of nature to enjoy unmixed pleasures. 13. It would be useless to obtain security against our fellow men while things above and below the earth and in the unlimited in general continued to terrify us. 14. While some degree of security from other men can be attained on the basis of stable power and material prosperity, the purest security comes from tranquility and from a life withdrawn from the many. 15. Nature's wealth is both limited and easy to procure, but the wealth of groundless opinions vanishes into thin air. 16. Fortune impinges but little on a wise man. Reason has directed his greatest and most important pursuits. These it directs and will continue to direct over the course of his life. 17. The just man is utterly imperturbable, while the unjust is full of the utmost perturbation. 18. Fleshly pleasure does not increase once the pain of want has been removed. It merely diversifies. But the limit of mental pleasure is reached when one reflects on these very realities and others of the same kind, which afflict the mind with its worst fears. 19. Limited and unlimited time furnish an equal amount of pleasure if the limits of pleasure are measured by reason. 20. The flesh receives the limits of pleasure as if they were unlimited, and an unlimited time is required to provide it. But the mind, grasping in thought the end and limit of the flesh, and ridding itself of fears of eternity, fashions a perfect life and no longer requires unlimited time. Yet it does not avoid pleasure, and even when circumstances bring life to an end, it dies having missed nothing of the best life. 21. The man who has discerned the limits of life knows how easy it is to procure what is needed to remove the pain of want and make his whole life perfect. He therefore needs none of the things that cannot be acquired without a struggle. 22. We must reason about the true goal and about all the evidence to which we refer our opinions, for otherwise everything will be full of confusion and disorder. 23. If you fight against all your sensations, you will not have a standard by which to judge the ones that you claim are false. 24. If you reject any sensation absolutely, and do not distinguish between an opinion that awaits confirmation and a present reality, whether of sensation, feeling, or perception, you will also throw your other sensations into confusion with your groundless belief, and in doing so will be rejecting altogether the criterion. But if, when assessing opinions, you affirm as true everything that awaits confirmation as well as that which does not, you will not escape error, for you will be preserving complete uncertainty in every judgment between right and wrong opinion. 25. If on every occasion you do not refer each of your actions to the goal of nature, but instead divert your attention in the act of choice or avoidance toward something else, your actions will not accord with your theories. 26. All desires that do not lead to pain when unfulfilled are unnecessary, and such cravings are easily dissolved when the desired objects are hard to procure or are thought to do harm. 27. Of the things wisdom contributes to happiness over the course of one's life, the greatest by far is friendship. 28. The same attitude that inspires confidence that nothing we dread is eternal or even long-lasting also enables us to see that even in our limited conditions of life, nothing affords us greater security than friendship. 29. Some of our desires are natural and necessary, others are natural but unnecessary. Still others are neither natural nor necessary, but arise from unwarranted opinion. Epicurus holds that desires that are natural and necessary bring relief from pain, as drink, for example, relieves thirst. By desires that are natural but unnecessary, he means those that merely diversify pleasure without eliminating pain, luxurious food being an example. By those neither natural nor necessary, he means desires for crowns or for statues dedicated in one's honour. 30. Natural desires that afford no pain, if they are not indulged, though they are eagerly pursued, arise from groundless opinion, and when they are not dispelled, it is not because of their own nature, but because of the man's groundless opinion. 31. Natural justice is a pledge of the advantage associated with preventing men from harming or being harmed by one another. 32. Those animals incapable of making agreements with one another, that they may neither inflict nor suffer harm, are without justice or injustice. The same is true of peoples who are unable or unwilling to make such agreements. 33. Justice was not something in itself, but existed in mutual relations wherever and whenever there was an agreement that provided against the inflicting or suffering of harm. 34. Injustice is not bad in itself, but only because of the terror aroused by the suspicion that it will be detected by its punishers. 35. It is not possible for the man who secretly violates the compact to prevent the inflicting or suffering of harm to feel sure that he will escape notice, even if he has already escaped 10,000 times, for right to the end it is not clear whether he will escape. 36. In general, justice is the same for everyone, namely something that facilitates mutual intercourse, but in light of the peculiarities of a region and all sorts of other causes, it does not follow that the same thing is just for everyone. 37. That which has been considered just by convention because it benefits our mutual intercourse is therefore stamped as just, whether or not it is so in all instances. And if a law is made and does not prove beneficial to our intercourse, then it is no longer just. And if what the law considers expedient changes and only corresponds for a time to the preconception, it was none the less just for that time, if we do not trouble ourselves about empty forms, but simply examine the facts. 38. Where, without any change in circumstances, the conventional laws were seen not to accord with the preconception, when judged by their consequences, such laws were not just. But whenever, in changed circumstances, the existing laws have ceased to be expedient, then they were just, when they benefited the mutual intercourse of fellow citizens, but were no longer just later on when they ceased to be expedient. 39. He who could best address fear of external threats forged a community of all the creatures he could, but those he could not include he did not treat as enemies. and if even this could not be managed, he avoided all contact and drove away every creature it was expedient to drive away. 40. All who could best obtain security against their neighbours and thereby possess the surest guarantee lived most pleasantly with one another, and since they enjoyed the fullest intimacy, they did not lament, as something to be pitied, the death of a member of their circle who predeceased them. Essays. Diogenes Laertius, From Inspiration to Annoyance and Back. Anthony Grafton. In 16th century Italy, flamboyant men wrote spectacular autobiographies. Benvenuto Cellini described his success at everything from dueling in the streets of Rome and shooting enemy leaders from the battlements of the Castel Sant'Angelo in 1527, to creating a bronze statue of Perseus and Medusa that electrified even the critical inhabitants of Florence. Girolamo Cardano told the story not only of his brilliant career as mathematician and medical man, but also of the rich dream life that had sometimes predicted his accomplishments, and sometimes simply mystified him. Both were frank. Cellini narrated a sadomasochistic love affair with a model in graphic detail, and Cardano described his sexual impotence, his carelessness in important matters, and his silly walk as vividly as his algebraic discoveries. But the wildest of all Renaissance autobiographies was written long before either of these men was born. In 1441, Leon Battista Alberti was a youngish writer whose accomplishments had not yet made him famous. Born in 1404, the illegitimate offspring of a rich Florentine family that had been exiled for political reasons, he joined the papal curia as a secretary and accompanied Pope Eugene IV back to Florence. There he wrote a long series of highly original books, a treatise on the new Florentine painting of the 1420s and 1430s, dialogues on the new world of the merchant family, and the first grammar of Italian. But while Alberti made a modest splash in the piranha pool of Florentine intellectual life, he also found himself attacked from many sides. A poetry contest that he organized fizzled out, and he often found himself musing, angry and sad, at the injuries his enemies had inflicted on him. In this context, Alberti set out to avenge himself by describing his character, his accomplishments, and his way of life with unforgettable brio. The autobiography, written anonymously, in the third person, is a wild text, swarming with contradictions. Alberti describes himself as intensely active, buzzing with physical and mental energy. He could jump over the head of a man standing next to him. He threw a coin so high that it rang as it struck the ceiling of the Florentine cathedral, and he explored the arts and crafts with passion and energy. He mastered music without a teacher and made social life itself into an art, especially walking in public, riding a horse and speaking. But he was also a neurasthenic invalid who suffered from vertigo and tinnitus, starved himself into ill health, and experienced dreadful visions of scorpions while reading. Easy and articulate, he seemed gay and lovable even when the most serious discussions were underway, but would fall into reveries even in company and become taciturn and aloof. For all his originality and productivity as a writer, he tore himself apart when he saw fields of flowers in the spring, denouncing his own failure to be fertile. The sovereign urban intellectual was at once a hero and a victim, a master of the crowd's applause, who was always in search of a cork-lined room. Alberti followed a model as he crafted this astounding anatomy of his own character, Diogenes Laertius, whose lives of the eminent philosophers he was one of the first modern Westerners to read, showed him how to present his own life dramatically and effectively. Like Diogenes' life of Thales, the first Ionian philosopher, Alberti's autobiographical work was divided into two sections: an account of his character, as revealed through both his accomplishments and stories about him, and a collection of witty sayings. Both anecdotes and witticisms suggest how much Alberti learned from his ancient model. Thales, according to Diogenes, was a polymath who studied politics, nature, and pretty much everything else. So was Alberti. Thales had no teacher, neither did Alberti. Thales proved the value of the study of nature by predicting that an especially good olive harvest would take place. He rented all the olive presses and then profited from his prescience. Alberti also described himself as a lover and student of nature. Above all, Thales, like Alberti, was a creature of paradox. He used his knowledge of nature to become rich, but he also fell into a ditch while out at night to observe the stars, whereupon the old woman who was his guide mocked him for trying to understand the heavens when he could not see what was in front of him. The sayings of Thales that filled the second part of the life were as provocative as they were short. Thales said that there was no difference between life and death. "Why then," someone asked, "do you not die?" "Because," he replied, "it makes no difference." Alberti's sayings, which echoed those of Thales in a craftily allusive way, were also charged with tough-minded wit. Asked what would be the biggest of all things among mortals, he answered, "Hope." As to the smallest, he said, "The difference between a man and a corpse." For Alberti, in short, Diogenes' book was irresistibly exciting, a lifeline in his hour of intellectual need. It gave him a model for imagining and narrating the life of a new kind of thinker, a secular intellectual, to use an anachronistic but not inappropriate term, who lived out his life not in the seclusion of a monastery, but as a walker in the city. Nowadays, Diogenes Laertius seems an unlikely character to attract a reader as exacting as Alberti. His work, compiled in the 3rd century AD, comprises 10 books, which offer both biographies of ancient philosophers and doxographies, or collections of their opinions. Diogenes was not interested in the thinkers of his own day, such as the public professors of Platonic and other schools of philosophy whom Marcus Aurelius had appointed. Rather, he covered the period from the 6th to the 3rd century BC, basically from Thales to Epicurus, with a few excursions into the 2nd century. Diogenes drew his material from a vast range of sources, many of which no longer survive, whose authors and titles he cited in exuberant and sometimes untrustworthy profusion. He used them to compose surveys of what he described as the major schools and practitioners of Greek philosophy, the Ionian and Italic sects, Plato and Aristotle and their followers, the Stoics, Skeptics, and Epicureans. Though he offered accounts of both his subjects' thought and their lives, he made no effort to connect them, much less to use the larger contexts within which different schools of philosophy had taken shape to explain the differences in their views. Often dismissed with contempt in modern times as a derivative and untrustworthy source of curious but pointless anecdotes, such as the story that Zeno liked green figs, his book struck chords in many serious scholars and thinkers in the past. He and it have come to be appreciated in new ways in recent scholarship. The path from Diogenes to Alberti was anything but direct. Later Greek scholars occasionally read and mined the lives. Some 40 Greek manuscripts of the work survive, But Diogenes' book first found really curious readers in the 12th century. The learned clerics of Latin Europe were at work rediscovering the riches of Greek philosophy, especially, but by no means only, the works of Aristotle, which had been preserved in Arabic translations and widely studied in the Islamic world. These swarmed with references to ancient philosophers whose works did not survive, figures like Pythagoras and his followers, whose obsession with numbers Aristotle criticized, and Plato, whose pupil Aristotle had been. In parts of the West, especially Sicily and southern Italy, Greek remained a living language. Scholarly circles in the Byzantine Empire continued to copy and study the Greek classics. Erudite Latins used their mastery of Greek to hunt for more texts and information. In the first half of the 12th century, a Calabrian cleric named Enricus Aristippus, who travelled to Constantinople, translated Plato's Phaedo and Meno from the Greek. He knew the work of Diogenes, and in the 1150s he translated it. Aristippus' version found readers. Sometime before the 1320s, another Italian drew on it to create a compendium titled On the Lives and Conduct of the Philosophers, wrongly ascribed to an influential philosopher, Walter of Burley. This paraphrase attained massive popularity. More than 270 manuscripts survive. It gave Western readers their first introduction to the lives and thought of philosophers outside the university canon. Pseudo-Burley did not simply translate what he found. Diogenes' Life of Pythagoras, for example, emphasized both his achievements in mathematics and his wisdom as a sage who taught his followers how to pursue virtue. Diogenes also identified Pythagoras as the head of a coherent school, the Italian school that had developed alongside the Ionian tradition founded by Thales. Pseudo-Burley abbreviated what he found in Diogenes to a bare report that Pythagoras had been a sage in both mathematics and ethics. Then he added material from other sources. He reported that Plato had based his account of the cosmos and Boethius his works on mathematics on Pythagoras, and that Augustine ascribed the invention of the word philosophy itself to him, though he also associated him with necromancy. In Pseudo-Burley's account, Pythagoras and the other Greek sages who made an appearance looked rather like the great scholastic philosophers of the 13th century and after, such as Albertus Magnus and Pseudo-Burley himself. Wise, learned, sometimes more given to speculation about occult arts than was quite healthy. But that made his work all the more useful. Mendicant friars composing sermons and vernacular writers telling stories drew on his rich stores of material. Thanks to Pseudo-Burley, ancient thinkers, long forgotten, peopled the pages of late medieval texts of every kind. For all Pseudo-Burley's popularity, his unsystematic book soon proved unsatisfying, especially to the humanists, the new breed of scholars that sprang up in late 14th and 15th century Italy. These humanists disliked nothing more than the anachronistic way in which a learned medieval, like Burley, depicted the ancient past, presenting Greek philosophers as if they had been medieval savants and magicians, rather than the independent-minded teachers of equally independent-minded pupils who freely contradicted them. The humanists devoted themselves to finding and mastering as many ancient texts as they could, especially literary texts, which they valued for their beauty as well as their content. The humanists began with Latin, but the Latin writers they knew best, above all Cicero, reported that they themselves had gone to the Greeks to seek wisdom. They also suggested that the Greek philosophers had combined wisdom with eloquence, powerful language that could actually persuade readers and hearers to accept a writer's theses. The works of Aristotle, systematic treatises carefully rendered into Latin from literal translations into Arabic, were hard to read and harder to love. His dialogues were lost, something that Renaissance scholars did not at first realize. By contrast, the humanists now read Plato, who had offered an alternate form of philosophy, couched in language of the greatest beauty and power. Other Greek philosophers, Stoics and Epicureans, Cynics and Skeptics, also cropped up in Cicero and Seneca. In the decades just before and after 1400, Italian scholars searched for Plato and his many fellow Greek philosophers. They studied the Greek language both in Florence, where a distinguished Byzantine scholar, Manuel Chrysoloras, taught for 3 years, and in Constantinople. And they began to translate the Greek classics, slowly at first, into more or less readable Latin. One Florentine scholar in particular, Niccolò Niccoli, played a special role in the fortunes of Diogenes Laertius. An antiquary and collector whose library included some 800 manuscripts at his death, Niccoli did his best to live in the antique world that he loved better than his own. He ate off crystal plates, filled his house with fragments of ancient sculpture, and chastised his contemporaries, who asked him to correct their Latin writings, telling them that their work belonged in the outhouse rather than the library. What obsessed him most, however, were libraries, his own and the older Christian ones that contained forgotten treasures. He read every ancient text to which he gained access with an eye to references to other texts he had not yet seen. He gathered every indication he could about the books still lurking in monastic libraries, and he dispatched eager young friends to find, copy, borrow, or steal every new text they could. Niccoli, who did much to shape the 15th century revival of antiquity, clearly saw the potential value of the lives. Diogenes Laertius was both a rich source of the information Niccoli craved and a guide for further searches. Early in the 1420s, Niccoli and Cosimo de' Medici, the latter already a patron of letters, urged a Camaldolensian monk of their acquaintance, Ambrogio Traversari, to translate the full text of Diogenes Laertius into Latin. Traversari, a profoundly pious man, resisted their request. He wanted to translate the Greek church fathers rather than pagans. Even when he began work, the task proved harder than his sponsors had suggested. The text was difficult and corrupt, so Traversari looked for better manuscripts. He found the technical terms that filled Diogenes' work bewildering, since he himself had never studied formal philosophy. Diogenes' verse epigrams bewildered him, and though a scholar of more literary tastes, Francesco Filelfo promised to translate them. He failed to do so. Parts of Book 10 on Epicurus, the philosopher, who had put the pursuit of pleasure at the core of his system, baffled Traversari completely. They presented ideas that had become completely unfamiliar to Western scholars. Only in 1433 did Traversari manage to present a manuscript of his complete translation to Cosimo. Traversari did his best to convince himself and others that he was not doing something impious in loosing all this new material on Latin readers. He insisted, in his preface to the text, that the pagans whose lives and teachers Diogenes collected had had inklings of the truth. In the writings of all the more notable philosophers, God, the heavens, the celestial bodies, and nature are truly and subtly discussed, and largely in agreement with Christian truth. Such singular effort of investigating truth, the work of such keen genius and constant study, did not deserve to be everywhere deprived of the fruit of its sweat. God permitted this so that the true faith might receive support and strength from their testimony as well. Though they had not benefited from the true teachings of Christianity, moreover, the philosophers described by Diogenes had lived truly virtuous lives, which could still serve as models. The pagans, though alien from the worship of God and religion, were more zealous for probity, moderation, frugality, and the other ornaments of the human soul. There are many examples of this very close, I would say, to evangelical perfection, so that it should make a Christian blush and feel greatly ashamed if the philosopher of Christ exhibits this less than the philosopher of the world. Nicoli read and approved this preface for Traversari to the translator's gratification, even though Traversari insisted, in the end, on the difference between the real virtue of the Christians and the shadowy image of virtue presented by the pagan sages, a sentiment not exactly to the taste of the classicist Nicoli. Traversari could put up all the warning signs he wanted. Diogenes remained, as he had seen, a dangerous writer who could threaten to open up scary new perspectives on life, the universe, and everything else. Alberti, one of the first to read his new translation, found inspiration in it for an exercise in self-analysis that would have confirmed all the fears of the earlier man had he lived to read it. Traversari died in 1439. The Lives of Diogenes was not the only dangerous classical text the Medicis helped to resurrect. The most skilful and fortunate book hunter who worked with Nicoli was a young scribe and Latinist named Poggio Bracciolini. In 1417, taking a break from his work as a papal secretary to turn over the spider-webbed volumes in a German monastery library, he discovered a manuscript of the ancient poem by Lucretius on the nature of things. Lucretius was an Epicurean, and his work presented the basic principles of Epicurus' atomism, a totally unfamiliar vision of the cosmos in which tiny particles came together by random collision to create the universe, while the gods looked on, uninvolved. Early readers of Diogenes valued his rich presentation of the life and teachings of Epicurus, which for centuries to come would offer by far the fullest resources for explicating Lucretius' complex and demanding text. Diogenes' 10th book presented a detailed account of the thought of Epicurus, with documents to support it. He also defended the philosopher from the ancient canard that he had devoted his life to the pursuit of pleasure, spending vast amounts on food and drink, and vomiting daily as a result of these excesses. Epicurus, Diogenes insisted, had defined pleasure in a cerebral and virtuous way that did honor to him. For Alberti, Diogenes offered a new model of what it meant to be a philosopher, a model that snugly fit his own urban life and secular concerns. For Thomas More, Diogenes offered even richer resources. More's greatest book, first published in 1516, was Utopia, a description of a society radically different from that of Christian Europe. He portrayed this, through the mouth of one of his characters, as a real society on a previously undiscovered island. More's imagination was set to work, in part, by the discovery of the New World. Travel accounts by Amerigo Vespucci portrayed it as a world of wonders, and some emphasized the virtue of its inhabitants. But Diogenes also helped to open More's mind. The utopians have their own religion and philosophy. They hold that humans should pursue pleasure, in particular the permanent pleasures of the mind and soul, though they do not look down on the pleasures of the body. By doing so, they argue, one can achieve salvation. God will recompense us for surrendering a brief and transitory pleasure here with immense and never-ending joy in heaven. And so they conclude, after carefully considering and weighing the matter, that all our actions and the virtues exercised within them look toward pleasure and happiness as their final virtues. Here, as More's editors have pointed out, he echoed Diogenes' account of Epicurean morality. We choose the virtues not for their own sake, but for the sake of pleasure, just as we have recourse to medicine for the sake of health. Similarly, as 15th and 16th century humanists discovered the ancient skeptics in the works of Cicero and Sextus Empiricus, they read and drew on Diogenes' life of a very different skeptic, Pyrrho, which Pseudo-Burley had simply omitted. In modern times, Diogenes has been much criticized for his mistakes. In the Renaissance, even his errors proved fertile. More's utopians have no private property or money, and their laws forbid the accumulation of gold and the other false treasures valued most by Europeans. Raphael Hythloday, the European traveller who speaks through most of the work, not only praises their regime, but also denounces the effects of money on Europe, where sheep are eating people, as peasants are thrown off their land to make way for animals that can produce wool, and crippled soldiers who cannot fend for themselves are executed for petty theft. When I consider all these things, he reflects, I become more sympathetic to Plato, and wonder the less that he refused to make laws for any people who would not share their goods equally. Wisest of men, he saw easily that the one and only path to the welfare of all lies through equality of possessions. In fact, Socrates did not argue in Plato's Republic that in an ideal society all would have equal shares, though he did insist that the guardians, the men and women responsible for guiding and protecting society, should possess only common property. But Diogenes, in one of his flights of bibliographical pedantry, quoted a story from the work, now lost, of a female scholar, and that inspired More. Pamphila, in the 25th book of her Reminiscences, says that the Arcadians and Thebans, when they were founding Megalopolis, invited Plato to be their lawgiver, but when he learned that they were opposed to equality of possessions, he would not go. Plato's works, only a handful of which had been known in the Middle Ages, were translated into Latin by Marsilio Ficino and printed, first in Latin and then in Greek. His newly accessible Republic was More's single most important literary model, but when it came to interpreting Plato's views on property, More followed not the original text, but the law preserved by Diogenes Laertius. So did his close friend Desiderius Erasmus, when he argued in his influential collection of classical adages that friends should have all things in common. He claimed to be following Plato in approving community of property. Even for a potentially dangerous text, utility ensured popularity, and the Lives, which offered vast resources of ready information for anyone faced, for example, with the task of teaching the very popular works of Plato, Aristotle, and Cicero, were more useful than most. The full Latin text of Diogenes' work reached print by 1472 and was reprinted at least 22 times. The original Greek texts of Diogenes' Lives of Aristotle and Theophrastus were printed by Aldus Manutius in his pioneering edition of the works of Aristotle in Greek in 1497. The Life of Xenophon, in an edition of his works, appeared in 1527. 6 years later, the Greek text was printed in full. Other editions followed, notably a very scholarly one by Johannes Sambucus, published in 1566, which the editor had improved by drawing on new manuscript evidence, and a Greek-Latin one published in 1570, edited by the great Hellenist Henri Estienne. Gradually the text, which swarmed with difficult and unusual words, swam into clarity like a field of amoebas seen through a microscope as it is focused. Machiavelli, in his life of Castruccio Castracani, appropriated some of the sayings of the Socratic philosopher Aristippus, recorded by Diogenes. He noted that a flatterer let Castracani spit on him to catch a whale, to win his favour. Aristippus, in the Latin text Machiavelli read, said fishermen let the sea drench them to catch a gudgeon, while he himself let Dionysius of Syracuse spit on him to gain a blenny, a small colourful fish. Traversari, not knowing the word blenos, simply transliterated it as blenus. The printer's correctors, equally puzzled, corrupted the text further, inserting the meaningless balenus. Machiavelli finally transformed this into the real Italian word for whale, balena. As Estienne, the compiler of the greatest Greek dictionary of the Renaissance, and other scholars worked on the text, errors like this slowly disappeared. Not all learned readers, moreover, worried about the dangers posed by the content of the Lives. In the early 16th century, more and more scholars turned their attention and their philological skills to purifying the texts and traditions of the Christian Church. The Spanish philologist Juan Luis Vives lamented that a license for lying had established itself where holy things are concerned. He listed apocryphal stories and texts, starting with a legendary case of leprosy from which a pope had supposedly cured the Emperor Constantine, and denounced them. We shriek and bark at lesser errors and wink at these, which, if they fall into the hands of the impious, will make our most holy and profound religion look absurd to them. The lives of saints, he argued, were full of obvious fantasies, more likely to arouse derision than devotion. Melchior Cano, an influential Dominican theologian who worried about the humanist criticisms of church traditions, agreed with Vives in this case. Christian writers would do better to emulate Diogenes, who had cited his sources and quoted long extracts from the writings of his subjects. I say in sorrow, rather than in slander, that Diogenes Laertius did a much more serious job of writing the lives of the philosophers than the Christians did of writing the lives of saints. By the later 16th century, Diogenes was well established as a standard author. Like Plutarch, another Greek writer of the imperial period, whose vast Moralia offered a rich source of information about the lives and works of ancient philosophers, his work was on the bookshelves not only of scholars, but of all highly educated men. Montaigne expressed his fascination with the ancient thinkers and his desire to know more about them eloquently in his Apology for Raymond Sebon. How much do I wish that, whilst I live, either some other or Justus Lipsius, the most learned man now living, of a most polite and judicious understanding, had both the will and health and leisure sufficient, carefully and conscientiously to collect into a register, according to their divisions and classes, as many as are to be found of the opinions of the ancient philosophers, about the subject of our being and manners, their controversies, the succession and reputation of sects, with the applications of the lives of the authors and their disciples to their own precepts, in memorable accidents, and upon exemplary occasions. What a beautiful and useful work that would be! Since no such modern reference work existed, he happily stuffed his innovative informal French essays on philosophy and many other topics with anecdotes and quotations from Diogenes. The lives, he made clear, dissatisfied him only because they were not comprehensive enough. I am very sorry we have not a dozen Laertii, or that he was not further extended, for I am equally curious to know the lives and fortunes of these great instructors of the world, as to know the diversities of their doctrines and opinions. Even while Montaigne and others still found riches in Diogenes Laertius, his fortunes began to take their long, slow turn for the worse. In the middle and later years of the 16th century, French humanists began to approach many classical texts from a new standpoint, reading the lives and comparing them with compendia made by Greek scholars after Diogenes, such as the anthologies made by Stobaeus in the 5th century. They realized that the lives were not just model accounts of noble men's careers. The teachings and sayings that Diogenes ascribed to the ancient sages were, in many cases, the fullest information available about them. They could be systematically collected and juxtaposed with other versions of the same thinkers' views. At the same time, Diogenes' habit of citing the authors and titles of the works he had drawn on suggested that modern humanists might be able to reconstruct the earlier scholarship he had used, or at least to find out much about it. The problem was that the more systematically one read Diogenes, the more holes appeared in the fabric of his work. Henri Estienne, son of Robert Estienne, a great scholar-printer who had published the first collection of the fragments of archaic Latin poetry in 1554, set to work in the 1560s, collecting from Diogenes and other sources the fragments of what are now called the pre-Socratic philosophers. A younger colleague, Joseph Scaliger, who lived in Geneva, where the Estiennes had their printing house, from 1572 to 1574, and Estienne's son-in-law, Isaac Casaubon, collaborated with him at times. The results were, in part, traditional. Estienne printed his own edition of Diogenes Laertius, but he also published collections, first of apophthegms of kings, leaders and philosophers, 1566, in which he stripped out the sayings of the ancient sages from Plutarch and Diogenes, and then of philosophical poetry, 1573, in which he published all the texts by Empedocles and other early philosophers in verse, and raised, for the first time, the question of whether their writings could be considered to be philosophical. Often, as these men collected their fragments, they realized that Diogenes had less to offer than other sources. Except in special cases like that of Lucretius, he quoted second-hand accounts rather than original sources, an error for which his undeniable entertainment value could not compensate. Casaubon, the hardest-working of philologists, who flagellated himself with guilt when he rose at the late hour of 5 in the morning and railed at the amici inimici, enemy friends, who interrupted his hours of study, unveiled the new approach to Diogenes Laertius vividly in his commentary on the text, which first appeared in 1583, when he was only 24. Casaubon would go on to become, by the testimony of Scaliger, himself a great Greek scholar and known for his arrogance, the greatest Hellenist we have, famous both for his great edition and translation of the Greek historian of Rome, Polybius, and for his unmasking of Hermes Trismegistus, the supposed Egyptian sage whose writings he showed to be late works composed in Greek. In 1583, Casaubon was unknown, but he set about Diogenes with energy and independence. Previous scholars had made relatively little systematic effort to establish exactly who Diogenes was and when he lived. Casaubon, by contrast, started out by underlining the vast zone of uncertainty that hedged about this ancient writer. It is easier to tell when he didn't live than when he did. Meticulous collecting of parallels from relevant texts helped to establish a general context. He noted, for example, that the Roman writer Lucius Apuleius, circa AD 125 to 170, offered a treatment of Plato's philosophy so close to that of Diogenes that the reader must confess either that the one translated from the other, although they seem to have been contemporaries, or, as I would tend to believe instead, that both drew from the same source. But uncertainty remained on every point. In his own copy of the first edition of the commentary, Casaubon later added the word almost before contemporaries. For the most part, though, Diogenes stimulated Casaubon as he would later stimulate the German philologists to read critically. Diogenes' arguments provoked his sarcasm. When Diogenes argued that philosophy must have been a Greek creation, since the word itself was Greek, Casaubon became snarky. "Here's a dagger made of lead. The Romans might just as well claim that they invented medicine, since medicine is a Roman term, not a barbarian one." Sharply aware that Diogenes had drawn much of his material, word for word, from earlier sources, most of them otherwise unknown, he identified as many of them as he could. Yet even as Casaubon reduced the text to rubble, it provoked him to some amazing feats of scholarly imagination. Diogenes tells a story. The poet and Homeric critic Aratus, he says, asked Timon of Phlius how he could get hold of a sound text of Homer. Timon told him to find an old one that no one, that is, no one like Aratus, had tampered with. This uninspired anecdote inspired Casaubon. He reconsidered everything he knew about the origin, transmission, and state of preservation of the Homeric epics. His conclusions were as revolutionary as they were concise. If what Josephus says is true, that Homer did not leave his poems in written form, but they were preserved by memorization and written down much later, then I do not see how we can ever have them in a correct form, even if we have the oldest manuscripts, for it is likely that they were written down in a form quite different from that in which they were first composed. Casaubon had reduced Diogenes to the low status of a compiler, but he still found in him the clue that enabled him to frame the hypothesis, later developed by Richard Bentley and Friedrich August Wolff, that Homer was an oral poet. The erudite compilers of the 17th century, men like Joachim Joncius, who wrote a pioneering book on ancient writers on the history of philosophy, followed Casaubon into the mines and worked at the same coalface, recovering the names of forgotten authorities and the titles of lost books. The philologist Gilles Ménage equipped his massive edition of the Lives with a commentary that analyzed every lost source and possible fragment as deeply and fully as sound philological method allowed. But it was the learned creators of the new philosophy for whom Diogenes mattered most. Liberated by Francis Bacon and René Descartes, who insisted that modern thinkers knew more than their ancient counterparts, they felt free to criticize and depart from Diogenes on vital points, yet he remained indispensable to them. The English scholar Thomas Stanley published the first distinctively modern history of philosophy between 1655 and 1662. He set out, or so it seems, to write the history of philosophy in a new way. Francis Bacon had criticized traditional treatments of the history of philosophy for failing to reconstruct the full systems of past thinkers. Stanley quoted Bacon at length at the start of his third volume, and he frankly stated the failings of his ancient predecessor, drawing on Casaubon and the other philologists as he did so. That which Diogenes Laertius gives us is so far short of what he might have done that there is much more to be found of the same persons dispersed among other authors, which I have here collected and digested. Like Casaubon and others, Stanley argued that Diogenes had been wrong to seek the origins of the pursuit of knowledge and wisdom in ancient Greece, rather than in the older civilizations of Egypt and Persia. Yet when he came to trace the history of actual philosophical systems, he began, as Diogenes had, in Ionia with Thales, and like Diogenes, he saw Socrates as a figure in the same long tradition. On points of detail, Stanley innovated. Where Diogenes had characterized the views of each sect or tradition by describing the ideas of its founder, Stanley emphasized the independence of later philosophers. Anaximander, the second member of the Ionian sect, emerged from his treatment as an independent who had rationally disagreed with his teacher Thales. But though Stanley preferred detailed, philologically precise biographies of philosophers to Diogenes' more unified presentations of sects, he still kept the sects as an organizing principle. His work, which was supplemented, rewritten, and translated into Latin, kept Diogenes alive as a model for the history of philosophy, even as he departed from him on crucial points. So did the work of Stanley's older contemporary, Pierre Gassendi. At once a philologist and a philosopher, he was an atomist, convinced that everything from the creation and form of the universe to the nature of perception and thought could best be explained by assuming that everything consisted of minute, indivisible particles. Gassendi kept up with the experimental philosophy of his time, but he also regarded the ancient texts of Epicurus, preserved by Diogenes, as vital sources on which the modern philosopher could still draw. Impressed by Diogenes' defense of Epicurus and the rich materials on Epicurean logic that he preserved, he devoted much of his life to explicating these texts. Yet Gassendi rebelled against being the sort of scholar who spent all of his time worrying about whether ancient texts were correct and reliable. Gradually, he emancipated himself from Diogenes and composed his own vast account of Epicurean philosophy. Gassendi felt free, as Stanley had, to disagree sharply with Diogenes and Epicurus himself on vital points, starting with the idea that the gods were not concerned with events in the universe. Still, Diogenes remained vital. Again and again the marginal notes, recording the sources from which Gassendi took not only biographical details, but also philosophical points about the nature of individual atoms, read simply Laert. Encyclopedists and historians of philosophy continued to trace the histories of the ancient sects and to draw on Diogenes for their material, but their attitude to him became increasingly distant and critical. Following Diogenes, who himself followed Antigonus of Carystus, an Athenian writer of the 3rd century BC, scholars long believed that Pyrrho, who had maintained a position of absolute skepticism about all forms of human knowledge, rejected all preferences and decisions, including the resolve to move in order to avoid being run over by a chariot or falling off a cliff, fates from which his obliging friends saved him. The 17th century writer La Mothe de Veillet already pointed out that another Greek philosopher, Anaximander, a skeptic in his own right, had offered a much more reasonable account of Pyrrho's thought and conduct in a massive and scholarly work. By the end of the century, Pierre Bayle not only took care to ascribe the ridiculous stories about Pyrrho to their ultimate source, Antigonus, but also dismissed them as bad jokes, a position in which the 18th century's greatest historian of philosophy, Johann Brücke, followed him. More important still, Brücke now articulated, more explicitly than anyone before him, the central weakness of Diogenes' work, as seen from the standpoint of an Enlightenment thinker. It was anecdotal, not analytical. Well before the 19th century began, Diogenes had been revealed to be a compiler from older sources, and neither fully trustworthy nor reliably critical. But his downfall had only begun. In the late 18th and 19th centuries, the universities of Germany saw the rise of another avant-garde form of humanistic scholarship, one pursued by men bent on pushing historical and philological criticism as far as they could go. They did to the classics what Wordsworth held that philosophers did to nature. They murdered to dissect. In order to correct the texts of the ancients rigorously, German scholars scoured their manuscripts for errors, which they could use to reconstruct the transmission of each text. In order to judge the narratives of ancient historians, these scholars broke them down into the remains of their lost constituent sources. And in order to recreate the lives and teachings of ancient philosophers, they broke down the compendia of Diogenes Laertius and Stobæus and others, paying far more attention to the lost texts that had provided their fragments and stories than to the compilations that actually survived. Gradually, the new philologists devised rules about the ways in which ancient writers like Diogenes used their sources, which they could wield in order to recreate them. By the end of the 19th century, those interested in the oldest Greek thinkers read about them not in Diogenes Laertius, but in a standard collection of the fragments of the pre-Socratics. Those interested in the Stoics could use another collection, first published in 1903 to 1905. Study after study appeared, meanwhile, not on Diogenes Laertius, but on the lost scholarly collections and compilations he quoted. As for poor Diogenes, he was dismissed as ignorant, inaccurate, and unoriginal. Hermann Usner, the great historian of philosophy and religion, who was one of the leading explorers of these new areas, only quoted, and did not make his own, the verdict of another scholar, that Diogenes was a complete ass. Going far beyond the evidence available to him, however, he did insist that Diogenes had basically written nothing. Rather, he had compiled materials from the works of earlier writers and given them to the scribes to copy. Friedrich Nietzsche, as everyone knows, was no conventional classicist, but he took a special interest in his student years in the lives, and his approach was typical in many ways of the philologists and philosophers who tore Diogenes Laertius limb from limb. Nietzsche did not take the time, in his articles on Diogenes, to lay out and justify his approach. Instead, he took for granted, quite rightly, that those able to read his Latin essays would share his general views. He treated Diogenes as a compiler and assumed he could reconstruct his practices on the basis of a few rules, which he stated casually and in passing. When he argued that Diogenes derived his account of Stoic moral and natural philosophy from the earlier writer Diocles of Magnesia, for example, he had no firm textual evidence to go on, beyond Diogenes' occasional mentions of Diocles' name and works. He thought he had proved that Diogenes drew on Diocles for his treatment of the divisions of Stoic philosophy and of logic. It seemed implausible, he argued, that Diogenes would have failed to take over the other parts of Diocles' material. Why would Diogenes have deserted a source which he had just drawn on for no reason? Nietzsche was certain that Diogenes simply copied from his sources when he felt he could not improve on them. After all, he pointed out, Diogenes copied the works by Epicurus that he inserted in Book 10, though in that case Diogenes actually made clear that he was reproducing others' work, a fact Nietzsche did not mention. At times he fetched his arguments from very far indeed, as when he argued that Diogenes must have ascribed some special meaning to the number of books and chapters in his work, since women often did the same to the number of dishes in their collections of china. In the hands of Nietzsche, as in the hands of many more conventional writers, Diogenes Laertius served as little more than an object of abuse and a quarry for materials, the latter supposedly all derived from others. In the world outside classical scholarship, however, Diogenes experienced a paradoxical revival, thanks in part, ironically, to Nietzsche, who dramatically changed his judgment about the value of Diogenes in his later philosophical works. One of the few older Basel professors who felt real sympathy for Nietzsche was Jakob Burckhardt, whose Cultural History of Greece, created as a series of lectures at the end of his career, would be dismissed by the professional classicists because he refused to use or discuss their methods of source criticism. Burckhardt's heroic cultural history of the Italian Renaissance appeared far earlier, in 1860, when its author was in his early 40s. Alberti's autobiography, then known as The Anonymous Life, had appeared in print not long before Burckhardt wrote. Its account of Alberti's personality and sayings became the core of the unforgettable early section of Burckhardt's book, in which he sketched the universal human being of the Renaissance. Burckhardt did not know, and as one who despised the viri eruditissimi of the classical seminars and their source criticism, did not care, that this account of Alberti, and to that extent his own account of the Renaissance, rested on the frail foundation provided by Diogenes. Yet it was in Burckhardt's work, and that of his dozens of imitators, that Diogenes' vision of the active urban sage, athlete and neurotic, had its last lease on dramatic life, and helped to inspire Nietzsche's theories about the heroic individual. In the 20th and 21st centuries, classical scholars have lost some of their faith in the value of reducing Diogenes' house to splinters. They have treated him as an author in his own right, one who set out to show that the philosophers of an older Greece had been men of high birth and good character, who had led exemplary lives as well as creating innovative systems of ideas. Taking a cue from Renaissance scholars like Sambucus, who compared Lives of the Eminent Philosophers with the near-contemporary Lives of the Sophists by Eunapius, they have noted that Diogenes' effort to connect the dots and show how students followed teachers and sects rivaled sects had more than one partial parallel in his own time, not only in the lives of orators and Christians drawn up by others contemporary with, or only a little later than he, but also in the Jewish text, Avot, part of the Mishnah, a Hebrew text compiled around AD 200, which collected the sayings of the rabbis of the 2 centuries before it was composed. Diogenes has emerged neither as a totally isolated figure, nor as a totally derivative writer. In the 3rd century crisis of the Roman world, when the existence of the empire itself was repeatedly threatened, pagan and Christian intellectuals set out to gather and put in order their intellectual traditions, often in innovative and lastingly influential ways. Even if we no longer believe in Diogenes' Thales, we can now appreciate the coherence and meaning of his project, and the multiple ways in which it has mattered over the centuries to other readers. Raphael's Eminent Philosophers, the School of Athens, and the classic work almost no one read. Ingrid D. Rowland. The world's most famous image of philosophers at work was painted on a wall of the private apartment of Pope Julius II in the Vatican between 1509 and 1511. Raphael's School of Athens shows the great philosophers of antiquity and some of their medieval commentators gathered together beneath a single magnificent masonry vault, bent in earnest discussion over books, globes, scrolls, and drawings, as Plato and Aristotle stand stately watch over their proceedings. This painted triumph of philosophy, which may have been the painting's real title, announces Rome's claim to status as an intellectual as well as a spiritual capital, the living heir to ancient wisdom joined with Christian revelation. Not surprisingly, the Vatican Library, originally housed 2 floors below this painted chamber, is still filled with manuscripts, translations, and printed editions of Diogenes Laertius, the best-known biographer of the ancient Greek philosophers. One might easily imagine that these books would rank among the most heavily used in Raphael's time, at least in the charmed circle of the Vatican, and the humanists who had created the same atmosphere of intellectual excitement that pervades the School of Athens. And yet Diogenes Laertius seems to be an author whose work everyone in Renaissance Rome felt the need to own, but not to read. Among 7 manuscripts of Ambrogio Traversari's popular Latin translation of the Greek, 6 are so perfectly preserved that they might have been written yesterday rather than half a millennium ago. Virtually no one has touched them for 500 years. It is downright depressing to think how few readers have ever seen the gorgeously illuminated capital P in Manuscript Vaticanus Latinus 1891, with its pale pink dragonfly perched on a tendril of white filigree. The only sign of activity on Manuscript Vaticanus Latinus 1895, produced in Belgium in 1476, is a terracotta-coloured stain from a spill on page 165 recto, some 5 centuries ago. Cardinals wanted to have copies of Diogenes Laertius, and illuminators inserted their coats of arms on the first page of the volumes they decorated with care. But once acquired, these beautiful books apparently ceased to be of interest. Manuscript Vaticanus Latinus 1894 is riddled with blank spaces neither scribe nor readers ever bothered to supply with the missing blocks of text. The printed editions of Traversari have been consulted more often than the manuscripts, but what most readers seem to have been devouring in Renaissance Rome are various vernacular lives of the eminent philosophers, preserved in manuscript or printed in small octavo format on cheap paper. These books all show signs of heavy use, and not only because the paper on which they are printed is cheaper than the stock used for printed quarto versions of Diogenes. Their texts are designed for easy reading and maximum amusement. The earliest of these popular digests is a 13th-century compendium of short biographies and adages known as the Fiori e Vita di Filosofi ed altri savi ed imperadori, once attributed to Dante's teacher Brunetti Latini. The book certainly dates from his time. It is a translation of Adam of Clermont's popular Latin booklet, Flores Historiarum, executed between 1271, when Adam completed his Flores, and 1276, the date of the earliest surviving manuscript of the Fiori. A slightly later work, known as Vitae Dei Philosophi, translated Liber de Vita e Moribus Philosophorum, that was formerly attributed to the English scholastic philosopher Walter Burley, 1276 to 1345. This Vitae is now thought to have been taken directly from a 12th-century Latin translation of Diogenes that was drafted by the probably Sicilian scholar Enrico Aristipo, between 1154 and 1162, but is now lost. Both these works in vernacular Italian provide short biographies of the philosophers, together with pungent aphorisms, and the stories they tell are a far cry from Raphael's dignified conclave. Diogenes Laertius speaks of Diogenes the Cynic trampling the carpets in Plato's house as a rebuke to his arrogance. In the digests, he jumps up and down on Plato's couch with muddy feet. Diogenes Laertius tells several stories about Socrates' wife, Xanthippe, but in the two later versions of the Lives, Socrates has become a bigamist, whose wives pull each other's hair when they meet, and all over such a dirty man who had slack, hollow nostrils, a bald forehead, hairy shoulders, and crooked legs. Raphael has smoothed out his satyr-like features and provided the deliberately rude Diogenes with the body and reclining pose of a river god. The painting's mood, overall, is genteel and exalted, emphasizing the energy of the philosophers rather than their contentiousness. At least one of the readers of the Vatican Library's early printed editions of Diogenes Laertius was Angelo Colocci, the curial humanist known to have worked closely with Raphael. Incunable 3.83 is a copy of the Latin translation of Diogenes made by Elio Francesco Marchese, published in Rome by Giorgio Lauer in 1472, and dedicated to the Neapolitan Cardinal Oliviera Carafa. Originally owned by another cardinal, it passed into the hands of Colocci, who peppered the margins, especially of the life of Plato, with notes and the word lists he called tabulation. There are also significant annotations in Incunable 3.172, the Venice edition of Traversari's translation, published by Nicholas Jensen in 1480. Some of these appear to be Colocci's as well. Colocci and Raphael studied the architectural treatises of Vitruvius together, and from this collaboration we know the painter may not have had a scholar's command of Latin, but could make out enough to warrant owning his own Latin books, as did his similarly unlettered associates Donato Bramante and the brothers Antonio and Giovanni Battista da Sangallo, all of whom owned Latin copies of Vitruvius. Even an artist who claimed no knowledge of Latin, Leonardo da Vinci, owned his own copy of Traversari's translation. A double portrait, painted in Milan in the 1490s, shows Leonardo playing a scowling, lantern-jawed Heraclitus to Bramante's jolly, balding Democritus. Both hold books, as the earth hangs suspended between them. This phenomenally intelligent and influential pair were great readers, despite their shared lack of expertise as classicists. But Greek manuscripts of Diogenes were also available in Rome, though those in the Vatican Library did not arrive until after Raphael's time. The Bibliotheca Angelica preserves a 16th-century text on paper, manuscript Group 97, part of a significant collection of Greek philosophical works assembled in the late 15th and early 16th centuries by the Augustinian friar Egidio da Viterbo, the thinker whose ideas almost certainly govern the basic design and many details of the School of Athens, including the very presence of a conclave of Greek philosophers on the wall of the pontifical suite. 2 years before assigning Raphael to work on the School of Athens in 1506, Pope Julius II had appointed Egidio, a famous preacher and vicar general of his order, as vicar general of the Augustinian Hermits, the largest religious order in the early 16th century Christian world. In 1507, the order itself elected him prior general. Through sermons, pastoral letters, and a large unfinished theological treatise, and with the Pope's full encouragement, Egidio took a preeminent role in shaping the intellectual climate of Julian Rome, including a special emphasis on the study of Greek and Hebrew, the two other theological languages, along with Latin. Giovanni Pico della Mirandola's Christian Kabbalah shaped Egidio's Hebrew studies, Marsilio Ficino his understanding of the Greeks. For the most part, Egidio wrote notes in the margins of his books in the same language as the text itself, whether vernacular Italian, Latin, Greek, or Hebrew. This is the case for his copy of Diogenes Laertius, commissioned from the Florentine scribe Niccolo Puccini. Diogenes Laertius, by presenting ancient philosophy as a group of competitive schools, portrayed a world of learning that had much in common with 16th-century Rome. Initially trained in the Averroist Aristotelian tradition at the University of Padua, where he met Pico in the early 1490s, Egidio had become increasingly entranced by Ficino's version of Platonic philosophy after meeting the philosopher-physician in Florence. In effect, therefore, the struggles among Platonist, Stoic, Cynic, Pythagorean, and Epicurean in antiquity mirrored the struggles of his time, and the school of Athens responds precisely as Egidio tried to do in his own ministry, reconciling the disputants by appealing to their common beliefs, finding the harmonies between Plato and Aristotle, and among all their eccentric, opinionated fellow seekers after truth. In addition to sermons and pastoral letters, Egidio hoped to effect this reconciliation among contemporary philosophical schools in a more trenchant, quiet way by producing an ambitious work of scholarship. Between 1506 and 1512, in the very years that Raphael created the School of Athens, he began to draft a commentary on his era's standard theological textbook, the Quatuor Libri Sententiarum, 4 books of sentences, drafted between 1148 and 1151 by the Dominican friar and future Bishop of Paris, Peter Lombard. Commenting on the sentences, basic church doctrine rendered in question and answer form with scholastic precision quickly became a standard thesis topic for university students from Albertus Magnus and Thomas Aquinas in the 14th century to Giordano Bruno in the 16th. Egidio da Viterbo's work differed from these exercises by abandoning the scholastic question and answer format. In his authoritative position, he had unusual freedom, and so he wrote about this most Aristotelian of texts, according to the mind of Plato, responding to Lombard's questions and distinctions with classical myths and transcendent ideas, using Ficino's commentaries on Plato and the example of his order's legendary founder, St. Augustine. This mixture of pagan and Christian was perfectly admissible. Egidio says at various points in his commentary, because the ancient gods were nothing other than guardian angels, and the stories the ancients told about the gods and heroes were ultimately rooted in sound Christian theology. Egidio's marginal notes to the manuscript of Diogenes Laertius show he examined the lives of the ancient philosophers in the same accepting, open-minded spirit, seeking out parallels between their beliefs and the tenets of Christianity. His foremost example, naturally, is Plato, whose life he sets off by drawing delicate flourishes before and after the chapter, with red tendrils and leaves. He also decorates the capital P of Plato's name with minute red hatching. Egidio's thinking about antiquity and theology captivated Pope Julius, who repeatedly made use of the preacher's eloquence to justify his own actions as pope to the public in Rome and elsewhere in Italy. Julius himself was famously laconic. But he also drew on an idea Egidio distilled in a sermon of 1507, that Rome, here and now, was at last fulfilling a long-standing destiny conceived by God at the beginning of time to become the capital of a spiritual as well as a temporal state. In 1508, Pope Julius called on Raphael and Michelangelo to commit this supernal vision to frescoes that would enshrine and describe in detail the luminous inspiration behind his notoriously vigorous papacy. Michelangelo was assigned to replace the starry blue ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in 1508. He protested that he was a sculptor, not a painter, but Julius insisted. In the same year, Raphael began work on his first fresco in the papal suite, the Triumph of Theology, usually known as the Disputa del Sacramento. The choice of Michelangelo to proclaim the face of the Church in public and Raphael in private is telling. Both painters express the grandeur of the Pope's ambitions and Egidio da Viterbo's theological vision, but Raphael takes a more intimate view of these subjects, and the cunning of his composition rewards close scrutiny. The School of Athens presents the Greek philosophers through the eyes of a strong-willed, far-seeing Pope, steeped in contemporary humanist scholarship and theology. The work of Egidio da Viterbo above all, but also Marsilio Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, as well as Giovanni Giovano Pontano in Naples. For all these figures, Hebrew wisdom and Greek philosophy marked essential steps of a universal human progress toward a Christian enlightenment in which the various ancient philosophical schools would amend their differences to create a systematic, effectively Neoplatonic theology. Egidio was not the only contemporary to assert that under Julius II a new stage of fulfillment had been reached. In an oration in the Sistine Chapel on January 1st, 1508, Giovanni Battista Casali, a professor at the University of Rome, called Rome itself a new Athens, come to rescue Greece from the Ottoman Turks through its cultivation of Greek learning on Italian soil. No more powerful weapon against the infidel existed, he declared, than the Vatican Library. In many ways, therefore, Raphael's School of Athens is also a school of Rome, beginning with the grand structure that houses the philosophers under a dome that looks so much like Donato Bramante's new plans for St. Peter's Basilica, another of the epochal projects that began in the pontificate of Julius II. Contemporary descriptions of the School of Athens do not survive. The first detailed discussions of its meaning are those of Giorgio Vasari in 1550 and 1568, and more than a century later, 1672, of Giovanni Pietro Bellori. Some of the figures in the fresco are clearly recognizable and have been confidently accepted for centuries. Others are harder to identify and have stimulated learned debate since the late 16th century. Among these, however, some general outlines may be discerned. To Egidio da Viterbo, Greek philosophy's greatest contribution to Christian theology was to lay the foundations for the doctrine of the Holy Trinity. Plato's Timaeus expressed the idea most concisely, but Egidio also detected glimmerings of Trinitarian thought in ancient myths, whether in triads, like the three graces or the three fates, or in stories of love, bridging the gap between mortal and immortal, like Diana's romance with Endymion, or Anchises with Venus, or the endless loves of Jupiter, or in tales of heroic suffering and redemption, those of Hercules, Orpheus, or Philoctetes. Indeed, triplets and triangles pervade Raphael's composition, from the 3 large apertures in the great building in which the philosophers gather, to the tripartite window in its dome, to the 3 fictive relief plaques that decorate its walls. Within this great 3-in-1 structure, Plato and Aristotle dominate the composition. Plato carrying a copy of his Timaeus and Aristotle a copy of the Ethics, both labelled in vernacular Italian, so there can be no mistake about who is who. Raphael shows Plato as an old bearded man, Aristotle as a handsome athletic figure in the prime of life. Egidio's commentary on Peter Lombard says repeatedly that these 2 great princes of philosophy can be reconciled, and here their compatible, harmonious postures bear out this belief. The commentary cites Aristotle's statement, preserved in Diogenes, that friends are one soul in 2 bodies, and something of that fellow feeling is also portrayed. As for the books they carry, Egidio writes, "These great princes can be reconciled if we postulate that things have a dual nature, one that is free from matter and one that is embedded in matter. Plato follows the former and Aristotle the latter, and because of this, these great leaders of philosophy hardly dissent from one another. If we seem to be making this up, listen to the philosophers themselves, for if we are speaking about humanity, which is, after all, the subject under discussion, Plato says the same thing. He says that humankind is soul in the Alcibiades, and in the Timaeus that humankind has 2 natures, and we know one of these natures by means of the sense, the other by means of reason. Also, in the same book, he teaches that each part of us does not occur in isolation. Rather, each nature cares for the other nature. Aristotle, in the 10th book of the Ethics, calls humankind understanding. Thus you may know that each philosopher feels the same way, however much it seems to you that they are not saying the same thing. Plato's upraised finger indicates God's celestial location and his oneness. Aristotle gestures toward the philosophers gathered on the steps below them, as well as to the viewer, implying with the sweep of his hand that ethical conduct conveys the spirit of divine unity to the troubled multiplicity of human affairs. The princes of philosophy divide Raphael's fresco in 2. The left-hand side belongs to Plato and the statue of Apollo, the right to Aristotle and the statue of Minerva. Both deities, according to Egidio's commentary, are prefigurations of Christ, Apollo for his association with light, and Minerva for her supernatural birth from the head of Jupiter. In the 6th book of the Republic, Plato introduces the begetter, the father, and finally the son, whom at one point he calls the sun shining outward, and at another Minerva, broadly inwardly wise. In the Symposium he amply praises the 3rd person, calling it now Venus, now love. He was in the habit of calling the twin gifts of the divine child, now Minerva, or wisdom, and now the sun, or light. The one child shines brilliant in himself. The other makes plain the way to the highest good by means of reason. By carrying his lyre, Apollo reminds us that he is the god of music, and on the wall next to him, Raphael has painted Mount Parnassus. The 2 themes of philosophy and poetry thus merge beautifully. Minerva, who stands above a relief plaque with an image of reason, flanks the wall on which Raphael has painted scenes of civil and canon law beneath images of 3 cardinal virtues. The 4th, justice, is implicit, as Plato's Republic says, where fortitude, temperance, and prudence are found. On the level beneath these 2 princes, snub-nosed Socrates, miraculously younger than his student Plato, holds forth to a small crowd. The handsome soldier in dress armour is most likely Xenophon, whom Diogenes describes as modest and extraordinarily handsome, Book 2, verse 48, rather than the equally handsome but dissolute and decidedly unphilosophical Alcibiades. Xenophon appears much younger than Socrates, as was true in life, just as Aristotle is shown above them as much younger than his mentor Plato. There is no way to maintain a pattern of relative ages when the philosophers in the school of Athens span so many centuries, so instead Raphael seems to concentrate on consistency within the smaller groupings. On a level below Socrates, we can recognize Pythagoras by his relation to the tablet with a musical diagram of the diapason, held up by an angelic youth, as the philosopher writes. His presence beneath Apollo fits well with the description Diogenes gives of him in Book 8, verse 11, where his bearing is said to have been highly dignified, and his students held the opinion about him that he was Apollo, come down from the Hyperboreans. Pinning down an identity for most of the other philosophers on this side of the fresco is difficult, because there are so many contenders for so few prominent positions. Is the elderly man peering over the shoulder of Pythagoras one of his close followers, or Empedocles, clad in Raphael's version of the purple robe and golden sash that Diogenes ascribes to him, Book 8, verse 73? Or is he simply a scholar in rapt concentration, the embodiment of all these philosophers at once? Which of the Arab commentators on Pythagoras is the turbaned figure who puts his hand on his heart? Or is he all of them? Who is the gaunt, middle-aged man who gestures so emphatically to his own book? Egidio's marginal notes in his copy of Diogenes reveal a particular interest in Zeno of Citium and Stoic philosophy. Some of the ancient Greek statements about divinity come so close to Egidio's own beliefs that he marks them off with a tiny drawing of the cross on Mount Golgotha. This philosopher's frowning expression fits well with Diogenes' description of Zeno as sullen and curt and of a shriveled countenance. Book 7, verse 16. One other identification is reasonably secure, and it is a double portrait. The philosopher Epicurus bears the unmistakable features of Raphael's friend, the papal librarian Tommaso Inghirami, nicknamed Phaedra after his memorable student performance, circa 1486, as the lovelorn queen of Seneca's tragedy. Inghirami preferred to style himself Phaedrus in good Platonic form, but the feminine version of his ancient name is the one that stuck among his contemporaries and in the Inghirami family, which has produced generations of women named Phaedra and men named Tommaso Phaedra. Here the fat, brilliant bon vivant is cast appropriately as the most hedonistic of ancient philosophers, with whom he shared a passion for lovers of the same sex, as Diogenes wrote, Book 10, verse 6. Epicurus is also said to have written to many other courtesans, but particularly to Leontian, with whom Metrodorus was also smitten, and in his work On the Goal he writes thus: "For I, at any rate, do not know what I would consider good, apart from the pleasures derived from taste, sex, sound, and beautiful form." And in his letter to Pythocles he writes, "Hoist every sail, my dear boy, and flee from all culture." Epictetus calls Epicurus a writer of obscenities and utterly reviles him. It is quite possible that Inghirami advised Raphael on the choice of philosophers for the school of Athens. He served as the Pope's private librarian before his appointment as Vatican librarian. In that case, his portrait is particularly appropriate. On the right side of the School of Athens, beneath Aristotle's benevolently gesturing hand and the statue of grey-eyed Minerva, a group of geometers and cosmologists gathers around a balding man who appears to be measuring a geometric figure with a pair of dividers. He is usually identified as another double portrait. The papal architect and Raphael's relative, Bramante, posing as Euclid of Alexandria. Diogenes does not write about the so-called father of geometry, but only about the Socratic philosopher Euclides of Megara. However, scholars often confused the two in the 15th and early 16th centuries, and Diogenes' description of the Megarian Euclid's beliefs about divine goodness and unity, Book 2, verse 106, perfectly expressed Egidio de Viterbo's conviction that the Greek philosophers already understood the essential truths of Christian revelation. He declared that the good is one, though it is called by many names, sometimes wisdom, sometimes God, sometimes mind, and so forth. He rejected what is opposed to the good, claiming that it does not exist. Two dignified men stand close by Euclid Bramante, one wearing a crown and holding a sphere with the fixed stars. This man is normally identified as the astronomer Claudius Ptolemy, presented, wrongly as we now know, as if he were one of the Ptolemaic kings of Egypt. Egidio's commentary notes that 2 senses of the 5 first led humankind to think about divinity: hearing, through music and sight, by inducing us to look up to the heavens. Thus the astronomers, like the Pythagoreans with their musical harmonies, guided the ancients toward theological speculation. In the Phaedrus it is written that there are 2 divine senses, vision and hearing, because each has its own kind of knowledge, one speculative knowledge, the other music, as we may read in the 2nd book of the Laws. The identity of Ptolemy's elegant companion is debated, and most of the candidates in recent scholarship, Zoroaster, Strabo, are barely mentioned in Diogenes. The figure's features may well be those of Raphael's close friend Baldassare Castiglione, who was certainly the most elegant of men. In fact, he wrote the book for his time on courtly elegance, Il Cortegiano. Raphael himself appears, appropriately enough, on this visual or speculative side of the fresco, together with another artist, perhaps one of his predecessors in this suite of rooms, either Timoteo Viti from his native Urbino, or Giovanni Bazzi, the eccentric Sienese who answered to the nickname Sodoma. Egidio da Viterbo's commentary on Peter Lombard also helps us interpret the 3 relief plaques that appear beneath the statues of Apollo and Minerva. 3 human impulses, he writes, when properly channeled, become divine. Anger becomes fortitude in the service of God, lust becomes love of God, and reason becomes transcendent justice. The plaques, their designs inspired by the scenes on ancient Roman sarcophagi, show one figure striking another, wrath, a Triton fondling a Nereid, lust, and Minerva enthroned above the zodiac, reason. As Egidio puts it, all things that exist under heaven are, as it were, sunk beneath the waves of matter, and only the human soul emerges like a crag or an island and lifts its head out of the sea, and as the 4th book of the Republic tells us, it has 3 parts: lust, anger, and reason. 2 figures attract particular attention in the center of Raphael's composition: a flamboyantly reclining Diogenes the cynic, his haphazardly arranged blue wrap suggesting something of his outrageous defiance of convention, and a brooding, bearded man who leans his elbow on a block of marble and sports a conspicuous pair of golden suede boots. The melancholic mood is appropriate to Heraclitus, at least according to Diogenes, Book 9, verse 1. He was exceptionally haughty and disdainful, as is clear from his book, in which he says, "Much learning does not teach understanding, otherwise it would have taught Hesiod and Pythagoras, or in turn Xenophanes and Hecataeus. For the wise is one thing, to understand thought, which steers all things through all." The odd insertion of this block of marble, the rapt expression, and the distinctive way Raphael paints this figure all confirm Vasari's statement that it is a portrait of Michelangelo. In 1510, 2 years before the Sistine Chapel officially reopened to the public, Bramante and Raphael had sneaked in to see the ceiling frescoes, and Raphael has produced a perfect imitation of his Florentine rival's muscular style, strikingly novel pastel colours, and the dogskin boots to which Michelangelo was so devoted that he almost never took them off. When he did, his skin came off too. Repeatedly, then, Raphael has used the personal information about the ancient Greek philosophers in Diogenes Laertius to draw strongly individualized portraits, often comparing these ancient figures directly to his own contemporaries in affectionate but uncompromising double images. As for the text of Diogenes itself, it provided deep inspiration for only a handful of readers in the Renaissance Rome of Pope Julius II, but that handful included Egidio da Viterbo, the head of the Augustinian order, Angelo Colocci, one of the most influential intellectuals and generous hosts in Rome, Tommaso Inghirami, Vatican librarian, and perhaps the Pope himself and his close friend, the architect Bramante. Although ancient Greece was still the fascination of only a few, the world enshrined in the School of Athens helped to create a widespread passion for the careful study of Greek in Italy. Within a generation, Greek had become an indispensable part of any classical education, and Diogenes Laertius, at last, an author known to many readers rather than a choice few. Diogenes' Epigrams, Catherine Gutzwiller. Diogenes Laertius peppered his lives of the eminent philosophers with short poems known as epigrams, the majority of them self-composed, but a good number written by earlier poets. These epigrams typically comment on some aspect of the death of a philosopher whose biography has just been related from an earlier source. The poetic quality of Diogenes' epigrams has been judged harshly, although his playful wit has appealed to some. His poetry has been valued, almost universally, only as a window into his own interests and views. Although Diogenes often adapted the very words of his prose source, his epigrams provided the opportunity to express, in poetic form, his own opinion on the philosopher's character. By turning poet, Diogenes acquired a personalized voice that would otherwise not suit his role as an objective collector of information about the lives and beliefs of those who perished centuries before. When we read lives through the lens of Diogenes' epigrams, we uncover the nature of judgments he typically renders, how he connects philosophers of similar character types through linguistic play, and how he draws upon and situates himself within the tradition of Greek epigram. Diogenes begins his lives by arguing that philosophy had its origin with the Greeks. As evidence, he cites the achievements of two legendary poets of the misty past, Musaeus, an Athenian who died at Attic Phalerum, and the Theban Linus, a son of Hermes and Urania. To legitimate the brief information he gives about these two, primarily their lineage and place of birth, he quotes the inscriptions he claims were placed upon their graves. Here is the first, on Musaeus, Book 1, verse 3. Here the Falernian soil holds Musaeus, the beloved son of Eumolpus. Here is the second, on Linus, Book 1, verse 4. Here the earth has received the Theban Linus, the son of the fair-crowned muse Urania. Having established these two, both Greeks, as the first philosophers, Diogenes then turns to refuting the claim of some that Orpheus, a barbarian from Thrace, was the inventor of philosophy. Orpheus' criticism of the gods for inflicting suffering on humans disqualifies him as a philosopher, in Diogenes' view, and he offers as proof of Orpheus' impiety an epitaph in which the Thracian poet is said to have been killed by Zeus in Macedonian Dium, Book 1, verse 5. Here the Muses laid the Thracian Orpheus of the golden lyre, whom high-ruling Zeus slew with a smoking shaft. After a prologue, the rest of Diogenes' first book is devoted to those semi-legendary wise men of the archaic age known as the Seven Sages, about whom he quotes both other anonymous pseudo-inscriptions and some epigrams of his own. By citing at the outset these early epitaphs, Diogenes places his lives within a long tradition of prose texts with quoted epigrams, which function to authenticate the information provided. The metrical form used for almost all the short epitaphs is the single elegiac couplet, a combination of an epic-type hexameter followed by a shorter pentameter, which became the dominant form for inscribed verse, and later for literary epigrams, from the 6th century BC onward. One couplet epitaphs for heroes were circulating as early as the 5th century, and epitaphs often close the short biographies attached to the manuscripts of various authors. The best literary parallel for Diogenes' couplets is a work called the Peplos, attributed to Aristotle, which provided prose accounts of mythical heroes, mostly of the Trojan War, supplemented by simple epitaphs of the same type found in Diogenes. Though the work itself is lost, there survive at least 48 poems extracted from it by much later sources, including one on Orpheus that bears some similarity to the epitaph Diogenes gives for that heroic poet. Peplos writing, as Cicero calls it, was later taken up by other compilers, most prominently the Roman polymath Varro, who preserved epigrams from statues and tombs for 700 prominent persons. In citing these Peplos-type couplets, Diogenes acknowledges at the outset of his work that epigrammatic commemoration of this type occupied an essential place in Greek biographical remembrance from its inception in the classical age. Just before the first of his own epigrams, Diogenes quotes an anonymous epitaphic couplet for Thales, one of the Seven Sages, Book 1, verse 39. The tomb is small, but the man's renown soars to the skies. Behold the grave of Thales, the most thoughtful of mortals. Diogenes' own epigram reflects his character as poet and biographer, Book 1, verse 39. One day as Thales watched the games, you snatched the sage from the stadium. I commend you, Zeus, lord of the sun, for drawing him toward you, for he could no longer see the stars from earth. His epigram is markedly different in style and content from the alleged inscription, and through its unusually complex relationship to other nearby material, it serves as a showpiece for the various ways in which Diogenes provides a personal take on his biographies through verse. While Diogenes is always careful to acknowledge his authorship of a poem, He introduces his first occurring composition by saying more, and here is my own epigram on Thales from the first book of my epigrams, also entitled Permetros, Book 1, verse 39. From this, the reader learns that Diogenes had previously published a collection of epigrams in more than one papyrus book roll, and that the first book roll bore the title In Various Meters. He again cites the Permetros in quoting his second epigram on Solon, adding that there he had discoursed about all the illustrious dead in all meters and rhythms in the form of epigrams and lyrics. Book 1, verse 63. This fits with the combination of metrical types found in Diogenes' epigrams throughout the lives, and it seems reasonable to assume that he intends the reader to understand that the earlier poetry book, mentioned 3 times elsewhere, Book 7, verse 31, Book 8, verse 74, and Book 9, verse 43, was the source for all his quoted epigrams. We should note, however, that citation of the Permetros is also a way for Diogenes to legitimate the inclusion of his own compositions, since he thereby turns his epigram collection into one of his sources. We begin to see the playful side of Diogenes. Diogenes' first epigram differs from the anonymous epitaphs most basically because it is not an epitaph at all, but rather an elaborate conceit in which a first-person speaker compliments Zeus on the appropriateness of Thales' manner of death. I commend you. It is typical of Diogenes' approach that the voice heard is not that of an objective, anonymous composer, as usually in genuine inscriptions, and only occasionally the fictitious voice of the tomb or the dead or the passer-by, as in many literary epigrams. Predominantly, it is the voice of Diogenes as the author's persona, that is, someone who knows of a philosopher's life from anecdotal accounts found in earlier biographies and epitomes of biographies. In fact, as we have seen, the introductory citation of the Permetros sets the reader up to identify the I speaker as Diogenes, a writer of epigrams on the famous dead. In contrast to the peplos-type epigrams, the technique in his own poems descends from the more sophisticated tradition of Greek epigrams that were composed by the early 3rd century BC, for inclusion in single-authored poetry books, generally entitled simply epigrams, like Diogenes' complete collection. By the later Hellenistic period, these literary epigrams were anthologized in multi-authored anthologies with more metaphorical titles, the 2 most important being the Garland of Meleager, circa 100 BC, and the Garland of Philip, Julio-Claudian. These and other epigram anthologies were themselves later anthologized in a great Byzantium compilation, now called the Greek Anthology, which also included epigrams excerpted from Diogenes, 49 in a single sequence, Anthologia Palatina, Book 7, verses 83 to 133, by Diogenes and other poets, and several placed elsewhere. Predecessors of Diogenes' epigrams on philosophers can be found in the remnants of these collections. For instance, in the so-called Milan papyrus, which preserves a large section of an epigram book by Posidippus of Pella, 3rd century BC, there is an epigram lamenting the loss at sea of Lysicles, who is called the first voice of the Academy. Diogenes knows this Lysicles as a follower of the Academy who provided a home for Polymon and Crates, successive heads of that school in the late 4th and 3rd centuries. Other examples by 3rd century BC poets preserved in Meleager's anthology mock failed philosophical adherents. These include Callimachus' epigram on the Socratic follower Cleombrotus, who leaped from a wall into Hades after reading, and apparently misunderstanding, Plato's Phaedo, Anthologia Palatina, Book 7, verse 471, and one by Leonidas of Tarentum on an otherwise unknown cynic who lost his self-control in succumbing to passion for a boy, Anthologia Palatina, Book 6, verse 293. As most of Diogenes' prose sources are Hellenistic, so too does epigrammatic response to biographical accounts have its origins in that age. To return to Diogenes' own epigram on Thales, we can observe how cleverly it is constructed through a variety of allusions to the poetic and prose sources Diogenes has just cited, as well as to well-known cultural commonplaces. The elderly Thales had an ordinary death, succumbing to heat, thirst, and general weakness while watching an athletic contest, and Diogenes rearranges the exact wording in the prose report of this death, Sophos agona theomenos gomnikon, a sage watching an athletic contest, to fit the metrical pattern of his first couplet, Gomnikon agona theomenon sophon. Despite the flatness of the initial paraphrase, Diogenes honors this father of Greek philosophical thought, an astronomer who predicted eclipses and sought to explain the physical nature of our world by constructing from an adjective in the preceding anonymous epitaph, Uranomachis, soars to the skies, a fanciful conversion of Thales' sunstroke to a kind of apotheosis performed by Zeus, in order to grant the old astronomer continuing observance of the stars, despite his failing eyesight. This combination of the mundane with the elevated is part of Diogenes' epigrammatic style. We may also note Zeus' action of snatching Thales to heaven, recalling the myth of his snatching Ganymede to be his cupbearer and boy-lover on Olympus. The incongruity of using the handsome youth Ganymede as the mythical model for the old, semi-blind astronomer is surely designed to amuse the aware reader. The Thales epigram has been explored in some detail because it foreshadows in its unusual complexity many of the standard features of Diogenes' other epigrams. In the succeeding poems in Book 1, there repeat the themes of the immortality of the soul and the role of the gods in the wise man's death, as well as puns and allusions to other poems and anecdotes. For instance, in his second epigram on Solon, Diogenes poeticizes the rather dull story that the Athenian sage died on Cyprus, where his body was burned before the bones were returned to the island of Salamis for burial. Book 1, verse 63. Distant Cyprian fire consumed the body of Solon. Salamis harbours his bones, their dust has nourished grain. Revolving wooden tablets brought his soul to the heavens, for the laws he framed sit lightly on his fellow citizens. By saying that in Salamis the dust of Solon's bones became grain, Diogenes may be playing on the similarity between the sage's role as Thesmosthetes, maker of laws, and the epithet Thesmophorus, bearer of laws, given to Demeter, the goddess of grain. The image of the beneficial conversion of Solon's body into human nourishment then leads directly to the continuing survival of his soul in heaven. The wooden tablets, revolving on axles on which Solon's laws were displayed in Athens, which are said to have brought his soul to the heavens, are called axones in Greek, a word that can also mean the axis of the celestial sphere. This double reference, a kind of pun, accounts for the ability of the axones to lift Solon's soul to heaven. It is thus the likeness of the burdens imposed by his laws, both for citizens and for the tablets, that allows his soul's ascension. Despite its frequent lameness, Diogenes' punning serves as a primary method of asserting his judgment of the philosophers' lives, exemplified in their deaths. In the next of Diogenes' epigrams, Book 1, verse 73, the first-person speaker thanks the god Pollux, the patron of boxing, for the death awarded the sage Chilon, who collapsed from excess joy at seeing his son crowned an Olympic victor in boxing. In closing, the speaker forbids carping about this happy death and prays for a similar end for himself. The conclusion introduces the theme of judging the quality of philosophers' deaths, many of which will be found wanting. The story of Chilon's demise is attributed by Diogenes to Hermippus, flourishing in the late 3rd century BC, a follower of Callimachus and a prolific biographer whose lives included sages and many philosophers. Hermippus' death stories, which seem contrived and are apparently apocryphal, are mentioned by Diogenes more often than other accounts as the basis for his epigrams, and it seems likely he was in the process of collecting notes for the lives from biographical accounts that included Hermippus when he composed the epigrams for his Pametros. Diogenes' own epigrams, when extracted in order from the prose accounts in his lives, do at times show thematic continuity or other linking devices that are typical of carefully arranged epigram collections, such as Meleager's Garland. For instance, 3 of the first 4 of Diogenes' epigrams in the Lives concern either the transportation of the soul to heaven or divine guidance to the underworld. In the 4th epigram, Hermes gently leads Bias of Priene to Hades, after the elderly sage has died, having just delivered a successful speech for a friend. Book 1, verse 85. Here, Hermes is doubly appropriate as both the conductor of souls to the underworld and the patron god of rhetoric. The presence of the gods in these epigrams resembles a practice known from earlier poetry books, that of beginning with a sequence of hymns to the gods, such as in the collection of the 6th century BC elegist Theognis, Book 1, verse 18. And the presence of Zeus in Diogenes' first epigram on Thales follows the old topos of beginning with Zeus found in Hesiod's Works and Days, and the phenomena by the Hellenistic poet Aratus. This thematizing of the gods in Diogenes' initial epigrams gives a possible clue to the structure of the lost Pametros. Later epigrams in Book 1 on the sages Periander and Pherecydes illustrate Diogenes' use of the death story to offer the reader moral instruction on how to die. The first couplet of the Periander epigram, Book 1, verse 97, is a warning to the reader not to be grieved by failure to obtain every desire, but to enjoy whatever the gods provide. The second couplet presents the death of Periander as an example of what not to do. The wise man perished in despair, athumisas, over not obtaining something he coveted, although in the preceding account it is not clear what failed desire led to Periander's suicide, which cruelly involved the deaths of several others. Diogenes' epigram introduces a recurring theme of suicide from depression in old age, of which he clearly disapproves. His epigram for the sage Pherecydes, Book 1, verses 120 to 121, his first in a lyric metre, offers a contrasting story of enduring suffering to its natural end and an arranged burial as a benefit for the living. The poem combines an account in which Pherecydes died slowly and dreadfully from an infestation of lice, with a story from Hermippus to the effect that the philosopher left instructions for his dying body to be dragged to the land of the Magnesians. His reason was to aid the Ephesians in their war with the Magnesians, since he knew of a prophecy that the Ephesians would gain victory if they found and buried his body in Magnesia. Diogenes concludes with this moral: if anyone is truly wise, he confers benefits both when living and when no more. What is explicit in these contrasting accounts of Periander and Pherecydes is often only implicit in later books of the lives, namely, that the philosophers who came after them demonstrate the validity of their teachings not only by their conduct, but above all by the choices they make at the time of their deaths. According to Diogenes and his sources, Greek philosophy consisted of two main lines of succession, the Ionian and the Italian. Book 2 introduces the Ionian succession, which begins with natural philosophers from Anaximander to Anaxagoras, and continues through Book 7 with Socrates and the various branches of his followers. If we focus on Diogenes' epigrams, however, Book 2 opens with an important thematic contrast between the despondent suicide of Anaxagoras and Socrates' calm acceptance of poisoning, both deaths resulting from accusations of impiety. According to various sources, Anaxagoras was brought up on charges in Athens because of his belief that the sun was a huge red-hot mass of metal. Diogenes follows Hermippus' version, Book 2, verse 13, in which the philosopher, though successfully defended by his pupil Pericles, was unable to bear the indignity, hubris, of arrest, and so took his own life because of the failure of his wisdom. Book 2, verse 15. Diogenes subtly suggests that Anaxagoras's rationalization of natural phenomena correlates with a lack of moral fortitude, since he chose death in the face of popular rejection of his beliefs. The next epigram by Diogenes on Socrates forms a clear contrast. Book 2, verse 46. Drink, Socrates, now that you are in the house of Zeus, for truly did the god call you wise, and wisdom is a god. You merely accepted the hemlock from the Athenians, but it is they who, through your mouth, have drained the cup. The epigram is constructed around the motive of drinking, set out in the first word, pine, drink, and taken up in the final line, exepion, drain the cup. The point of the wordplay is to convey the judgment that by accepting the hemlock, Socrates has earned a place in heaven, since his wisdom is divine, whereas the Athenians, by condemning him, poisoned themselves through his mouth, his drinking of the poison. Despite the separation of the two poems in the prose text of the Lives, they clearly were composed to draw a contrast between the deaths of these two philosophers, who were not incidentally connected, since Socrates is said to have studied with Anaxagoras in his youth, and according to Plato's Apology, 26d, felt the need to defend himself by explaining away that early relationship. The contrast in choice of death, and so in degree of wisdom, forms a model for the majority of Diogenes' epigrams to follow, and we might wonder if the two poems did not once reside side by side in the Pametros. Many of Diogenes' epigrams reflect the themes just discussed. A select few philosophers are praised for following the Socratic model of facing death with equanimity and trusting in the soul's immortality. His student, Xenophon, for example, went up, Anabi, into Persia, as told in his Anabasis, not only because of Cyrus' invitation, but also to seek a path that would lead up, Anodon, to the house of Zeus, Book 2, verse 58, and Plato is celebrated in double epigrams, Book 3, verse 45, as a healer of human souls who now dwells in his own city in Zeus' realm, a reference to his republic. By contrast, Diogenes follows a version of Aristotle's death, Book 5, verse 8, in which the philosopher, when about to be indicted for impiety, drank a poison called aconiton, and so prevailed over his accusers without effort, aconity. While the language of this epigram is mostly a rearrangement of the prose text, the slightly snarky pun is Diogenes' contribution, intimating that Aristotle, in contrast to Socrates, chose poison as the easy way out. Throughout his lives, Diogenes is complimentary toward philosophers who face death with fortitude, whether under torture, like Zeno of Elea, Book 9, verse 28, and Anaxarchus, Book 9, verse 59, who were pounded to death in a mortar, or from accident, decrepitude, or old age. For example, the elderly academic Xenocrates, called a man of admirable character, tripped over a vessel that struck him in the face, but merely cried, "Oh!" and so died. Book 4, verse 15. Compare the similar fate of Zeno the Stoic, Book 7, verse 31. On the other hand, Diogenes is critical, directly or indirectly, toward those who abandon their principles at death, like the atheist Bion of Borysthenes, who earns Diogenes' scorn. I have taken him to task for turning to magic and sacrifice, Book 4, verses 55 to 57, or who died from overindulgence in a failure of philosophical self-control, or committed suicide, either as a form of display, like Empedocles' leap into the volcano, Book 8, verses 75, or more often from depression, like Periander, or as an escape from disease or hardship, like Aristotle. A foundational source for his critical view of suicide was seemingly Plato's Phaedo, where Socrates, on the day of his death, argues for the immortality of the soul and labels suicide wrong because only the gods have the right to release us from the prison of bodily life. Suicide, or the proper reasons for it, continued to be a subject of debate in the Hellenistic philosophical schools, and the subject was both culturally important and controversial in Diogenes' own day, in the aftermath of many politically motivated suicides during the terrors of the early Roman Empire. The judgments that Diogenes makes of philosophers reflect, to some degree, the earlier biographical accounts he privileges as the basis for his epigrams, such as Hermippus, but as we have seen, he adds poetic flourishes to his epigrams to produce a certain tone and to project a certain attitude, at least ostensibly his own. He also conveys the recurring principles behind his opinions of philosophers by thematically repeating motifs and key words. One important theme, rooted in Socrates' death by Hemlock, involves consumption of food or drink as a means of death. For instance, Stilpo, the last head of the Megarian school, killed himself by drinking wine to excess. Diogenes creatively says that he found in wine a charioteer more powerful than that evil team of old age and disease, since by abundant drinking he drove the chariot of death. Book 2, verse 120. Contrariwise, Stilpo's student, Menedemus, the eristic philosopher, starved himself to death, an act that Diogenes calls unworthy of a man because driven by despondency, Book 2, verse 144. Wine drinking reappears in the epigrams of Book 4 on Plato's followers, the academics, where it becomes linked with paralysis and bodily loosening. The earliest of these is Speusippus, Plato's nephew and successor, who Diogenes claims could not be related by blood to Plato, Book 4, verse 3, because he committed suicide in a state of depression over his paralysis. After discussing Xenocrates, Polemon and Crantor, who all died well and received complimentary epigrams, Book 4, verse 15, verse 20, and verse 27, Diogenes offers his pity to Arcesilaus, Crantor's lover and a poet, who died from drinking too much unmixed wine and so destroying his rational capacity. I pity you not so much for your death, but because you insulted the Muses with an overflowing goblet. Book 4, verse 45. In his epigram on Laertius, Book 4, verse 61, who died from paralysis brought on by heavy drinking, Diogenes puns on the verbal root loosen, found in the Greek paralusis, by speaking of the wine god Dionysus as the one who loosens, Laertius' limbs, and is rightly called by the epithet loosener, lueos. Finally, Carneades avoids Diogenes' censure, since, though afflicted by a wasting disease, he refused a loosening, lucis, of his body by means of poison, and chose instead to drink only honeyed wine, explaining, "Nature which holds me together will dissolve." Dialusitiae me, Book 4, verses 65 to 66. The first epigram by Diogenes in Book 5 on the Peripatetics is that on Aristotle's suicide by poison, discussed above. His first three successors, however, all die of old age from bodily ills. Theophrastus, who was sound, that is, not disabled, aperos, of body, Demas, before his retirement at 85, died shortly thereafter, disabled in his limbs, Peromiles, Book 5, verse 40. Strato was so thin of body that in wrestling with diseases he failed to notice or have any sensation of his own death, Book 5, verse 60. About the third successor, Lyco, who died of gout, podalges, literally of foot pain, Diogenes makes the weak joke that he miraculously ran during one night the long road to Hades, though before he walked only by means of the feet of others. Book 5, verse 68. Our biographer does not criticize these deaths of old philosophers from natural causes, but he does aim for a light-hearted tone, supported by his fondness for word-play. We should note, too, that the epigrams display verbal linkage, such as found in the sequences in Meleager's Garland. The phrase "en Demas" or "Demas en," he was in body, appears in the last line of the Theophrastus poem and the first line of the Strato poem, a linking repetition easily overlooked in the prose context of the Lives, but likely more noticeable in the Parmetros, if the epigrams stood side by side. It is interesting, too, that Diogenes calls attention to the possibility of the reader's boredom in the Strato epigram, "if you are not paying attention to me," and comments in the next epigram on the inclusion of Lyco, saying, "Nay, I will not even neglect Lyco, who died of gout." Book 5, verse 68. In its current context, Diogenes' unwillingness to omit even Lyco seems a meaningless statement, since it occurs at the end of the prose account of the philosopher. It would, however, be relevant in a sequence of epigrams on philosophers in a poetry book, to explain the inclusion of this peripatetic who set the school on its decline. The last two Diogenes epigrams in Book 5 on the Peripatetics concern snakes, and a thematic use of animals continues in Book 6 on the Cynics. Demetrius of Phaleron, a student of Theophrastus, died in Egypt when imprisoned by Ptolemy Philadelphus through a suspicious bite of an asp. Book 5, verse 79. In regard to Heraclides of Pontus, who was associated both with the academics and the peripatetics, Diogenes follows a story in which the philosopher arranged for a snake to pop out of his shroud as he lay on his bier, so that he might seem to have departed to the gods. Addressing Heraclides as a sophistic trickster, Diogenes turns the tables on him, claiming that he was the one deceived, since the snake was indeed a beast, but you were detected as a beast, not a sage. Book 5, verse 90. The animal theme is a natural one for the book on the Cynics, since their name means dog-like, and earlier epigrams on the unconventional Cynics play on their shameful resemblance to dogs. In his poem on Antisthenes, a follower of Socrates, who was often considered the forerunner of the Cynic sect, Diogenes compares the living Antisthenes, who bit with his words, with the dead Antisthenes, who would make a good guide to Hades, being like Cerberus, the three-headed hound of hell. Book 6, verse 19. The founder of the Cynics, Diogenes by name, speaks from the grave, in dialogue with a passer-by, to explain that he died, ironically, from a dog bite. Book 6, verse 79, and Menippus, called a Cretan dog, is chastised for committing suicide after losing his property to thieves, an act that proves he did not understand the character of a dog. Book 6, verse 100. That is, what it meant to be a cynic, since cynics rejected material possessions. The epigrams on the Stoics in Book 7, the Italian succession from Pythagoras in Book 8, and miscellaneous philosophers in Book 9 often return to the theme of food and drink. Diogenes prefaces several of these poems with an acknowledgment of his playfulness. Book 7, verses 164 and 176. Book 8, verse 45. As he does earlier for his epigrams on Laertius, Book 4, verse 61, and Menippus, Book 6, verse 100. Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, and his first successor, Cleanthes, died of self-starvation. Book 7, verses 31 and 176. Chrysippus, the third in succession, died after drinking sweet wine at a banquet given by his students. Book 7, verse 184. Diogenes wrote a series of joking poems on Pythagoras' refusal to eat beans because they were associated with the souls of the dead. Book 8, verses 44 to 45. In the last, he follows Hermippus, Book 8, verse 40, in claiming that this reverence brought about the philosopher's death when, running from pursuing Syracusans during a war with the Agrigentines, he refused to trample a bean field, and so was caught. Diogenes labels Skoptic, or jesting, his epigram on Empedocles, who when he leapt into Mount Etna, drank fire from everlasting craters, a crater being both a wine bowl and the centre of a volcano. Book 8, verse 75. More admirable, it seems, was Democritus, who delayed his death for 3 days by inhaling the vapours from hot bread, so his sister could celebrate the festival of the Thesmophoria for Demeter. Book 9, verse 43. The wine theme reappears in the final epigram of the Lives concerning Epicurus, whose philosophy Diogenes apparently admires. Book 10, verse 16. Farewell, and remember my doctrines. Such were Epicurus' dying words to his friends. He sat in a warm bath, downed unmixed wine, and forthwith quaffed chill Hades. Following Hermippus' account one last time, Diogenes makes his now familiar word plays on warm and chill, and the drawing in of death with the wine, espasen, epespassato. No criticism here for the suicide of Epicurus, who appears to have followed his own dogma to leave life without fear of death when the possibility of continuing to live with pleasure has passed. He suffered from a kidney stone. Cicero cites the Epicurean principle that we should depart from life only when it no longer brings pleasure, just as we exit the theatre. We should note as well that this last epigram, though buried in the prose of Book 10 on the Epicureans, would serve well as the concluding poem of an epigram book where Epicurus' farewell to his philosophical friends, Zairete, would double as the poet's farewell to his readers. Corporeal humour in Diogenes Laertius. James Romm. Sense of humour is a topic not often addressed in discussions of Diogenes Laertius. In long stretches of his work, especially the doxographies or summaries of philosophic doctrines, he may seem not to have had one. His prose is generally uniform and even in tone, revealing little of his own response. Yet in the quoted verses with which Diogenes leavens this prose, many of which derive from the comic poets or from the lampoons of Timon of Phlius, a different persona is revealed, and an undercurrent of mischievous irony is established. These verses often make light of their subjects or openly deride them, and Diogenes seems not to be quoting them only for the stray bits of biographical data they offer, but to be enjoying or sharing their satirical stance. This impression is confirmed by Diogenes' importations, usually at the end of a biography, of verses from his own poetry collection, Pametros, a book that, to judge by these excerpts, used satire to undercut the sobriety of the philosophers it targeted. Then, too, the anecdotes and bons mots Diogenes collects in many of his lives, some of which he professes to find particularly pleasing, share in the spirit of mockery and bitter laughter that was so pervasive in his era, as seen in the satirical dialogues of Lucian, the jibes at great thinkers preserved in the collection of late Greek epigrams known as the Greek Anthology, and the joke book Philogelos, or Laughter Lover, all of which belong to the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. Diogenes himself probably lived in the 3rd. In what follows, I will focus on one strain of humour found in many of these verses and anecdotes in order to show how Diogenes ironizes his philosophic subjects by focusing attention on the physical frailties that limit or distract from their mental and spiritual pursuits. Time and again, he shows us how the body, the vessel that experiences pain and pleasure, sexual desire, illness and death, challenges the higher aspirations of the mind. The thinkers profiled in Lives of the Eminent Philosophers were flesh and blood, like the philosophers who, in Shakespeare's mocking lines, could not withstand the pain of a toothache, and Diogenes calls attention, sometimes seemingly gleefully, to their physical vulnerability and ultimate mortality. Before he set out to write the Lives, Diogenes had already written Pametros, and we can learn much about his tastes and methods by considering that earlier composition. As nearly as can be judged by the quotations he uses in the Lives, Pametros employed a wide variety of metres to address a single topic, the deaths of great thinkers. Its tone was sometimes solemn. Several of the quoted poems are traditionally elegies, mourning the departure of a great soul, or asserting its translation to the sky or the company of the gods. Two of the poems quoted in the Lives make a traditional idealized distinction between the philosopher's body, soma, and his true self. It was your body that he beat, and not you, Diogenes says of Zeno of Elea, Book 9, verse 28. See also Book 4, verse 20. Other poems, however, identify the sage with his body and make sport of his vulnerability to injury or deterioration. Take Diogenes' smirking lines on the death of sickly, rail-thin Strato of Lampsacus. A man spare in body, I assure you, was this Strato, to whom Lampsacus gave birth, forever wrestling with diseases. He died without anyone knowing it, even himself. Book 5, verse 60. The joke here is that Strato not only slipped away while unconscious, but had grown so emaciated that he seemed, to observers, already dead. Similarly parodic are Diogenes' verses on the death of Xenocrates. Stumbling over a bronze basin and breaking his head, he cried, "Oh!" and breathed his last. Xenocrates, that matchless ideal, a man in full. Book 4, verse 15. Where the satiric point lies in the contrast between the heroic last line and the banal household object, probably a chamber pot, that caused the fatal injury. That we are right to hear a parodic or mocking tone in some of the Pametros poems is signalled by the language with which Diogenes introduces them. He several times refers to his verses as playful, paignion, Book 7, verse 184, or a satirical thing, skoptikon, literally, done in jest, Book 8, verse 75, or else uses forms of the verb paizo, play, to characterize his composition of them. Book 6, verse 100, Book 7, verses 164 and 176, Book 8, verse 44. Paizo is derived from pais, the Greek word for child, but in a literary or intellectual context, the kind of activity it describes is hardly childlike or innocent. It carries a note of mischief or even malice that cannot be brought out in translation. Those in the lives of whom the word is used, other than Diogenes himself, include mockers like Bion of Borysthenes, who made fun of music and geometry, Book 4, verse 53, and the suspected forgers Dionysius and Zopyrus of Colophon, thought to have created satires in jest and then foisted them off on Menippus, Book 6, verse 100. Diogenes seems to assimilate himself to such jesters with his pais language. Indeed, it is significant that he first uses the verb to describe his own verse composition in the very same chapter in which it also denotes the supposed impostures of Dionysius and Zopyrus. The longest and most ambitious of Diogenes' poems in the Lives concerns Bion of Borysthenes, a man who himself composed parodic verses, Book 4, verse 52. Diogenes characterizes his poem about Bion not as a form of play, but rather as a reproach, introducing it by saying, "I have taken him to task, eitasamitha." The tone is indeed severe, but the theme is of a piece with Diogenes' larger interest in the tension between the exigencies of the body and the aspirations of the mind. Bion had given up his rationalism and atheism in the face of illness and approaching death. The same theme is echoed by the case of Dionysius of Heraclea, nicknamed the Turncoat, to whom Diogenes devoted a brief but intriguing biography. Uniquely in this life, Diogenes holds off his usual opening formula, identifying his subject by place of origin and parentage, so as to give emphasis to a different first line. Dionysius the Turncoat declared, as a result of an eye disease, that pleasure was the goal, for his suffering was so severe that he was reluctant to say that pain was an indifferent. Book 7, verse 166. Having first attached himself to Zeno and the Stoics, Dionysius abandoned his school under the pressure of eye pain and went over to the pleasure-loving Cyrenaics, thereafter becoming a lifelong denizen of Athenian brothels. Whether or not he uses verses borrowed from Pametros to discuss the deaths of his philosophers, Diogenes catalogues the corporeal details of those deaths with a kind of wry amusement. Indeed, his book is Homeric in the inventiveness with which it portrays how people die. Several commit suicide by fasting, cutting off their own breathing passages, holding their breath, or, in the uniquely mundane case of Empedocles, self-hanging. Others perish from lice, accidents, sunstroke, alcohol poisoning, and the wasting disease the Greeks called phthisis. Pythagoras was caught and killed by opponents because he refused to cross a bean field and tread on sacred beans. Zeno of Elea clamped his teeth onto the ear of a hated tyrant and kept biting until he was stabbed to death. Chrysippus literally died laughing after joking that a donkey who had eaten some figs ought to be given wine to wash them down. Most bizarre of all is the account of Heraclitus' battle with dropsy, a disease that causes painful swelling of the limbs. Heraclitus tried to draw out the water that caused the swelling by coating himself with cow manure. Then, according to one account at least, he was torn apart by dogs who could no longer recognize his human form. Book 9, verse 4. The famous cynic Diogenes of Sinope was also killed by a dog's bite to his foot, in the version of his death endorsed by Diogenes, Book 6, verses 77 and 79. Grotesque or bizarre deaths are hardly meant to raise a laugh, with the possible exception of death from laughter. However, in the context of a compendium of the lives of great thinkers, there is something comic about them. Diogenes' emphasis on the fragility of the body poses a counterweight to the admiration for greatness of spirit and mind that undergirds his entire project. In the end, not even the sage can escape corporeality. The physical world stakes its claim on us all. With his graphic depictions of symptoms and sufferings, Diogenes evokes a very different response to the deaths of his sages than, say, Plato does with his portrayal of the death of Socrates in the Phaedo. There, Plato carefully suppressed the effects of hemlock poisoning, which include retching and vomiting, to make Socrates' death a spiritual liberation, a curing of the disease of mortal existence, as signalled by Socrates' final request for a thanks offering to Asclepius, god of healing. By contrast, in the deaths of Diogenes' many subjects, the body, the great leveller, the site of disintegration, indignity, and embarrassment, is kept vividly before our eyes. It is not only the body's experience of pain and disintegration that interests Diogenes, but also its impulse toward pleasures, in particular those of sexual love. Dionysius the Turncoat is only an extreme case of a more widespread aspect of his work. Sages are here given sex lives and sexual thoughts and desires, sometimes in contrast to their own professed beliefs, or to how they are depicted elsewhere by more reverent writers. To garner such information, Diogenes has often relied on an extremely irreverent source, Pseudo-Aristippus, on the luxuriousness of the ancients, a now lost treatise that seems to have been devoted, in a way that Diogenes evidently found congenial, to showing how the demands of the body, even for those devoted to the life of the mind, can exert irresistible power. Diogenes took a strong interest in Pseudo-Aristippus' treatise, a work barely heard of elsewhere. He cites it by name 8 times, and undoubtedly used it more widely without explicit citation. In it he found a collection of tabloid gossip and racy anecdotes that portrayed great thinkers of the past as thralls of their passions. Its content was nicely legitimized by the name of Aristippus, the revered founder of the Cyrenaic school, though it is in fact the work of an unknown Hellenistic writer who hoped to gain credibility by using this pseudonym. The author's habit was to defame persons famed for their moral integrity and attribute truffae, luxuriousness or sensuality, and all kinds of love affairs to them, writes Walter Ludwig, who dates the work to the period between the late 3rd and late 1st centuries BC, to which might be added this qualification. The love affairs in question, to judge by Diogenes' citations, were mostly between philosophers and meirakia or paideia, the younger males, often beardless youths, who, for many post-classical Greeks and for non-Greek observers, embodied the moral problem of sensuality. One of Pseudo-Aristippus' principal targets, significantly, was Plato. In the Symposium, and again in Phaedo, Plato distinguished the sexual passion experienced by the Erastes, the older member of such a couple, from the spiritual desire for beauty in its pure and divine form, itself an erotic phenomenon, but not, in Plato's formulation, concerned to achieve consummation with the eromenos, the younger beloved. Socrates was cast in the Symposium as the model of what came to be called Platonic love, in a speech by Alcibiades, a much younger man, who was both his pupil and his would-be eromenos. That speech describes how Alcibiades' efforts to seduce Socrates came to naught, since the philosopher remained focused on objects of mental contemplation and felt indifferent to his pupil's famously alluring physical charms. Platonic love might easily be thought of as the path followed by Plato himself, who never married and was not identified, in accounts other than Diogenes and his source, as the Erastes of any particular eromenos. But Diogenes, citing Pseudo-Aristippus, made him out a positive Don Juan, Book 3, verses 29 to 32, quoting amatory epigrams directed at 4 men, Asta, Alexis, Phaedrus, and Agathon, and 3 women, Archeanassa, Xanthippe, and an unnamed young girl who was enjoined to give up her virginity. A funerary elegy to Dion of Syracuse, quoted among these amatory poems, appears to imply an 8th sexual relationship, especially given the poem's last line, "You drove my spirit mad with love, O Dion," though the eros here referred to might have been taken, in another context, to refer only to the passion for absolute beauty that drives the inquiries of philosophers, as described in the Symposium. Although these poems were long accepted as genuine, Ludwig has convincingly shown that, apart from Dion's elegy, they were cribbed from Hellenistic verse collections and assigned to Plato by Pseudo-Aristippus. Clearly the purpose was to give a rampaging libido to a philosopher whose works dramatized the virtues of sexual restraint. Cleverly, this scandal-monger lifted poems addressed to a Phaedrus, an Agathon, and a Xanthippe, since Plato knew people by these names, and the imposture would thus be more convincing. He counted on his readers not thinking through the issue of chronology and realizing that Plato, considerably younger than the Phaedrus and Agathon portrayed in his dialogues, could never have been wooing them with love poems, or that Xanthippe, the wife of Socrates, would have lost her maidenhead long before Plato was born. What mattered to Pseudo-Aristippus was that a familiar name might help the poems adhere to Plato and portray him as an ardent, even importunate, seeker of sexual love. He then added the presumably genuine elegy for Dion into the mix, in Ludwig's view, in a sequence designed to give maximal weight to the ambiguous use of the word eros in its final line. Diogenes has chosen to quote Pseudo-Aristippus on these matters at length and without any hint of skepticism, just as he has chosen to cite him elsewhere on the randiness of the ancient philosophers. Even Socrates' famous rejection of the advances of Alcibiades, instanced by Plato in the Symposium as proof of the power of philosophic eros, is turned on its head. Again, citing Aristippus, Diogenes declares that Socrates was the pursuer, not the pursued. Book 2, verse 23. On the same authority, Diogenes asserts that Polemon was the beloved of Xenocrates, Book 4, verse 19, that Theophrastus wooed Aristotle's son even while tutoring him, Book 5, verse 39, and that Aristotle himself was so infatuated with a courtesan as to offer her sacrifice as though to the goddess Demeter, Book 5, verse 4. And these, along with Book 8, verse 60, are only the passages in which Diogenes cites Aristippus by name. Possibly other snatches of gossip he retails, revealing that X was really sleeping with Y, or trying to, are also derived from On the Luxuriousness of the Ancients. Occasionally, a model of Platonic chastity emerges from his pages, such as Xenocrates, who resisted the seductions of one or perhaps two famous courtesans. Tellingly, however, Xenocrates needed the aid of genital surgery, not mere philosophic conviction, to achieve such restraint. Book 4, verses 7 to 8. And in any case, as mentioned above, he is later described as the Erastes of Polemon, his successor as head of the academy. Diogenes not only retails rumors of the sexual attractions or activities of his subjects, he also credits them with quips and bon mots of a decidedly earthy nature. Twice in his work he quotes sages making loaded references to opening or closing doors or barring the way, where the context suggests a sodomitic pun, Book 2, verse 138, and Book 4, verse 41. Zeno of Citium, founder of the Stoic school, jokingly refers to his growing erection as a tumid inflammation that needs rest for treatment, when moving away from a youth to whom he was passionately attracted. Book 7, verse 17. Arcesilaus asks of a man who was accustomed to being anally penetrated, and who argued that the relative size of two objects was inconsequential, whether he regarded a 6-incher as the equal of a 10-incher, Book 4, verse 34. Crates of Thebes, after causing irritation to the head of a gymnasium by taking hold of his hips, presumably an aggressive sexual advance, asks, "What, aren't these as much yours as your knees?" Book 6, verse 89, referring to the more acceptable custom of grasping a person by the knees in supplication. Diogenes finds this last remark an especially charming one. Oddly, such obscene jokes, puns, and gestures intrude abruptly into passages not otherwise concerned with sexual matters. The effect is something like that of the comedies of Aristophanes, where the concerns of the body, sex, food, wine, and, unlike in Diogenes' text, excretion, are always percolating just below the surface of the play and can erupt into the open without warning at any moment. A particularly Aristophanic moment occurs in the life of Hipparchia, a high-born noblewoman who gave up her wealth to pursue Cynic philosophy. At a banquet, Hipparchia bests another philosopher, Theodorus, in debate, whereupon Theodorus tries to remove the woman's cloak and leave her exposed in only an undergarment. The sudden reversion to pure sexualized aggression fails to discomfort Hipparchia, but the episode is nonetheless paradigmatic of the mind-body tensions configured in Diogenes' text. Diogenes' purpose in writing Lives of the Eminent Philosophers is far from clear. No one who had read only the irreverent poems of the Parmetros would have predicted he would write such a work. That earlier verse collection often assumed an ironic and even parodic stance toward the great thinkers of antiquity, playing with their august reputations in irreverent ways. Its tone, to judge by selections preserved in the Lives, harmonizes well with the sources Diogenes later turned to when composing his magnum opus, Timon's Lampoons, the plays of Old and Middle Comedy, and scandal collections like Pseudo-Aristippus on the Luxuriousness of the Ancients. In all these texts, and therefore in the thematic pattern Diogenes creates by including them in the Lives, the needs and desires of the body are foregrounded in ways that comically undermine the aspirations of the mind. Philosophers and Politics in Diogenes Laertius, Malcolm Schofield. Diogenes Laertius portrays many of the thinkers he presents to the reader without reference to any engagement in politics on their part. For all that he tells us, they may or may not have had political involvements, although our default assumption might be that if he does not mention any significant participation in politics, then there was none to report. If that assumption were broadly correct, we would have to conclude that many pre-Socratics, most philosophers who belong to the academy in whatever phase, and most peripatetics were as apolitical in practice as Epicurus was on philosophical principle. Such an assumption would, however, be too hasty. One example will suffice to establish the point. One of the best documented of all interventions in politics by ancient Greek philosophers is the visit to Rome in 155 BC made by the heads of the three major philosophical schools in Athens, as the city's designated ambassadors, sent to appeal a fine imposed by the Romans upon the Athenians for attempting to seize the small town of Oropus, a long-disputed Boeotian border settlement. The philosophers in question were Critolaus, the peripatetic, the Stoic Diogenes of Babylon, and the skeptic Carneades for the Academy, who made the occasion famous by his delivery of public lectures for and against justice as a true value. What does Diogenes Laertius tell us about this incident? Nothing. Lyco, 3rd century BC, is the last head of the Lyceum he deals with in the book dedicated to Aristotle and thinkers associated with his school. The final part of his book on the Stoics, where a treatment of Diogenes of Babylon was provided, is lost. His account of Carneades does survive, Book 4, verses 62 to 66. Not a word is said there about the famous embassy to Rome. Apart from reminding us of the sad loss of the final sections of Book 7, this glum report on the non-appearance of the embassy of 155 BC in the pages of Diogenes illustrates how selective he may have been in using the sources available to him. Did accessible information on peripatetic scholars really run out with Lyco? So when we tackle the involvement of philosophers in politics, as he presents it, our overview is inevitably uncertain. What is not there may be as important as what is. What is there may be invention or exaggeration as well as plain truth. Still, this does not make the study of Diogenes Laertius all that different from a great deal else in research on the classical world, particularly research on Greek philosophy. We just have to make the best of a not wholly satisfactory job. The work is entitled, according to the manuscript tradition, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers. But Diogenes, in fact, launches it with an account occupying the whole of Book 1, after the general prologue, of thinkers he calls not philosophers, philosophoi, lovers of wisdom, but sages, sophoi, wise men. He nominates 7 as those commonly recognized as such, and adds a few more, whom he will discuss in the later sections of the book, Book 1, verse 13. Thales heads the list, with the consequence that when Diogenes goes on to introduce the 2 original traditions of philosophy itself that he identifies, the Ionian and the Italian, it is Thales' pupil, Anaximander, who is made the first of the Ionians, Book 1, verse 14, even though the subsequent life of Thales will represent him, too, as committed to the same study of nature as was typical of the early Ionian thinkers, Book 1, verses 23 to 25 and 27. The difficulty is somewhat obscured by Diogenes' presentation of philosophical activity as a phase of Thales' life subsequent to politics, Book 1, verse 23, and by his remarking after a sketch of Thales' theoretical discoveries that he had the reputation of having given excellent advice in the political sphere, Book 1, verse 25. The one example cited is the way he frustrated the hopes of Croesus of Lydia for an alliance with his native city of Miletus, which proved to be its salvation when Cyrus Persia subsequently defeated Croesus. But Diogenes then gives evidence from Heraclides Lembus that Thales himself claimed to be someone who lived an entirely apolitical and indeed solitary existence. There follows a reference to his reported shrewdness in business, his renting all the olive presses in the vicinity ahead of an olive glut, a story retailed at length by Aristotle in the Politics, to prove how easy it is to get rich, Book 1, verse 26. Thales then turns out to be a thoroughly ambiguous figure. When Diogenes comes to reflect briefly on the sages as a group, one comment he cites is Disiachus' deflationary verdict that they were neither wise nor lovers of wisdom, but just men who were canny and involved in legislative activity. Book 1, verse 40. What we can certainly say is that politics is a theme prominent in Diogenes' lives of the seven sages. For example, the next figure he presents after Thales is the great Athenian legislator Solon. Virtually the whole section is devoted to his political and legislative achievements, which provide the general context for the ample listing Diogenes supplies of the wise sayings, pithy practical maxims, attributed to him, as he offers for all the seven sages. Book 1, verses 58 to 61. The ending consists of a sequence of letters of political advice allegedly sent by him to other statesmen or sages. Book 1, verses 64 to 67. Diogenes is clearly proud of his ability to reproduce such documents, all nowadays regarded as forgeries by various hands, as evidence of the authority with which he writes. Similar letters, mostly political in content, punctuate his treatments of later thinkers. As for the rest of the seven sages, specification of their political activity is emphatic in the cases of Chilon, Pittacus, and Periander, who is described as the first to transform the ruling position he held into tyranny, complete with personal bodyguard. Book 1, verse 98. The book ends with Pherecydes, one of the extra sages Diogenes has identified, and with a letter written by him to Thales on his deathbed, Book 1, verse 122, matching the first of all the letters in the sequence, from Thales to him, which comments on Pherecydes' reluctance to leave his native island of Syros, Book 1, verses 43 to 44. It is preceded by an epigram of Diogenes' own, which, unlike Pherecydes' letter, is invested with a specifically political dimension. Pherecydes alone knew of an oracle to the effect that if he died in Magnesia on the Ionian coast, he would bring victory for the noble citizens of Ephesus in battle against the Magnesians. A truly wise man, Diogenes adds, is a blessing both in life and in death. Book 1, verse 121. Periander's invention of tyranny introduces a distinctive preoccupation of Diogenes. Thus Pythagoras leaves his native Samos for Croton in Italy, when on returning from travel he finds that his city has fallen under the tyrannical rule of Polycrates, Book 8, verse 3. In due course there are allegations that he is plotting tyranny himself, Book 8, verse 39, but Diogenes reproduces a list of persons called Pythagoras, that serves to distinguish the philosopher from someone from Croton of the same name, who aspired to a tyranny. Book 8, verse 46. Diogenes' account of Zeno of Elea initially presents Zeno as a master dialectician, Book 9, verse 25, but relegates his work in philosophy to the end of his life, in a single brief paragraph of mostly dubious doxography, Book 9, verse 29. The nobility of his activity in politics is the main focus, in particular the different accounts of his attempts to overthrow the tyrant Nearchus, which ended in Zeno's heroic death. Diogenes offers an epigram of his own on the subject, a sure sign his interest in the topic is aroused. Book 9, verses 26 to 28. Other instances could readily be cited. The claim Diogenes retails from Demetrius of Magnesia that Heraclides Ponticus freed his native country from tyranny by assassinating the monarch, Book 5, verse 89, and the story that occupies most of the life of Anaxarchus of Abdera, who made an enemy of the tyrant Nicocreon of Cyprus, and in consequence died a gruesomely heroic death similar to Zeno's, celebrated by Diogenes in another of his own epigrams, Book 9, verses 58 to 59. But a star example is the very first in the elaborate narrative that Diogenes makes the crowning section of Book 2, the portrait of Menedemus of Eretria, derived in the main, whether or not through intermediary sources, from the 3rd century B.C. biographer Antigonus of Caristus, makes his resistance to tyranny key. His persistent Socratic frankness of speech at the court of the same Nicocreon puts his life at risk, Book 2, verses 129 to 130. The section ends with rival accounts, Book 2, verses 140 to 144, of Menedemus' dealings with Antigonus Gonatas, king of Macedon. The version Diogenes clearly prefers makes Menedemus someone who has several times liberated his city from tyrants. That he ended up at Antigonus' court is something that must therefore be seen as one more attempt to do so, contrary to the slanderous accusations to which he was subject, an attempt whose failure made him so despair that he refused food and died after a week. Diogenes again signals his investment in the incident with an epigram on Menedemus' suicide, Book 2, verse 144, one more critical than the verses that celebrate the deaths of Zeno and Anaxarchus. The early Hellenistic monarchs, Antigonus Gonatas, his father Demetrius, and various Ptolemies, appear not infrequently in Diogenes' biographical material. Probably the most famous incident involves the Stoic Spherus. Ptolemy, second Philopator, had allegedly written to Cleanthes, by then the distinctly elderly head of the Stoa, requesting his presence or that of some other Stoic at court in Alexandria. Chrysippus, who was criticized by Diogenes for his arrogance and dedicated none of his writings to a king, refused to go, but Spherus obliged, Book 7, verse 185. In the course of a subsequent philosophical discussion on whether a wise person would hold a mere opinion, Spherus said he would not, the king produced some wax pomegranates. Spherus was taken in. The king roared with delight that he had assented to a false impression, to which Spherus replied that what he had assented to was not the proposition that they were pomegranates, but that it was reasonable to think that they were, not at all the same thing as claiming to have a cognitive impression, Book 7, verse 177. Hellenistic kings liked to have in their company cultivated people, including philosophers, with whom they could enjoy such intellectual sparring. To judge from Diogenes' narrative, that was true from the beginning of the era. The first of the Ptolemies, Ptolemy's Sota, is portrayed as having the philosophers Stilpo and Diodorus, Chronos, engage in dialectical arguments in his presence. Stilpo, described by Diogenes as exceedingly well versed in politics, Book 2, verse 114, had from the start of their mutual acquaintance been a great favourite of Ptolemy, Book 2, verse 115. Diodorus was not quick enough on his feet to supply an instant solution to the puzzles Stilpo set him, and so acquired the nickname Chronos, that is, antediluvian. He is said to have ended his life in despair upon leaving the symposium at which the exchange occurred, and he earned himself, like Menedemus in similar circumstances, a cruel epigram from Diogenes, Book 2, verse 112. There is something of a pattern in these narratives. When Demetrius of Phalerum, Book 5, verses 75 to 79, a pupil of Theophrastus, who was the leading political figure in Athens for a decade, fled to Egypt on the death of Cassander, ruler of Macedonia. Diogenes tells us he spent quite a while at Ptolemy's court, advising him on various matters, including the Egyptian dynastic succession. The advice was ignored. Different versions of the story are given, and on Ptolemy's death, Demetrius fell out of favour, succumbed to despair, and died of a mysterious asp bite, inevitably collecting one of Diogenes' funerary epigrams. The Cyrenaic Theodorus fared rather better at court, although his candour did not endear him as an ambassador on the one occasion Ptolemy employed him in the role. He eventually retired honourably to Cyrene, Book 2, verses 102 to 103. Antigonus II Gonatas of Macedon is portrayed as intensely interested in philosophy, something on which Antigonus of Carystus seems to have laid particular emphasis. Diogenes reports that the king had received instruction in philosophy from the dialectician Euphantus of Olynthus, who dedicated to him a well-regarded treatise on kingship, Book 2, verse 110. According to one of the traditions Diogenes reports, apparently as the standard account, King Antigonus was a friend of Menedemus, and is said to have declared himself a pupil, Book 2, verses 141 to 142. His attachment to Bion of Borysthenes was such that he sent servants to look after him in his final illness, and according to Favorinus, attended the funeral in Chalcis in person. Book 4, verse 54. Diogenes thoroughly disapproved of Bion, and includes extended hostile verses of his own composition on Bion's manner of death, Book 4, verses 55 to 57. Whenever Antigonus came to Athens, he would listen to the aged Zeno of Citium discoursing, and often invited him to Macedonia without success. Zeno sent his favourite pupil and compatriot Perseus instead. Diogenes is clearly pleased to be able to reproduce correspondence between Zeno and Antigonus on the subject, Book 7, verses 6 to 9. He reports that Antigonus listened also to Cleanthes lecturing and made him a gift of 3,000 minas, perhaps because he thought Cleanthes' day job, drawing water, unworthy of a philosopher, Book 7, verse 169. The academic Arcesilaus, however, had no desire to have anything to do with Antigonus on the king's visits to Athens, although, according to Diogenes, he once undertook a diplomatic mission, without success, to the Macedonian court at the Thessalian stronghold of Demetrius. He otherwise spent his entire time in the academy, regarding the political sphere as alien territory, ektobizon, Book 4, verse 39. Interestingly, all the philosophers Diogenes represents as playing major roles in the politics of their native cities, apart from Demetrius, belong to what he counts as the Italian school. In one or other of his listings of its members, Book 1, verse 15, the Pythagorean succession of Book 8. Thus Pythagoras acted as lawgiver for the Italian Greeks, and his pupils managed the political affairs of Croton so well that the constitution was effectively a true aristocracy, that is, a regime of the virtuous, Book 8, verse 3. Parmenides likewise is said, on Speusippus' authority, to have acted as lawgiver for the citizens of his native Elea, Book 9, verse 23. His pupil Melissus was elected admiral of the Samian fleet, out of the regard the citizens had for his political abilities, Book 9, verse 24. Diogenes' admiration for the political courage of Zeno of Elea has already been touched upon, Book 9, verses 26 to 28. Among the Italian philosophers there was no figure more controversial than Empedocles. Diogenes is at pains to present him as a committed democrat, effective and courageous in preempting a tyrannical coup, his debut as a political actor, opposing erection of a grandiose honorific monument, and bringing an end to the prevailing oligarchy. Book 8, verses 63 to 66. Compare Book 8, verse 72. At the same time, he concedes that Empedocles was in the end to become unpopular, demanding excessive deference and behaving like royalty. Book 8, verses 66 to 67. Compare Book 8, verses 70 and 73. When Diogenes turns to Archytas of Tarentum, we learn that he was admired even among the populace for the excellence of his qualities, and served as a highly successful general for his city for 7, probably successive, years. Book 8, verse 79. His pupil, Eudoxus of Cnidus, is described as an astronomer, a geometer, a doctor, and a legislator. Book 8, verse 86. In the role of legislator for his own city, he is said, on Hermippus' authority, to have become famous among the Greeks at large. Book 8, verse 88. By contrast, philosophers in the Ionian tradition, Book 1, verses 13 to 15, if they have any political involvement at all in the cities where their life is lived, find themselves at odds with the prevailing regime. Heraclitus, who strictly speaking is treated as standing apart from either tradition, criticizes the Ephesians and refuses to act as their lawgiver when requested to do so, because the city is already in the grip of a depraved set of political arrangements. He will have nothing to do with their political life, and eventually withdraws and lives like sheep or goats in the mountains. Book 9, verses 2 to 3. Diogenes takes satisfaction in reproducing letters between him and Darius, king of the Persians, in which the philosopher rebuffs the monarch's invitation to come to his court, instruct him, and enjoy elevated conversation on a daily basis, and a way of life in conformity with Heraclitus' own prescriptions. Book 9, verses 12 to 14. Anaxagoras, who is squarely placed in the Ionian school, is put on trial by the Athenians, probably for impiety. Diogenes cites no fewer than 4 different accounts of the trial and its outcome, from Sotion, Satyrus, Hermippus, and Hieronymus. Book 2, verses 12 to 14. Socrates, similarly placed in the Ionian school, is portrayed as a strong-minded democrat. He resists the oligarchic regime of Critias and his associates in refusing to produce Leon of Salamis for execution, and he is the only one to vote for the acquittal of the 10 generals after the naval battle of Arginusi. Book 2, verse 24. Diogenes reports various accounts of the trial that ended in his death sentence, and stresses the subsequent remorse of the Athenians. Book 2, verses 38 to 42. As for Socrates' pupils, Xenophon was banished by the Athenians for his pro-Spartan activities, Book 2, verse 51, and Diogenes apparently knows only of unfavourable accounts of Aeschines, who is said, by Polycritus of Mende, to have lived a good while with the tyrant Dionysius II of Syracuse in Sicily, Book 2, verses 61 to 63. Plato's Sicilian Adventures, Book 3, verses 18 to 23, are reviewed sympathetically. The elder Dionysius is portrayed as a typically intolerant autocrat whose tyrannical bearing is denounced by Plato to his face. Plato is rescued from the clutches of the younger Dionysius by a letter from Archytas to the tyrant, reproduced by Diogenes. On his return to Athens, he stays out of politics, despite the political wisdom evident in his writings, for the same basic reason as Heraclitus. The people are inured to political arrangements other than those he would advocate. He turns down a request to legislate for the newly founded city of Megalopolis on similar grounds. Diogenes does tell a story that represents Plato as the only citizen prepared to support the general Chabrias when on trial for his life, despite a threat of hemlock made by an informer. Book 3, verses 23 to 24. Philosophical contempt for autocracy is nowhere more memorably celebrated in Diogenes than in the many variations on the theme played by the cynic Diogenes of Sinope, to whom the last words may accordingly be given. 3 examples will suffice. When someone remarked on how fortunate Callisthenes was to share in Alexander's expensive lifestyle, Diogenes bewailed his misfortune. He can eat breakfast or dinner only when Alexander decides. Book 6, verse 45. When a tyrant asked him what was the best bronze for a statue, he replied, "The one they use for Harmodius and Aristoiton, the Athenian liberators." Book 6, verse 50. Finally, and most famously, when Alexander himself stood over him and told him to request anything he liked, he said, "Stand out of my light." Book 6, verse 38. Diogenes Laertius and Philosophical Lives in Antiquity, Giuseppe Cambiano. In the ancient world, philosophy was conceived of and practiced not only as a specific intellectual activity characterized by a set of doctrines, but first and foremost as a particular way of life, different from and considered superior to the kinds of lives lived by most other men. The written account of a new type of man, the philosopher, was an achievement of the followers of Socrates, in particular Plato and Xenophon. In these accounts, the practice of philosophy was deemed inseparable from the practitioner. The work of Diogenes Laertius is one of the most remarkable documents that attests to this way of perceiving the philosophical life. This might seem obvious, since the work presents biographical data about different philosophers. It recounts picturesque and sometimes comical events in their lives, perhaps with the intention of entertaining readers, but it also documents the complex relationship of philosophers with the polis, or with an empire, with the demos, or with tyrants of the Hellenistic age from Alexander on, in dramatic episodes such as trials, exiles, and death sentences. None of these biographies, however, is characterized by a continuous narrative of salient life events in chronological order. Instead, they are formed by a selection of events considered decisive. The central preoccupation is to describe a type of life, assuming that the narrated events are an expression of this life. Such events take the form of anecdotes, stripped of precise chronological references, recounted in order to show the peculiarities of character, way of life, and way of thinking of a philosopher. Woven into the anecdote, we find the apothegms, sayings, or maxims of the philosopher, or a response to someone else's interrogation, or an exhortation to embrace philosophy as a way of life. In the lives of the Cynic philosophers, these maxims may be pointed, ironic, joking, or polemical. Sometimes they take the form of reprimands or criticisms meant to provoke bystanders into embracing the philosophical life. The conversion to philosophy is a theme in Diogenes Laertius. One encounters a philosopher, listening to his words or lessons, reading or listening to him read his work, as in the case of the Stoic Zeno, and adopts a radically new way of life, accepting and sharing certain doctrines. Those converted are sometimes poor individuals or slaves, like Aeschines or Phaedo, both followers of Socrates, or Cleanthes, a disciple of Zeno. But the converts also include well-to-do individuals who choose to renounce their wealth in order to be able to dedicate themselves exclusively to philosophy, as in the case of Democritus, Book 9, verses 35 to 36, or Anaxagoras, Book 2, verses 6 to 7. A number of the philosophers Diogenes describes also leave their native city and move to Athens, where foreigners had no political rights. Their willingness to abjure such rights suggests the superiority of philosophy even to citizenship or the perquisites of participating in politics. Stilpo addressed the larger issue with a saying that would later become famous. Demetrius I, known as Poliorcetes, had conquered his city, Megara, and asked Stilpo to draw up a list of things he had lost as a result. He had not lost anything that really belonged to him, Stilpo responded, because he still possessed logos and episteme, namely reason and knowledge. Book 2, verse 115. Diogenes Laertius presents a varied picture of the relationship of the philosophical life to sex. Throughout the Hellenistic age, the different schools debated whether or not philosophers should marry, take wives, and have children. Though some did, Socrates, Xenophon, Aristotle, many others remained bachelors. One thinks of Plato, but also Epicurus. Homoerotic relationships between master and students seem to have been common in the academy, as witness the lives of Crates, Crantor, and Arcesilaus, books 4, verses 21 to 22, and 24 and 29. Still other philosophers, such as Stilpo and Aristippus, preferred the company of educated courtesans, or heterae. Aristippus was especially fond of them, particularly Laius of Corinth, one of the most famous of the ancient Greek courtesans, a fact in keeping with his philosophical claim that pleasure is the aim of life. Book 2, verse 75. But it is interesting in this case that Aristippus' self-control is emphasized as well. He is never at the mercy of the courtesans. Book 2, verses 67 and 75. Xenocrates' ability to resist the sexual attractiveness of the courtesan Phryne, spread out on his bed, Book 4, verse 7, recalls Socrates' ability to resist the charms of Alcibiades in Plato's Symposium. The biographical information in Diogenes Laertius, though he frequently cites his sources by name, is not always reliable. At times he refers to contradictory accounts of the same events. Biography could also be a polemical tool used to credit or discredit a philosopher and his way of life. A disciple of Aristotle, Aristoxenus of Tarentum, had already moved in this direction, accusing Socrates, Plato, and Theophrastus of unseemly sexual behavior of a homosexual nature, in order to discredit them, as Diogenes reveals at Book 3, verse 29, and Book 5, verse 39. Stoic sources accuse Arcesilaus of being a corrupter of youth and the author of obscene stories. Book 4, verse 40. Epicurus was taxed with licentiousness. Book 10, verses 4 and 6. Diogenes' biographies extensively document the competitive relationships between rival philosophers and their followers. Many types of philosophical lives were practiced in antiquity, and no single type predominated. The idea that philosophers, despite having different aims, would work together toward a common goal was completely foreign. What they did share was a distance, whether greater or smaller, from ordinary ways of life. In this sense, the ancient philosophers tended to emphasize the superiority of their way of life and not its ability to be universalized. The Cynics showed the most radical indifference to conventional social and sexual customs, defying the judgments of others. They did not hesitate to masturbate or copulate in public, or to eat raw meat or vegetable remains at the markets. Outsiders often perceived philosophy as an aberrant way of life. Even the simple fact of a small group gathering in a school to study or to live a common life could appear strange. The comic playwrights took pride in using philosophers as an object of laughter, and Diogenes Laertius did not shy away from quoting them. But even more important are the accounts he quoted of the character and curriculum of the various schools. He sheds light not only on the economic basis of the respective schools, but also on the types of collective life each one fostered among all the members of a school, including women and slaves. Though they operated largely inside their own schools, philosophers were public figures. Diogenes Laertius frequently attests to the public success of the teachings of various philosophers, such as Plato, Stilpo, Theophrastus, Zeno of Citium, and the academics Arcesilaus and Carneades. Especially after the start of the Hellenistic age, philosophy grew increasingly central to the educational life of Athens and the other cities. The rival schools became instruments for the formation of future citizens, not just of Athens, but of Rome. Even the Cynics were integrated into the urban fabric. The figure of the desert saint or the solitary philosopher is alien to the ways in which ancient philosophy was lived. The life was not conceived of as an exercise in introspection and isolation from others, unless for brief moments, as was the case with Democritus, Book 9, verse 38, the academic Xenocrates, Book 4, verse 11, and Pyrrho, Book 9, verse 63. It was instead characterized by an interpersonal dimension, with interlocutors and auditors who were sometimes outside the school and not focused exclusively on adhering to its tenets. Diogenes Laertius documents the public aspect of the Socratic discussions, and the saying attributed to Socrates' student Aristippus is particularly meaningful. Interrogated as to what advantage can come from philosophy, he responded that it was the ability to be able to consort confidently with everyone. Book 2, verse 68. Freedom of speech, parrhesia, even in the face of powerful people, was a trait that the Cynics especially prized. Of course, the philosophical way of life in antiquity was rarely devoid of an argumentative and doctrinal dimension. The ancient philosopher was a recognizable character, not only for his way of life, but also for his doctrines and the ways of reasoning he professed. Not that theory and practice necessarily cohered. On the contrary, Diogenes Laertius often quotes critics who note contradictions, a damaging claim, since any philosopher trying to follow in the footsteps of Socrates was expected to be a model of consistency. Within his biographies, Diogenes Laertius emphasizes the deaths of philosophers, which he comments on and judges with his own verses. Certainly, at times, the narration can be explained by a simple taste for the extraordinary, the banal, or the entertaining. This is the case for deaths resulting from accidents, as with Alexinus, Book 2, verse 109, Xenocrates, who tripped and broke his head, Book 4, verses 14 to 15, Demetrius of Phalerum, who died of a snake bite, Book 5, verses 78 to 79, or Protagoras, who drowned, Book 9, verses 55 to 56, or for deaths resulting from diseases, as with Polemon, Book 4, verse 20, Crantor, Book 4, verse 27, and Lyco, Book 5, verse 68, or for deaths resulting from an excessive consumption of wine, as with Arcesilaus, Book 4, verse 44, or Lacides, Book 4, verse 61. Suicides abound, as with Speusippus, Book 4, verses 3 to 4, Dionysius, Book 7, verse 167, and Cleanthes, Book 7, verse 176. It is hard to say if suicide was understood as an act of courage, especially in painful conditions, or a sign of cowardice. The behaviour of Socrates seems noble, as does that of Zeno of Elea, who either bit off his tongue and spat it in the face of a tyrant, or was beaten to death in a mortar. Book 9, verses 26 to 27, as also happened to Anaxarchus, Book 9, verses 58 to 59. Most of these accounts imply that the cause of death is an implicit judgment affixed on a certain way of life, whether positive or negative. The majority of philosophers cited lived to a ripe age, and this itself was considered evidence of the advantage of their way of life. At least two versions of the death of the cynic Diogenes, stating that he died of a dog bite or from eating a live octopus, present a clear reference to his canine way of life, from which the moniker cynic derives, as if death represented a sort of rebuke to it. In some cases, it is possible to find a connection between the type of death and specific doctrines of a philosopher or a philosophic tendency he followed. Thales perished from a lack of water, which he considered the base of all things. Book 1, verse 39. For Heraclitus, that principle was fire. He died from a lack of heat. Book 9, verses 3 to 4. Likewise, the death of Zeno the Stoic is attributable to lack of breath, Book 8, verses 28 to 29, or pneuma, for the Stoics, the essential element of everything. Chrysippus also died in a manner appropriate to a Stoic, though more ridiculously, suffocating from laughter, Book 7, verse 185. And in one version, Pythagoras' death is attributed to his refusal to cross a field of beans, which prevented him from escaping his pursuers, who killed him. Book 8, verses 39 to 40. A reference to the Pythagorean taboo against eating certain kinds of beans. Diogenes Laertius informs us of the existence of a debate over how to classify cynicism and skepticism. Should they be considered hereses, philosophical orientations? It depends. If a heresis is used to mean a way of conducting life that followed a certain line of reasoning, logos, then skepticism could reasonably be called a philosophical orientation. If instead a heresis implies the upholding of a true doctrine, then we can no longer call skepticism a heresis, since it refused assent to all doctrines. Book 1, verse 20. Cynicism presented a different sort of problem, since it was unclear if its adherents, with their outrageous behaviour, followed any line of reasoning at all. Diogenes Laertius claims that the cynics refuted sophisms, Book 6, verses 38 to 39, and often base their theories on deductions, Book 6, verse 72. Can we then say their way of life flowed from a certain line of reasoning, logos, expressed in a certain number of key doctrines? Diogenes Laertius thinks the answer is yes, and to confirm it, after having elaborated on the lives of various cynics, he gives a summary of their key doctrines. Book 6, verse 103. Diogenes thus considers the exposition of the content of the doctrines and the modes of philosophical reflection to be integral to the biographies. In the life of Plato, Diogenes directly addresses a lady rightly fond of Plato, and then offers a typology of the Platonic dialogues, along with a summary of key ideas, so that the biography may not be found to omit his doctrines. Book 3, verse 47. Similar summaries of doctrines occur in many other lives as well, both of philosophers who were not linked to specific schools, as with Thales, Anaxagoras, Heraclitus, Leucippus, and Democritus, and of philosophers who were founders of schools. In such cases, a doxography is sometimes presented in connection to the life of the school's founder, as in the case of Zeno the Stoic. The idea is that the doctrines introduced and argued by the founder constitute the patrimony at the heart of an orientation and way of philosophic life, and this patrimony is followed in large part by the disciples and successive members. But Zeno's successors, like those of Plato, introduced variations and modifications to the doctrines of the founder, and thus an orthodox line can be distinguished from positions that progressively distance themselves from it. Diogenes Laertius justifies limiting himself to general doxographies of the different schools in order to protect the proportions of the different parts of his writing. Book 7, verse 160. It is not an accident that he includes lists of the writings of single philosophers, at times even taking care to distinguish between authentic and inauthentic works. Diogenes Laertius states the connection between the catalogue and the incompleteness of the doxography with regard to Aristotle. It would take too long to enumerate Aristotle's many other doctrines, he says, as is clear from the catalogue of his writings, Book 5, verse 34. The catalogues not only were a more or less genuine display of scholarship, a typical practice in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, but may have proved useful for those who wanted to read certain philosophical texts. Diogenes, quoting of the first lines of certain philosophical writings, especially of the pre-Socratic authors, perhaps served the same function. The technique was one used in libraries to enable books to be identified. The need to connect the biography, doxography, and writings of philosophers culminates in Book 10, about Epicurus. Letters by Epicurus and his students are quoted that demonstrate the tone of his way of life and of facing difficulties such as disease or economic hardships. They defend Epicurus against his detractors. We discover more about his excellent qualities, Diogenes Laertius says, in his Doctrines and Sayings, Book 10, verse 12. This is the only case in the Lives in which 3 letters are reproduced in their entirety, and the objective is clear, to show what kind of man Epicurus was. Book 10, verses 28 to 29. The writings are thus an essential way to understand the man and his way of life. In particular, the chief maxims of Epicurus crown not only his biography but Diogenes' own work, in that they contain an ethical conclusion regarding how to reach happiness. In antiquity, the philosopher was not only characterized by his fidelity to doctrines, but by the appropriateness of the arguments in support of these doctrines. Cleanthes, the Stoic, would have told Master Zeno that the teaching of the doctrines was sufficient because he would find the proof himself. Book 7, verse 179. Although Diogenes Laertius does not generally include such supporting arguments, he does specifically mention the arguments of some philosophers. For example, the construction of paradoxical arguments in Chrysippus, Book 7, verses 186 to 187. Confirmation of this interest in forms of argument as a sign of the philosophic life and practice seems to me to come from the ample use Diogenes Laertius makes of the theme of the first inventor. Many times this theme is introduced in order to attribute the invention of objects useful to philosophers, like the gnomon to Anaximander, Book 2, verse 1. Sometimes the inventions deal with practices like doubling a cloak and using a staff and knapsack, external signs of cynic life, first introduced by Antisthenes, Book 6, verse 13, or by Diogenes the Cynic, depending on the source, Book 6, verses 22 to 23. Still other inventions involve philosophic terms or the application of common terms in a new philosophical way, as in the cases of Pythagoras, Plato, and the Stoic Zeno, Book 8, verse 48, Book 3, verse 24, and Book 7, verse 25, respectively. Sometimes the inventions deal with doctrines such as the transmigration of souls in Pythagoras, Book 8, verse 14, or the roundness of the earth, attributed variously to Pythagoras or Parmenides, Book 9, verse 21. Aristotle had attributed the discovery of rhetoric to Empedocles and dialectic to Zeno, Book 8, verse 57, but Diogenes Laertius credits the sophist Protagoras with more innovations than anyone else, Book 9, verses 51 to 53. The assertion of the existence of two opposing discourses for everything, the impossibility of contradiction, the division of tenses, and the distinction of the four parts of discourse, wish, question, answer, and command. Diogenes claims that Arcesilaus was the first to practice the suspension of judgment because of the existence of opposing arguments, and the first to argue for and against something. Book 4, verse 28. All of this is a sign that inventions and the use of argumentative techniques were an important aspect of the life of most philosophers. Diogenes Laertius, in effect, shows us how in antiquity philosophical doctrines, arguments, and a distinctive way of life all intertwined in one unitary fabric. Tensions would remain, however, between the modes of ancient philosophic life and other areas of knowledge that were not exclusively under the jurisdiction of the philosophers, such as medicine, mathematics, and astronomy. Different philosophical schools cultivated to varying degrees an interest in logic, physics, and ethics. Though Diogenes Laertius recognized that Socrates' discussions were largely based around ethical questions, he reports that Socrates was interested in natural philosophy as well, Book 2, verse 45, an interest some of his students did not share. Aristippus compared those who dedicated themselves to the scientific disciplines rather than to philosophy to the suitors who courted Penelope's handmaids instead of their mistress. Book 2, verse 79. The Stoic Ariston of Chios affirmed something similar, as he intentionally eliminated physical and logical inquiry from the realm of his philosophic activity. Physics, he said, was beyond human capacities, and logic was as useless as spiderwebs. Book 7, verses 160 to 161. Ariston at times came close to the Cynics, who, from Antisthenes to Diogenes, had neglected mathematical studies, music, geometry, and astronomy, which they considered useless for philosophic life. Book 6, verses 73 and 103, Antisthenes affirmed that virtue was sufficient for happiness, and virtue, being typical of actions, does not need many lines of reasoning or scientific knowledge. Book 6, verse 11. Ethics is the only thing of interest to all ancient philosophers, and it is no accident that ethics is the area most directly implicated in modes of conduct. Still, most of the ancient philosophers, including the Pythagoreans, Plato, and Aristotle, maintained that it was necessary to inquire into logic and physics as well as ethics. In Protagoras, Plato showed that just as there was a diet for the body based on the ingestion of food, there also existed a diet for the soul, and its food was appropriate studies. In the Republic, he stressed the need for future philosophers to undertake a long preliminary study of the mathematical disciplines. Diogenes Laertius attributes the invention of inquiry based on analysis to Plato, Book 3, verse 24, and to Aristotle he attributes the thesis that scientific disciplines are useful for achieving virtue, Book 5, verse 31. But even for the philosophers who maintain that philosophic life is constituted in part by the mathematical disciplines, these do not represent the apex. For the ancient philosopher, the ultimate goal was searching for types of knowledge capable not only of guiding, but of constructing and permeating a superior form of life, the life of the philosopher. Translated from the Italian by Julia Hine. À la recherche du texte perdu. The manuscript tradition of Diogenes Laertius, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers. Tiziano Durandi. The Greek text of the Lives of the Eminent Philosophers by Diogenes Laertius has been transmitted in its entirety, or most often in the form of extracts, in some 100 different manuscripts. The oldest examples of this tradition are 3 continuous manuscripts, B, P, and F, datable between the end of the 11th century and the 13th century, and the 3 collections of extracts, 2, Phi H, preserved in a Vatican manuscript from the 12th century, and the 3rd, VI, the oldest of all, written and dated 925 and preserved in Vienna. All the other manuscripts are more recent and are dated between the 14th and 16th centuries, though some manuscripts with extracts appear as late as the 18th century. B represents Naples, Biblioteca Nazionale, 3B29, 12th century. P represents Paris, Bibliothèque Nationale de France, Grec, 1759, 11th or 12th centuries. P represents Paris, Bibliothèque Nationale de France, Grec, 1759, 11th or 12th centuries. Phi and Phi H represents Vatican Bibliotheca Apostolica Vaticana, Vaticanus Grecus 96, 12th century. This manuscript contains 2 summarized texts from Lives, the so-called Magnum Excerptum, and the following pages, 29 verso through 88 recto, equals Phi, and the opuscule falsely attributed to Hesychius of Miletus, and the following pages 19 recto through 29 verso, equals Phi H. VI represents Vienna, Österreichische Nationalbibliothek, Philosophiki Graeci 314, dated July the 28th, 925, only brief extracts from Book 3. These are the oldest Greek manuscripts and represent what is usually referred to as the direct tradition. There is an indirect tradition which consists of numerous Greek passages from the Lives that are quoted in works compiled in Byzantium, most notably the Greek anthology and the Suda. Before recounting the efforts of modern scholars to establish a reliable Greek text, it will be useful to start with a few words on the principal manuscripts, their characteristics, and their apparent relationship to a common textual ancestor. There is a large amount of material missing from the end of Book 7. The missing material included not only the end of the catalogue of writings by Chrysippus, cut off at Book 7, verse 202, but also biographies of 20 or so Stoic philosophers following Chrysippus, from Zeno of Tarsus to Cornutus. They are listed in the so-called Index Locupletio, copied in folio 1 recto to verso of P. The missing material is confirmed by the presence of a rather large space left white at the end of Book 7, a white space common to the oldest manuscripts, B, P, and F. The fact that B, P, and F are all missing the material from Book 7 proves decisively that they derive from a common textual source, Omega, now lost, which also was missing that material. Manuscript B, 12th century, was copied directly from Omega by a scribe with little knowledge of Greek. Given the quality of the transcription, it is clear he had difficulty and limited himself to reproducing it in a mechanical way, exactly as it appeared to him. There are many mistakes in B, groups of letters that make no sense, words without breathing marks or accents, and, above all, numerous omissions indicated by a blank space that more or less correspond to a part of the text the scribe was unable to decipher. Some lacunae have been filled in by a second copyist, B2, who corrected many mistakes or readings he considered erroneous by writing above the lines, in the margins, or by erasing. B2 can be dated paleographically to the first half of the 12th century, shortly after B. As for the text consulted by B2, an overall examination of its contents leads to the conclusion that it was Omega, the same one used for B. We can presume the anonymous corrector had accurately collated B with Omega and had been able to read and understand much more than his predecessor. Evidence supporting this hypothesis can be found in the cases in which B2 was unable to decipher the text completely, and where he leaves the same blank spaces to indicate that a word or phrase was obscure or incomprehensible to him. The anonymous B2 was a person with a good knowledge of the Greek language and philosophy, and was at the same time a meticulous reader of Diogenes' Lives. Manuscript P, 11th or 12th centuries, was also directly copied from Omega. The occasional omission of a phrase is the result of a saut du même au même, and is not sufficient in itself to prove that P descended from Omega through a lost intermediary text. P, even in its early phase, before it had been corrected, transmits the text of Omega in a form that is less faithful than B, revising it frequently based on conjecture. P was corrected on various occasions by several successive hands, perhaps 6, indicated by the sigla P2 to P7. The main job of correction was done by P4. This anonymous scholar, whose work can be placed, based on paleographic evidence, in the first decades of the 14th century, made many corrections, erasing previous readings and noting alternative readings in the margins. P has been the most influential manuscript in the Laertian tradition. It is closely related to at least 8 other codices dating from the beginning of the 14th century to the first decades of the 16th. All of these manuscripts descend directly or indirectly from P and bear witness to the different stages of P's transmission. The position of F, 13th century, is more controversial. One peculiarity is its frequent omission of more or less extensive passages, often filled in by a later corrector, F2, thanks to a subsequent collation with another, identifiable version of the Greek text. Some omissions in F come undeniably from so du même au même. Elsewhere, beginning in Book 5 and particularly in Book 7, the names of the authors and titles of the works quoted by Diogenes are left out. I would not exclude the possibility that this last particularity mirrors a personal choice made by the anonymous copyist of F, a scribe who may have been indifferent to the expertise of scholars. Some omissions of words or phrases may also have occurred at the whim of F's copyist. Another specific characteristic of F is the frequent alteration of the word order in an attempt to render the text more fluent by cleaning up real or perceived roughnesses or anomalies. The corrections and adjustments of vocabulary and style respond to similar promptings. We are dealing with conjectural readings done by a copyist, yet F preserves many readings superior to those transmitted by B and P and Phi. Not all of them can be explained as lucky conjectures. At times it is necessary to concede that F is the only codex to have preserved traces of the original text that were corrupted in B and P and Phi. I conclude that F was not copied directly from Omega, but through an intermediary text, Gamma, that was copied from Omega. This source, Gamma, was contaminated by readings from the Vulgate tradition, Alpha, which limits its importance for establishing a definitive Greek text of lives. The moment has come to say something about the process of formation of the Vulgate tradition, Alpha, and to present some thoughts on its initial diffusion. This tradition is partially represented today by Codex V, the oldest descendant of Alpha, preserved up to Book 6, verse 66. It was produced perhaps as early as the mid-12th century from a fusion of the P tradition and the lost model of F, Gamma, a manuscript now lost of hybrid character, the bearer of a Vulgate text, Alpha, that was extensively revised, interpolated, and corrected, but which can nevertheless be traced back to Omega, the common ancestor of the oldest extant continuous manuscripts. We know that V, at least, was modelled on Alpha, but we cannot exclude that Alpha is the direct or indirect source for other lost manuscripts, or of manuscripts that have been preserved but insufficiently researched. In any case, V's contribution to the reconstruction of the original Greek text of Lives is extremely limited. A handful of more recent manuscripts, 15th and 16th centuries, not yet systematically explored, transmits a version of the Greek Lives that is extremely contaminated and adulterated. Among these, I will only point out the Codex of Prague, Narodní knihovna, Radnicianus Lobkovicensis, VI, FC 38, late 15th century, Siglum Z, as it served as the basis of the Editio Princeps, the first printed edition of the Greek text of Lives, edited by Hieronymus Robinius and Nicolaus Episcopius, and published in Bâle in 1533. This edition therefore disseminated a Greek text of Lives that is entirely unreliable, often corrupted and interpolated, and which subsequent editors, at least until Kobe, have tried to correct through more or less plausible personal conjectures, or by a non-systematic recourse to other manuscripts. I now move to the group of manuscripts that transmits one or both collections of the excerpts. These are usually known as Excerpta Vaticana because their common ancestor is a manuscript now in the Bibliotheca Apostolica Vaticana, Vaticanus Greco 96 equals phi. The presence of numerous errors common to omega and phi proves that they descend from a common ancestor, chi. Their lineage was not direct, but rather passed through two lost links, a transliterated transcript of chi, lowercase chi, dated around the 10th century, and the Autographon Excerptoris, dated around the 11th century. The indirect descent explains why the text of phi is often inferior to omega, at least in its first phase, reflected by B and P1. It is also probable that phi preserved inferior readings in chi, which were corrected in omega. Still, among phi's variants, there are many that offer a text superior to omega, a phenomenon that can be explained by presuming that phi conveyed chi more faithfully than omega did. Finally, we cannot exclude the possibility that some conjectures or revisions were made by the anonymous scholar who organized the two collections of the Excerpta Vaticana, one of which, phi, eta, was put together using, in addition to the lives, many passages from the Suda, or that some variant readings reflect contamination from external sources, parallel nomological and lexicographic traditions, etc. Finally, I come to the excerpts in the Suda, the Greek anthology, Pal, and those preserved in Codex VI. Extensive anonymous extracts from the doxographic sections of Diogenes' lives reached the Suda circa 975 to 980 through a lost anonymous collection of Philosophica, sigma, with an uncertain date. The biographic sections of lives were transcribed by the editors of the Suda principally from a summary made between 829 and 857 of a work of Hesychius of Miletus, 6th century, entitled Biographical Dictionary of Learned Men. The undeniable similarities between the biographic entries in the Suda and those in Lives could be explained by supposing that Diogenes and Hesychius had access to a common source. There are sporadic cases, however, in which the Suda, or its source, supplemented Hesychius' text with additional information taken from Diogenes Laertius. Thanks to the use of the Constantinus Cephalus's anthology, circa 900, as an intermediary source, the Greek anthology includes an ample selection of poetry composed by Diogenes Laertius himself, or by other authors quoted in Lives. This anthology is preserved in the Codex of Heidelberg, Palatinus Greco 23 plus Paris, Palatinus Supplément Grec 384, mid-10th century. Parts of these poems were used in the Planudian anthology, put together by Maximus Planudes, circa 1260 to 1305. The original is preserved in the Codex of Venice, Marcianus Grecus 481 from 1299, as well as two authentic originals corrected in 1300 or 1305 under Planudes' supervision. London, British Library Additional Manuscript 16409, and Paris, Parsinus Grecus 2744. The numerous common errors between sigma and omega, and this case, also derive from a common original source, namely chi. We can also speculate that the same source was used for the poetic compositions extracted from Lives that reached Pal by way of the Codex of Constantinos Cephalus's anthology. Suda and Pal can thus substantially contribute to the reconstruction of text chi from which they derive by way of distinct intermediary manuscripts, Sigma for Suda and the Codex Cephali for Pal. VI, the most ancient and brief document of the Laertian tradition, transmits a text that does not present significant changes with respect to the variations we have seen in Omega and Phi. I will conclude with a few words about the codices that transmit the Vita Platonis. The third book of Lives has enjoyed its own independent dissemination in 4 manuscripts that preserve it in its entirety, and in at least 3 others that preserve excerpts. The continuous manuscripts copied in Constantinople in the middle of the first half of the 14th century include the Corpus Platonicum, more or less complete, accompanied not only by Diogenes' Book 3, Plato's Life, but also by other introductory texts to the Platonic dialogues. All of these codices, directly or indirectly, derive from P, and are thus not useful for reconstructing the Greek text of Book 3. Modern scholars have struggled for more than 200 years to establish a reliable edition of the Greek text. This has proved difficult because there has been a sharp disagreement over the relative value of the many different manuscripts that have been preserved. In his 1887 introduction to his Epicuria, the German classicist Hermann Usner attempted the first systematic investigation of the manuscript tradition of Diogenes' Lives. He concluded that the 3 oldest continuous manuscripts, B, P, and F, were by themselves sufficient to establish the text. Edgar Martini disagreed with Usner's depreciation of the value of more recent manuscript sources. We can summarize Martini's conclusions as follows. 2 types of manuscripts are independently derived from a common archetype. The first class, alpha, includes more recent manuscript sources that must, in turn, be subdivided in 2 subclasses, gamma and delta. The second class, beta, is made up of the oldest manuscripts. Since P and F contain common errors they share with B, the more genuine representative of class beta, or with the testimonies from class alpha, the 2 manuscripts P and F are considered by Martini to be representatives of a mixed text. The contamination was explained by supposing that the lost progenitor of class alpha was created at an ancient date, 11th century, preceding all of the preserved manuscripts. Despite severe criticism from the German scholar Alfred Gerke, who questioned the need to postulate the existence of a class alpha, Martini defended his reconstruction, insisting that the entire textual tradition depends on 2 exemplars, alpha and beta, that are descendants of a single ancestor. Gerke remained skeptical and reiterated his objections against the existence of the 2 classes alpha and beta, maintaining, with new arguments, that only codices B, P, and F are necessary for establishing the Greek text of Lives. The Italian scholar G. Donzelli shared Gerke's disparaging judgment of the later Vulgate manuscript sources for Diogenes. She showed that the contribution of these later manuscripts to establishing the text of Lives is negligible, and that the few good readings they contain are nothing more than the conjectures of Byzantine and Renaissance scholars. Armand Delatte and Ingmar Düring have also declared themselves in favor of the oldest tradition. Delatte called attention to the excerpts presented by the Suda and the extracts preserved in Phi that had been discovered in the meantime by Martini. According to Delatte, Phi and the Suda were the only 2 witnesses to the oldest archetypal text what has come to be called Kai, Düring, on the other hand, minimizes the importance of the Suddha and maintains that Phi comes from the same ancestor as B, P, and F, but that it constitutes an independent branch within the tradition. After Martini, the study of the Excerpta Vaticana was continued by Long, Biedl, and Tartaglia. Biedl, in particular, has proved that Phi is the progenitor of all the other sources of the Excerpta Vaticana, and that it represents a branch distinct from that of the continuous manuscripts B, P, and F. In the preface to his edition of the Greek text, 1964-1966, Herbert Long acknowledges the superiority, when compared to the later Vulgate, of the three oldest manuscripts B, P, and F, but he places them all on the same plane without investigating the reciprocal relationships among them and without considering the Excerpta Vaticana, Phi. According to Long, the Laertian manuscript tradition derived from an archetype that contained variant readings and was irremediably contaminated. This contamination made it impossible to ascertain the relationships between the manuscripts. On the basis of new criteria, Dennis Knopfler re-examined the question and arrived at a different and more plausible conclusion. It was he who first suggested that the three most ancient continuous manuscripts, B, P, and F, had a singular model, Omega. Phi, though related to Omega, is not one of its descendants. Phi and Omega do, however, refer back to a common model, Chi. Omega thus assumes the role of sub-archetype when compared with the actual archetype, Chi. Certain divergences between Phi and Omega allow us to establish that while Omega directly resembles Chi, for Phi we must presume the existence of at least a lost intermediary model, lowercase chi. B occupies a significant position among the continuous manuscripts because it derives directly from Omega. Despite its numerous minor errors, B transmits a text that is not yet contaminated, apart from the corrections of B2, by the revisions that F and P were subject to through the two lost models, lowercase omega and lowercase omega apostrophe. B is superior not only to the so-called Vulgate manuscripts, alpha, which are contaminated by the readings of lowercase omega and lowercase omega apostrophe, but also to the two other continuous manuscripts, P, to which it is closely related, and F, a manuscript with a text that is more problematic. Knopfler, for the first time, also hypothesized that there were two different branches of the manuscript tradition, an Italo-Greek branch represented by the manuscripts B, P, and F and their descendants, and an Eastern branch represented by Codex Phi, copied in Constantinople before the dissemination of the Vulgate. Phi, like B, P, and F, descends from Chi, but through a lost continuous manuscript transliterated and corrected in numerous places, lowercase chi. Lowercase chi, in turn, indirectly becomes a basis of Phi around 1100. The Eastern tradition would not have been entirely unknown in the West, where it had an indirect influence on the Vulgate. The Vulgate, in turn, would be disseminated in the East through P, after the Codex was corrected based on Alpha, version P4. From the East, P was brought again to Italy by Guarino da Verona, circa 1370 to 1460, and produced, at Florence, H, one of the Greek texts used by Camilodolisi Ambrose Traversari for his Latin translation. My own philological analysis, however, has proven that omega and phi, as well as vi, Suda, and p, can all be traced directly or indirectly to a single textual source, chi, preserved, it would seem, in the area of Constantinople. This idea finds confirmation in a study of the paleographic and codicologic characteristics of the older descendants of omega. The Oriental or Constantinopolitan origin of phi, vi, pal, and Suda is undeniable. The hypothesis that omega was an old codex preserved in a library in southern Italy depends on the assumption that B, P, F, and V were all written by Italo-Greek hands. New studies of the written items attributed to southern Italy prove that B alone is of Italian origin, or at least copied by a scribe trained in southern Italy. The paleographical and codicological peculiarities of P, F, and V lead to the conclusion that all three were written in Constantinople, or at least in the Oriental area. Since the text of B does not altogether differ from that of P and F, or from their common ancestor, omega, we may further deduce that B does not transmit a distinctively Italo-Greek branch of the manuscript tradition. Two hypotheses could explain the presence of B in southern Italy, or Sicily. First, that B was produced by an Italian copyist in Constantinople and then brought to Sicily. Second, that after P and Gamma, F's model, were copied, omega travelled from the east to the west and remained in Sicily, at least for the time necessary for B to be transcribed, and a bit later for omega to be used by the anonymous B2 to carry out numerous corrections and supplements to the earlier B. If one considers, in particular, the material in B2, the second hypothesis seems more plausible. In both cases, however, the terminus ante quem for Model B's arrival in Italy is the date of B2, the first half of the 12th century. The dissemination of lives is thus unitary and fundamentally Oriental. From the same textual source, chi, there derives, on the one hand, the ancestor of the continuous manuscripts, omega, and on the other, the ancestor of the manuscripts of excerpts, now by phi. For my new edition of the Greek text of Diogenes' Lives, I re-examined the transmission and provenance of the various manuscripts. I collected the principal ancient manuscripts, B, P, F, phi, and vi, and the probable partial progenitor of the Vulgate, Vaticanus Graecus, 1302, early 14th century, Siglum V. I considered the readings in some recent manuscripts and consulted previous studies and editions. Finally, I considered the evidence in the indirect tradition, in particular the Suda and the Greek anthology. I established my Greek text of Diogenes' Lives on the basis of the oldest continuous manuscripts, B, P, and F, the Excerpta Vaticana, phi, and the other Byzantine excerpts in the Suda, pal and vi. B and P, before correction, are the two codices integri antiquiores most worthy of trust. B often provides us with a text closest to omega because its scribe had copied omega in a mechanical way. P, despite being contemporaneous with, or a bit earlier than, B, and also directly derived from omega, transmits a less pure text because it had already been deliberately altered. F is a source that should be used with more caution because of its peculiarities and its contamination by the Vulgate tradition. In its original state, F1, however, it can contribute, along with B1 and P1, to the reconstruction of the archetype of the continuous manuscripts, omega. I have taken into account the readings in the manuscripts derived from the Vulgate, Alpha, and from other more recent sources sporadically, when their texts seem to me superior, primarily on grounds of conjecture, to that transmitted by B, P, F, Phi, and the other ancient sources, Suda, Pal, and Vi. When B, P, and F agree, we may hope to reconstruct the text of Omega, because Phi and the other Byzantine excerpts preserve smaller parts of the text. There are fewer cases in which we are able to go all the way back to Chi, the common ancestor of Omega, Phi, and the excerpts in the Suda, Pal, and Vi. The editor of the Greek text of Lives faces a further complication. By now it has been ascertained that Diogenes Laertius did not have the last word in preparing the text of Lives, which was put into circulation only after his death. Although he left some books in an almost definitive state, others were to some degree unfinished and in need of revision. There are many passages in which it is possible to show the presence of misplaced file cards, repetitions, and marginal notes, as well as stylistic and syntactic uncertainties that Diogenes would undoubtedly have corrected had he been able to put the finishing touches on his complete work. It is possible, moreover, that the order of the books and of the biographies within them was not yet definitive. Still, not all of the omissions and inconsistencies can be explained by the theory of the opus imperfectum. In the centuries from the first appearance of a Greek manuscript of Lives to the creation of Chi, various errors had doubtless been introduced into the text, and serious damage had occurred, the most obvious being the loss of the end of Book 7. To some extent, it is possible to more closely approximate Omega, thanks to the excerpts in Phi and the other Byzantine sources. But in any attempt to recapture Chi, the editor can rely only on his or her own judgment. Translated from the Italian by Julia Hine. Diogenes Laertius in Byzantium, Tiziano Durandi. Knowledge of Diogenes Laertius was extremely limited in late antiquity, but the first place we find evidence of interest in lives of the eminent philosophers is in the Byzantine world. In his Bibliotheca, a text that describes 279 books he had read, Photius, circa 810 to 893 AD, the ecumenical patriarch of Constantinople, canonized in the Eastern Orthodox churches as St. Photius the Great, reported that Sopater of Apamea, 4th century AD, in his book Various Extracts, had reproduced a number of passages from the Lives. By the 6th century, Stephanus of Byzantium, the author of Ethnica, a geographical dictionary, also seemed to know of at least the work's first 3 books. Despite the evidence that Photius knew of Diogenes through Sopater, Lives is otherwise absent from the Bibliotheca and also from the Patriarch's letters. He was not attracted to the genre. The almost complete absence of philosophy books in the Bibliotheca is well known. Shortly after the death of Photius, we find the first evidence that a manuscript of Diogenes' Lives was being studied in Constantinople, probably in cultural milieus more oriented toward philosophic study. In a manuscript dated July the 28th, 925, a certain Ioannes Grammaticos, John the Grammarian, copied passages from the doxographic section of Book 3, The Life of Plato, which are preserved in a Viennese codex. 2 aspects of this codex merit comment. The beginning section preserves a larger corpus of philosophical writings, among which we find Didaskalikos by Alcinous, some passages from the commentary of Plato's Gorgias by Olympiodorus, the anonymous Prolegomena in Platonis Philosophiam, and Carmen Aureum, attributed to Pythagoras, with commentary by Hierocles. John the grammarian was thus working within an intellectual environment focused on the study of Platonic philosophy. Second, John's codex preserves scholia whose origin dates back to Areithus of Caesarea, circa 850 to 935, who later became Archbishop of Caesarea and was one of the outstanding scholars of his time. He played a key role in resurrecting interest in the so-called Meditations of Marcus Aurelius. The presence of Areithus Scholia in the Viennese Codex has led to speculation that John, in all likelihood, was copying a now lost older codex that had passed through the hands of Areithus, who had annotated it. Did Areithus play a role in the rediscovery of Diogenes Laertius in Byzantium? If the Viennese Codex is in fact copied from a manuscript put together by Areithus from different sources and containing extracts of Diogenes, it is plausible to suppose that the Bishop of Caesarea had had access to a manuscript of Lives from which he had taken the passages from the Platonic doxography. Areithus's interest in Diogenes seems, however, limited and occasional. The passages in question are reproduced together with other putatively Platonic texts. I have not yet found further traces of Lives in his writing. The hypothesis that it was Areithus who resurrected Lives from oblivion at the start of the 10th century, as he had done with the Meditations, is alluring, but aside from the presence of the Laertian extracts in the Viennese Codex, there remains no other concrete evidence. In any case, there is no need to bother with the great figures of the time to explain Diogenes' rediscovery. As Cavallo has noted, often the literary types, philologists, copyist philologists, or minor philosophy enthusiasts, many of whom have remained anonymous, alone or united in groups, contributed noteworthy transliterations, transcriptions, and editions of classical texts in the Byzantine world. For a while now, I have asked myself if the reappearance of Lives in Constantinople was related to the scholars who collected manuscripts of the so-called Collection Philosophique. This important collection of codices, 18 of which still survive, included Platonic and Neoplatonic works, including some comments by Aristotle and authors of scientific texts, linked together by codiacological and paleographical affinity. All the manuscripts, produced by the same writerly and intellectual milieu, were copied by at least 9 contemporaries in similar style, dating to around the early second half of the 9th century. We can presume the collection was created in Constantinople because of the interest of a circle of scholars attracted to Platonic philosophy. It was within this cultural milieu, interested in philosophic scientific study, some have speculated, that Lives reappeared from the depths of a library and had its contents disseminated. In any case, the real renaissance of Diogenes Laertius in Byzantium began late in the 10th century, when the 10 books of Lives were systematically excerpted in Constantinople as part of 2 large classical compilations, the Suda, a kind of encyclopedia that was created between 975 and 980, and Konstantinos Cephalus's anthology of classical Greek poetry. Scholars agree that only doxographic and not biographical excerpts were taken from Lives and used in the Suda. The latter excerpts were copied from another source, an updated edition created between 829 and 857, now lost, of Hesychius of Miletus' 6th century work, Name Finder, or Register of Famous Men in Scholarship. The indisputable similarities between the biographical sections of Diogenes' lives and some passages in the Suda can be explained by presuming that Diogenes and Hesychius both had access to many of the same earlier sources. In some cases, however, the Suda augmented Hesychius' text with supplementary information that had been compiled by Diogenes Laertius. Did the editors of the Suda have direct access to his lives? Picking up Ada Adler's suggestion, I have shown that the editors of the Suda did not read lives first-hand. They recovered the Laertian extracts from an intermediary source that Adler calls a philosophische Hauptquelle, or a key philosophical source. This source was composed of passages taken from Diogenes Laertius' doxographies, from Commentary on Aristotle's Topics by Alexander of Aphrodisias, and from Commentary on Aristotle's On Soul by John Philoponus. Traces of Christian texts can sometimes also be found in the Suda, which derive from a work that shows points of contact with John of Damascus, Fountain of Knowledge, one of the earliest scholastic works in the Eastern tradition, and one of the first Christian attempts to refute Islam. On the margins of some philosophic articles, graphics were added that schematically summarize the content. They are an integral part of the article in question, from which it may be deduced that they derive from a common source that probably circulated in the philosophy schools of Alexandria of Egypt in the 6th century. The extracts were originally ordered alphabetically. An important confirmation of Adler's hypothesis can come from an element that has, until now, been neglected. If one takes the structure of the philosophic articles into consideration, it seems evident that often several definitions of the same concept, coming from 2 or more sources, were mixed together. Alexander and Diogenes, Alexander and Philoponus, Alexander, Diogenes, and Philoponus. At times the definitions are intermeshed. As for the literary genre of this philosophic source, I hypothesize that it was structured as a collection of definitions of the principal philosophic concepts, using material found in the commentaries of Alexander and Philoponus for the Platonic Aristotelian tradition, supplemented with material found in Diogenes Laertius for the Stoic, Platonic, Cyrenaic, and Pyrrhonian traditions. Constantinos Cephalas had created his poetic anthology around the year 900, putting together several thousand epigrams by Greek poets throughout the ages. This collection included numerous poems written or cited by Diogenes Laertius in his lives. Cephalas had direct access to the same codex that is presumably at the origin of the entire Laertian manuscript tradition. His anthology was used several decades later by the anonymous editor of the Greek anthology. Some of its epigrams were later passed on to the Planudian anthology, organized by the eponymous monk Maximum Planudes, circa 1260 to 1305. In Byzantium, between the 10th and 11th centuries, interest in lives is evident in 2 collections of extracts that survive in a miscellaneous codex, handwritten in the first half of the 12th century, and conserved in the Vatican Library, the Codex Vaticanus Greco 96. The first collection of extracts in this codex, under the title On Distinguished Men in Scholarship, is falsely attributed to Hesychius of Miletus, known, as we have seen, for his Name Finder, among other things. The second collection is known as Magnum Excerptum. Let me start with a few words about the content and structure of the two collections. Undistinguished Men in Scholarship consists of a series of biographies of illustrious characters in alphabetical order, put together as a pamphlet by an anonymous author who compiled extracts from Diogenes Laertius and from the Suda. The Magnum Excerptum is an ample collection of extracts organized by an anonymous editor who followed a precise schema. The extracts are put together in 10 sections. The first incorporates a selection of doxae and the biographies of the philosophers of Book 1 of Lives. The remaining 9 sections are dedicated to Books 2 through 10. The anonymous editor distinguishes between the doxographic and biographic excerpts, which are laid out in the following way. The doxographic passages are extrapolated following the order of the Laertian books, including sections from the introduction, doctrinal summaries from Cyrenaics of the schools of Hegesias and Aniceris, passages from Plato, from the Stoics, from the Pyrrhonians, and finally from the Epicureans. More space was reserved for the second biographical section, perhaps because the excerptor wanted the anecdotes and jokes to render the whole collection more amusing. The biographies follow the same succession that can be found in the continuous manuscripts. There are frequent textual transpositions or reorganizations of anecdotes. What seems to be disorganization comes from the editor's apparent desire to order what he may have believed was disorder in the Laertian text. He possesses an excellent knowledge of Diogenes' work and leaves nothing to chance, and in no case were the texts he transcribed the same as those included in the small work wrongly attributed to Hesychius. These observations raise 2 questions. Was the author of the Magnum Excerptum the same as the author of the opuscule attributed to the pseudo-Hesychius? When were the 2 collections compiled? A parallel leading reinforces a one-editor hypothesis. Still, each of these 2 distinct collections is dictated by different aims. The excerpts attributed to the pseudo-Hesychius seem to be modelled on the Register of Famous Men in Scholarship, compiled by Hesychius of Miletus. The Great Extract, on the other hand, gives the impression of a history of philosophy organized in 2 blocks, one that is truly philosophic, and one that takes the form of anecdotes and jokes that illuminate and make more accessible the thought and opinions of the single philosophers. Interpreted in this way, the 2 collections would correspond to a very defined and structured work plan. As for the chronology of the 2 collections, we can arrange them based on 2 concrete elements. 1. The date of the Codex Vaticanus Graecus 96, copied in the first half of the 12th century. 2. The presence of large extracts of the Suda. Since the reading of the Suda dates to the years 975 to 980, this date constitutes the terminus post quem for the composition of the pseudo-Hesychius, if one assumes it was compiled by the same editor who created the Great Extract. We can thus establish that the model of the Codex Vaticanus Graecus 96 should be situated somewhere between the end of the 11th century and the beginning of the 12th. In the centuries that preceded and followed the composition of the 2 collections of the Vatican Codex, the Byzantine scholars do not seem to have paid much attention to lives. I will just note a few cases of authors, known or anonymous, who had direct or indirect access to the work. We are dealing, at least in the most ancient phase, with second-hand knowledge from anthologies, collections of adages, or the codex excerpts. Only later, from the 14th century, do we have more certain evidence of the more ample and direct use of lives, read most likely in its entirety, even if sometimes the intention was to extract select passages, wisdom expressions, nomai, and sayings, apophthegmata, or to use it for making biodoxographic compilations. To begin, let me address two collections of aphorisms, the first in Codex 263 of the monastery of St. John at Patmos, and the second in Codex Vaticanus Graecus 151. The Patmos manuscript is particularly interesting because it contains two anthologies, the second entitled Sayings and Sentences of Ancient Philosophers. This collection is composed of a first section of nomai and apophthegmata by Thales, Solon, Chilon, Pittacus, Bias, Cleobulus, Periander, Anacharsis, Anaxagoras, Aristippus, Plato, Bion, Demetrius of Phalerum, Antisthenes, Diogenes of Sinope, and Democritus. A second section follows with 99 apophthegmata that are mostly anonymous. The editor of the two collections copied the extracts from a manuscript of Lives. They are often reproduced to the letter, occasionally with structural or linguistic changes, keeping the order of Diogenes' Laertius narration largely unchanged. The Vatican Codex obviously draws on a reading of Diogenes' life of Xenocrates in Book 4. Even the anonymous compilers of several Byzantine collections of the aphorisms of the Seven Sages, notably the Recensio Parisina and Recensio Monacensis, edited by Tsiatsi Papagiani, read and used Diogenes. The original sources for both compilations are two prior anthologies, one attributed to Demetrius of Phalerum and the other to a certain Sosiades, both included in the anthology by John of Stobaeus. Diogenes had access to the anthology attributed to Demetrius through an intermediary source, better than the one used by Stobaeus, which had been reworked in various areas and probably corrupted. As for the so-called Nomologium Vaticanum, that, in Sternbach's edition, includes 577 aphorisms and sayings in alphabetical order. It has by now been established that lives cannot be counted among its sources. Diogenes and the Nomologium Vaticanum derive from a more ancient common source that has not yet been recovered. We must think of a text created in late antiquity or in the period of Byzantine encyclopedism by fusing various Hellenistic aphorisms which were then reworked and reorganized in various ways through the centuries. The same collections were also used by Plutarch and Stobaeus. Between the end of the 11th and the beginning of the 12th century, the two most important manuscripts that preserved Lives in its entirety were copied, probably from the same source, Parisinus Graecus, 1759, 11th and 12th century, copied in Constantinople, Siglum P, and the Codex of Naples 3 B 29, 12th century, probably copied in the Norman court of Palermo from an example that derived from Constantinople, Siglum B. It is believed that the scholar John Tzetzes, circa 1110 to 1185, had read at least the life of Democritus, given his use of Diogenes' epigram about the philosopher's death. The bishop of Thessaloniki, Eustathius, circa 1115 to 1195, a contemporary of Tzetzes, had at least a limited knowledge of Lives, judging by the presence of 10 or so anonymous quotations, paraphrases, and allusions to it. The life of Diogenes the Cynic in Book 6 is the more or less distant source of the majority of these quotations, present in anecdote or apophthegmata form. A study of these passages has led me to conclude that Eustathius did not have direct access to a manuscript of the entire lives, but rather recovered these extracts from an anthology or a similar work. A century later, the interest of Nicephorus Gregoras, circa 1295 to 1359, in Lives can be seen by the manuscript Palatinus Graecus 129 by Heidelberg and by Vaticanus Graecus 1898. Both codices, handwritten by the same Gregoras, contain, among other things, Laertian extracts basically copied from the Codex Vaticanus Graecus 96, or one of its descendants. The case of Vaticanus Graecus 1898 is particularly interesting. There, a new life of Plato is created by combining excerpts from Diogenes Laertius and from the Various History by Claudius Aelianus. Another anonymous life of Plato was published later on and presented as a cohesive rewrite of Diogenes' Book 3 with numerous retouches and omissions, for example, the poetic quotations and scholarly references. It can be attributed to Georgios Scholarios, known as Gennadius II, circa 1400 to 1473, the first patriarch of the Church of Constantinople after the taking of the city by the Turks. He copied it in the Codex Parisinus Graecus 1417, which dates from the mid-15th century. During more or less the same period, between 1454 and 1466, Michael Apostolius, circa 1422, after 1474 or 1486, had worked on, but not brought to completion, a collection of proverbs. Upon his death, the collected materials were passed down to his son Aristobulus Apostolius, 1468 or 69 to 1535, bishop, under the name Arsenius, of Monimbatia, starting in 1506. He had used his father's collection in the writings of the Codex Anglicanus Graecus 27, signed by Apostolius, integrating it with a series of sayings, apophthegmata stories, and new proverbs, and dividing all the material into 4 distinct sections: proverbs, sayings, apophthegmata, and stories, each one ordered alphabetically. Of this immense collection, which he called Ionia, Arsenius was able to publish only the apophthegmata, of greatest interest to scholars of Diogenes. These he had taken in particular from the works of Diodorus of Sicily, Plutarch, Clement of Alexandria, Diogenes Laertius, John of Stobi, Pseudo Maximus the Confessor, and Antony's Melissa. Ionia gives tangible evidence of material recovered and reused out of context from lives, and represents an important moment for the dissemination of Diogenes' work among Renaissance scholars of the Greek language. I will not give an account of the ample mythological, archaeological, and biographical compilation, also entitled Ionia, attributed to the Empress Eudokia Macrembolitissa, who died after 1078, the wife of Constantinos X, Ducas, and later of Romanus IV. This collection, which among other things also contains various extracts from lives, is nothing more than a 16th century compilation, one in fact that was compiled by the famous scribe and able falsifier Constantinos Paleocapa, around the year 1540. Paleocapa used well-known miscellaneous materials that had already appeared in print: the Suda, printed in 1514, Diogenes Laertius, printed in 1533, The dictionary by the humanist Varinus Favorinus Camers, printed in 1538, and the Compendia of Cornutus and Pelefatus, printed in 1543. If one reflects on the data that come out of this investigation, one gets the impression that Byzantine scholars preferred to read excerpts rather than the whole of Diogenes Laertius' lives, at least until the start of the Palaeologan dynasty in Byzantium in 1261. Beginning in the first decade of the 14th century, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers was copied several times in its entirety or in extensive excerpts form, and the interest in its content increased in both the East and the West. In 1533, in Basel, editor Johann Froben finally published the first printed Greek text of Lives. This edition, though based on an extremely corrupt and altered manuscript, contributed nonetheless to the knowledge that an ever-growing population had of Diogenes Laertius' work in Greek. Translated from the Italian by Julia Hine. Diogenes Laertius in Latin, Tiziano Durandi. Copies of the Greek text of Diogenes Laertius, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers, appeared in the West in the 15th and 16th centuries, making the work available to scholars able to read classical Greek. But traces of Lives had become accessible to educated readers in the West, thanks to excerpts and eventually a complete text that had been translated into Latin. Perhaps the earliest Latin translation of Diogenes Laertius may be found in Liber de Vita e Moribus Philosophorum, attributed to Walter Burley, 1274 or 75, after 1344, but edited by an anonymous source between 1272 and 1326, pseudo-Burley. Here, Diogenes Laertius' name is explicitly cited several times. Ut et Laertius, ut narrat Laertius, ut et Laertius in libro de vita philosophorum, or ut et Laertius in libro de vita et moribus philosophorum. But passages from the Lives in Latin translation are often quoted without reference to their author or source. The first substantial Latin translation of the Lives from the ancient Greek was the work of Henry Aristippus, deceased 1162, the Archdeacon of Catania, tied to the Norman court of William I, 1131 to 1166, in Palermo. In a passage of the prologue of his translation of Plato's Meno, prepared between the years 1154 and 1160, Aristippus informs us that he was getting ready to translate into Latin, in italicas transvertere syllabas parabam, the Lives of the Eminent Philosophers of Diogenes Laertius, Laertium Diogenem de Vita et Conversatione Dogmatique Philosophorum, at the request of Emir Maio of Bari and of Hugh, Archbishop of Palermo. Aristippus' translation, which will be referred to from here on as Versio Aristippi, quickly disappeared from circulation. It survived mainly in a few fragments that were used by pseudo-Burley and by Jeremiah of Montagnone, circa 1250 to 1321. Although Diogenes' name never appears in Jeremiah's Compendium Moralium Notabilium, 1285, several passages of this text undoubtedly derive from the Lives. The presence of quotations deriving from the Versio Aristippi is much more dominant in the Liber de Vita e Moribus Philosophorum by pseudo-Burley. In this regard, the chapter dedicated to the pre-Socratic philosopher Thales of Miletus is of particular interest. Most scholars assume that the Versio Aristipi of Diogenes included a Latin translation of only the first 5 books of the Lives. The presence of aphorisms that Pseudo-Burley attributes to philosophers Diogenes Laertius had spoken of in books 6 to 10, and which are similar to those in Lives, has been explained by supposing that Pseudo-Burley used as a source other Greek anthologies based on Diogenes that had been previously translated into Latin. I, however, believe that the Versio Aristipi was even more limited and included a Latin translation of only the first 2 books of Lives, plus a Latin rendition of Diogenes' Life of Aristotle in Book 5, with particular attention paid to biographic details and the apothegms. It is even possible that this translation was limited to a selection of excerpts and omitted most of the scholarly details. But this is more difficult to prove. We do not possess a copy of the original translation, but have only extracts, more or less altered, from 2 works a century and a half away from it. Between the probable date of Versio Aristipi's first appearance, in the years between 1154 and 1162, Jeremiah of Montagnone's fragments from it, 1285, and the anonymous author's usage of it in Liber de Vitae et Moribus Philosophorum, created between 1272 and 1326, there is time enough for substantial parts of the translation to have been lost, manipulated, mutilated, or adapted. While it seems that Jeremiah's text is closer to the translation, in Pseudo-Burley's work, small edits are evident, and it is difficult to say if they come directly from him or point to an intermediary source through which the work may have been filtered. The Greek model of Aristippus' translation is thought to be what is known as the Codex of Naples 3b 29, a 12th century version currently known as B. This manuscript was copied in southern Italy and circulated in the Norman court of Palermo. The Versio Aristipi is therefore not especially useful in trying to reconstruct the original Greek text of Diogenes' Lives. It was only in the 15th century that readers of Latin had access to a complete translation of Diogenes' Lives, the famous translation produced by Ambrogio Traversari, 1386 to 1439, the so-called Versio Ambrosiana. When Traversari took on the Lives, he was already experienced in translating the Greek texts of the early Christian theologians. During the years in which he devoted himself to Diogenes Laertius, Traversari continued to work on the Greek fathers, translating the Pratum Spirituale, Spiritual Meadow, by the Byzantine John Moschus, circa 550 to 619. Traversari approached Diogenes' text slowly and with real hesitation. On the one hand, there were many linguistic and interpretive difficulties presented by the doctrinal summaries and citations, but also by the numerous poetic epigrams by Diogenes and other authors. Traversari eventually decided not to translate the poetry, offering instead a paraphrase of each epigram's content in his own Latin prose. Religious concerns further vexed Traversari, who faced a profane text that included detailed accounts of the teachings of Epicurus and other pagan heretics. We can reconstruct the stages that led to Traversari's translation by reading his letters. He first mentions Diogenes' Lives in a letter written between 1418 and 1419, Epistolarium, Book 6, verse 14, Canetti Meus, to Francesco Barbaro, 1390 to 1454, thanking him for sending a Greek codex of Diogenes, among other things. The codex is probably the one that Demetrios Skaranos, died 1426, had copied for Traversari, as we deduce from another letter addressed to Barbaro from Ambrogio, dated November the 1st, 1419, Epistolarium, Book 6, verse 12. Until 1424, Traversari showed little interest in Diogenes, despite insistent requests for a translation, not only from Cosimo il Vecchio de' Medici, 1389 to 1464, but also from the Archbishop of Genoa, Pileo de' Marini, circa 1377 to 1429. In a letter addressed to the Archbishop, dated February 27, 1424, Traversari lists the difficulties in complying with his request: his lack of leisure time, the difficulties in carrying out such an important translation, and finally the conflict between his Christian convictions and the pagan philosophers. The Archbishop persisted and asked Niccolo Niccoli, 1364 to 1437, a humanist in the Medici court, to help persuade Traversari. On March the 16th, 1424, Traversari wrote to Niccoli and stressed the many difficulties of the translation and the time it would take. Epistolarium, Book 8, verse 1, Book 8, verse 10. Another reason for delay appears in subsequent letters to Niccoli from May the 25th and June the 21st, 1424, Epistolarium, Book 8, verses 8 to 9, in which a new protagonist enters the picture, the theologian Antonio di Massa. Traversari nevertheless overcame his misgivings, and in a letter dated November the 19th of that same year, Traversari announced to the Archbishop of Genoa that 3 days earlier he had begun to translate Diogenes. In the years that followed, Traversari told correspondents that he had in his possession 2 Greek manuscripts of Diogenes' lives, both unreliable. One of the manuscripts was copied on a codex belonging to Guarino da Verona, 1374 to 1460. The other, a version of the codex that Antonio di Massa had brought to Constantinople, perhaps the Venetian codex, Marcianus Graecus, 393. Traversari understood the limitations of these 2 texts, knowing that the quality of his translation would depend on the accuracy of what he was rendering into Latin. He asked his patrons to find and send him a 3rd version of the Greek text. In a letter from July the 8th, 1425, Epistolarium, Book 6, verse 25, Traversari stresses the difficulties he has encountered in trying to translate the philosophic passages while waiting for a 3rd Greek codex. Several days later, the 3rd manuscript arrives, perhaps the current Parisinus Graecus, 1758, or the Vaticanus Graecus, 140. Traversari immediately arranges for its collation, but the translation is slow going. A year later, in 1426, Epistolarium, Book 8, verse 17, Traversari complains about the difficulty he is having with Epicurus texts and asks for help from Carlo Marsupini, 1399 to 1453. A fellow humanist who also served as a chancellor of the Florentine Republic. For several years, Traversari stopped mentioning Diogenes in his letters, but his work on the Latin text had to continue amid difficulties tied to obscurities in the original Greek, its proper rendering into Latin, and his unresolved religious misgivings. At last, at the beginning of 1433, Traversari sent word to Cosimo de' Medici in a private letter, Epistolarium, Book 7, verse 2, that his Latin version of Diogenes Laertius was finished. He also composed a public letter, dated February the 8th, 1433, to serve as a preface to the translation. A fair copy of the translation was prepared by Traversari's collaborator and copyist, Friar Michel di Giovanni. And so began in earnest the circulation in Latin of Diogenes Laertius' Lives, at first in various manuscript copies and later in printed form. Their sheer number suggests the popularity it enjoyed from the beginning. The first printed edition of Traversari's translation was published by Francesco Elio Marchesi, possibly 1448 to 1517, based on a copy of Michele's manuscript. It was published in Rome around 1472 with Giorgio Laua. A reasonably faithful version of the Latin text, the Marchesi edition nevertheless made one significant change. After the preface, the publisher added an index in which the philosophers covered by Diogenes are listed alphabetically. This index even includes the names of the Stoic philosophers whose lives were covered in the missing fragment of Book 7, an omission Traversari noted clearly in his original Latin translation. Unfortunately, it was not Marchesi's edition, but Benedetto Brugnoli's, 1427 to 1502, printed in Venice in 1475 with Nicholas Jensen, that led to the widespread dissemination of the Versio Ambrosiana in the Western world. Marchesi's Roman edition was never reprinted, while Brugnoli's Venetian edition was reprinted many times and made widely available. Brugnoli viewed his publication as an improvement on the Latin of the Versio Ambrosiana. He reprinted Traversari's Latin paraphrases of the Greek poetry, but also added his own Latin verse translations of the epigrams. With successive reprints of the Brugnoli edition, the Latin of the original Versio Ambrosiana grew increasingly unfaithful. Still, the enormous success of printed versions of Traversari's Latin translation during the Renaissance contributed to the dissemination of Diogenes Laertius' Lives in widening circles of readers who were ignorant of Greek. The popularity of the work made Renaissance readers aware of the lives and thought of a number of previously unfamiliar philosophers and philosophical schools, including the Cyrenaics, the Cynics, the Stoics, the Pyrrhonians, and the Epicureans. The Versio Ambrosiana should, furthermore, be considered in relation to the numerous Italian translations that were carried out in the second half of the 15th century. The first was published in Venice in 1480. Despite contrary declarations by the authors of these translations, it has been shown, with substantial proof, that they were based not on the Greek text, but on Traversari's Latin. Even a subsequent and more accurate Latin translation, prepared by Tommaso Aldobrandini, died 1572, and posthumously published by his nephew, Cardinal Pietro Aldobrandini, 1594, never managed to replace Traversari's as the model for the successive Latin translations that accompanied the printed Greek text of Diogenes' Lives, up through the edition first published by Carol Gabriel Kobe in 1850. It was thus through the Versio Ambrosiana, however inaccurately disseminated, that the Latin West first came to know and appreciate the work of Diogenes Laertius in its entirety. Translated from the Italian by Julia Hine. Diogenes Laertius and the Pre-Socratics. André Lax. The notion of a pre-Socratic period in philosophy has its roots in antiquity. Plato, in his Apology, and Xenophon, in his Memorabilia, Both insisted that Socrates had nothing to do with the type of impious cosmological speculation with which thinkers before Socrates had been widely associated. In a famous passage, Cicero said that Socrates had brought back philosophy from the sky to the earth. In spite of these important antecedents, the idea of the pre-Socratics is undeniably a modern creation. The expression pre-Socratic philosophy first occurs, as far as we know, in a handbook on the history of philosophy published by J.A. Eberhard in 1788. Although there was general agreement by then that a decisive break in the history of philosophy had taken place some time before Aristotle, there was debate in the 19th century about where this break occurred, with Socrates or Plato. This debate, which also raised the question of how the sophists should be evaluated and classified, involved great philosophers such as Schleiermacher, Hegel, and Nietzsche, who all had strong theories of history, as well as great historians of philosophy such as E. Zeller and H. Diels. If the notion of a school of pre-Socratic philosophers eventually superseded that of pre-Platonic philosophers, this was due to the conjunction of Nietzsche's mature view of Socrates as the beginning of decadent modernity and Diels's widely read collection of pre-Socratic material published in 1903 under the title Die Fragmente der Vorsokratiker, the fragments of the pre-Socratics. The implication was that there existed a single line of philosophical development in ancient Greece with Socrates as the pivotal figure, demarcating a before and an after. This modern conception of the history of philosophy contrasts with the account we find in Diogenes Laertius. Consider the following passage from the prologue of his book, Book 1, verses 13 to 15. But philosophy has two origins, one that dates back to Anaximander, the other to Pythagoras. Anaximander was a student of Thales. Pythagoras studied with Pherecydes. The school originated by Anaximander was called Ionian because Thales, who as a native of Miletus was Ionian, was Anaximander's teacher. The other school was called Italian, after Pythagoras, who practiced philosophy for the most part in Italy. 14. The one school, the Ionian, ends with Clytomachus, Chrysippus, and Theophrastus, the Italian with Epicurus. The succession passes from Thales through Anaximander, Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, Archelaus to Socrates, who introduced moral philosophy. From Socrates to the various Socratics, especially Plato, who founded the Old Academy, from Plato through Speusippus and Xenocrates, to Polemon, Crantor, Crates, and Arcesilaus, who founded the Middle Academy, to Lacydes, who founded the New Academy, Carneades and Clytomachus. And thus it ends with Clytomachus. 15. It ends with Chrysippus in the following way. From Socrates it passes to Antisthenes, then to Diogenes the Cynic, Crates of Thebes, Zeno of Citium, Cleanthes, and Chrysippus. It ends with Theophrastus as follows. From Plato it passes to Aristotle, and from Aristotle to Theophrastus, and in this way the school of Ionia comes to an end. The succession of the Italian school is as follows. From Pherecydes it passes to Pythagoras, then to his son Teleges, then to Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno of Elea, Leucippus, and Democritus, who had many students, among whom one should mention Nausiphanes and Nausides, who taught Epicurus. This passage, which announces the overall structure of the lives, assumes that Greek philosophy can be divided into two parallel but distinct traditions, which flourished in two different regions of ancient Greece, one in Ionia in the east, the other in Italy and Sicily in the west. Accordingly, the Ionian succession occupies one part of the book, books 2 to 7, while the Italian succession takes up another, books 8 to 10. One immediate conclusion is a negative one. Diogenes Laertius recognizes no pre-Socratics in the modern sense. This is true in two related respects. First, the various philosophers we used to gather under this name do not constitute an autonomous group for Diogenes, and second, each of the successions forms a continuous whole without any mention of a decisive break into before and after. What we get in Diogenes is not two segments on a single line, but two independent and continuous lines. There is some emphasis in the Ionian lineage on Socrates as the first to discourse about the conduct of life, a characterization repeated in the section dedicated to him, Book 2, verse 20. Yet this was hardly conceived as a deep caesura. Plato's Phaedo skillfully, almost diabolically, managed to integrate Socrates' early rejection of natural philosophy with a narrative that depicted the mature Socrates as engaged in an inquiry about the causes of generation and corruption, 96a. Plato thus paved the way for the unbroken presentation Aristotle made of his predecessors in the first book of his Metaphysics. In Book 5 of his Tusculan Disputations, Cicero also presented the history of philosophy as a continuous one, treating its subject as essentially of a practical nature. Socrates' abandonment of the study of the sky to concentrate on human affairs only meant the renewal, he suggested, of an older conception of philosophy as primarily a form of political wisdom aimed at legislative knowledge. Plato, Xenophon, and Cicero all had their own reasons to portray Socrates' interest in ethical and political questions as a rejection of natural science. At worst, an interest in cosmology could provoke suspicions of impiety, Plato and Xenophon. At best, it distracted attention from the more important question of how best to shape the conduct of human life, Cicero. But the Socratic interest in ethics could also be read as simply taking an important step toward the completion of a philosophical program according to which philosophy is a complex discipline including a number of sub-disciplines, including both ethics and physics. In Diogenes Laertius, the sense of a continuity between Socrates, despite the novelty of his approach, and his predecessors is made manifest by the construction of Archelaus, a pupil of Anaxagoras, who was also said to have been Socrates' teacher, as an intermediary between physics and ethics. Archelaus, Diogenes writes at Book 2, verse 16, seems also to have touched upon ethics, for he discussed laws and goodness and justice. Archelaus held that the just and the shameful exist not by nature but by convention. The implication is clearly that Socrates, for all his originality, simply focused on an aspect of philosophy that was already well established. From this point of view, one would venture to say that Diogenes Laertius is Aristotle's true heir, for Aristotle's story of the development of philosophy in Book A of the Metaphysics also subordinates the ethical orientation of Socrates' thought to the longue durée of a philosophical inquiry about the first causes and principles that, according to Aristotle, had begun with Thales, Metaphysics, Book 1, verse 3. Indeed, there are striking similarities in the treatment of Socrates in Diogenes and in Aristotle. For Diogenes, Archelaus had already broached the ethical questions that Socrates pursued, as we have just seen. For Aristotle, Socrates' focus on ethics is no more than a generational and hence an almost contingent feature. What Socrates is primarily interested in is in fact an epistemological problem, the question of definition. Aristotle, Generation of Animals, Book 1, verses 642 and 28 to 31. A further important similarity between the two, which also is a difference from Diogenes' Fragmente de Vosocratica, is that the sophists are excluded from their histories of philosophy, with the exception of Protagoras. It may be significant that Philostratus, a near contemporary of Diogenes, devoted a book specifically to the lives of the sophists, as if the two works were complementary. In any case, a number of modern collections of pre-Socratic philosophers also leave the sophists aside. The differences between Diogenes and Aristotle are even more telling than the similarities. Aristotle recounted one continuous, if complex, history of philosophy. His account assumes that what is developing, thanks to the efforts of successive generations of philosophers, is a systematic field of conceptual inquiry, and that this mode of inquiry is teleologically oriented. Diogenes' continuity boils down to institutional succession. From a conceptual point of view, there is no discernible system at all. The opinions of philosophers are simply what they happen to think, what they approve of, because it so pleases them. Greek, ta aresconta, Latin, placita. They are, more than anything, an aspect of their lives. What interests Diogenes is not the construction of philosophy itself, sub specie aeternitatis, or rather sub specie Aristotelis, but the display of individual philosophers adorned with individual doctrines. Paradoxically enough, Aristotle himself, because he dedicated so much attention to chronological questions and even to questions of personal character, can be considered as providing the remote origin of this orientation. The model of succession, on which Diogenes Laertius relies, most probably originated 2 centuries before him with a certain Sotion, who was usually presented as a peripatetic scholar. Still, as a historian of philosophy, Aristotle towers above Diogenes. The latter lacks conceptual depth, so much so that it is not clear he is interested in philosophy as Aristotle understood it at all. His presentation of the difference between the Ionian and Italian traditions is purely geographical. He never considers that the two might be correlated with 2 distinctive philosophical orientations, such as the religious orientation of the Italian philosophers and the naturalism of the Ionians. There is no notion in Diogenes Laertius that geography determines ways of thinking. His 2 parallel stories, the one that leads from Thales to the Stoics and the other that leads from Pythagoras to Epicurus, simply coexist. This is particularly strange since the geographical criterion becomes insignificant early on, with the concentration of all the philosophical schools in Athens. According to Diogenes Laertius, the first to transport philosophy to Athens was Archelaus, Book 2, verse 16. Other sources say it was Anaxagoras. Thus, if one looks for our pre-Socratic philosophers in Diogenes Laertius, one will find them cut off from one another. First, there is Book 1, which is entirely devoted to the 7 sages. In principle, Diogenes distinguishes them from the philosophers, although there is an interesting hesitation in this respect about the most famous of them, Thales of Miletus. In the prologue, as we have seen above, Thales is the founder of the Ionian tradition of philosophy. In Book 1, however, he is the first of the sages. In Book 2, Diogenes presents 4 more pre-Socratic philosophers: Anaximander, Anaximenes, Anaxagoras, and Archelaus, before turning to Socrates. Most of the rest of our pre-Socratics appear toward the end of the work, in Book 8, which is entirely devoted to Pythagoras and his successors, Empedocles, Epicharmus, Archytas, Alcmaeon, Hippasus, Philolaus, and in Book 9, Heraclitus, Xenophanes, Parmenides, Melissus, Zeno of Elea, Leucippus, Democritus, Protagoras, Diogenes of Apollonia. In this latter book, we encounter yet another change with respect to the succession announced in the prologue. Xenophanes, although he still precedes Parmenides, is now coupled with Heraclitus. Both are presented as 2 isolated, scattered figures who, each for different reasons, cannot be integrated into either the Ionian or Italian genealogy. Compare Book 8, verses 50 and 91. The reasons for this are clear enough in the case of Heraclitus, whose name, oddly but typically, was not mentioned at all in Book 1, according to a well-established tradition which in part relies on one of his own declarations. Heraclitus was a haughty philosopher who had no personal disciples and, above all, no teacher. Compare Book 9, verse 5. Matters are less clear for Xenophanes, who does feature as Parmenides' master in the prologue. One can speculate that the construction of an Eleatic subfiliation in the wake of Plato's Sophist, 242d, on the basis of Xenophanes' interest in the one God, which made him a forerunner of Parmenides' one being, was felt by some to conflict with his alleged skepticism, which Diogenes himself denies at Book 9, verse 20. See also Book 9, verse 72. He thus became a candidate to join Heraclitus as an anomaly. It is interesting that the section on Parmenides presents Xenophanes as only one of his possible masters. Book 9, verse 21. Diogenes was, until the late 18th century, the great model for historians of philosophy. This is because his project is historical rather than conceptual, because its chronological scope is much more extended than Aristotle's could ever be. It includes the Hellenistic schools, and because it contains much more material and information, whatever its nature and quality may be, than survive in Aristotle's extant treatises. But with the emergence of new historical approaches and conceptions of history at the beginning of the 19th century, Diogenes became something of an embarrassment. Hegel's judgment about the respective value of Aristotle and Diogenes in his lectures on the history of philosophy is harsh and representative. Aristotle is our most abundant authority. He studied the older philosophers expressly and most thoroughly, and he has, in the beginning of his metaphysics especially, and also to a large extent elsewhere, dealt with them in historical order. He is as philosophic as erudite, and we may rely upon him. We can do no better in Greek philosophy than study the first book of his Metaphysics. By contrast, the book of Diogenes Laertius is an important compilation, and yet it brings forward copious evidence without much discrimination. The philosophic spirit cannot be ascribed to it. It rambles about amongst bad anecdotes extraneous to the matter in hand. For the lives of philosophers, and here and there for their tenets, it is useful. There are good reasons to subscribe to Hegel's judgment, but possible ways around it. Diogenes' very weaknesses can also be converted into a powerful instrument directed against any purely conceptual view of the history of philosophy. Nietzsche is the most prominent representative of this more positive attitude to Diogenes Laertius. Precisely because Diogenes was as interested in the lives of his philosophers as in their thinking, he could be read as opening the way to a reflection on philosophy's status. The traditional title of this book, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers, thus becomes more than a description of its actual content. It names, at a second reflexive level, an important philosophical problem, that of the relation between doctrine and life. This aspect, which was important for Jacob Burckhardt's analysis of the relation between philosophy and culture in his History of Greek Culture, also played an important role in Nietzsche's philosophical promotion of the pre-Socratics. For according to Nietzsche, who had initially relied in his lectures at the University of Basel on the expression pre-Platonic philosophers, Socratic ethics had done more than redirect the course of philosophy. It had affected the course of humanity at large by breaking with a formerly tragic worldview in favor of a moral optimism that laid the ground for the development of Christianity, democracy, and socialism. The pre-Socratics thus became crucial for sketching the outlines of a tragic form of philosophy. This was why it was important to understand who these great figures were, and Diogenes could help here. In a famous section of Human, All Too Human, entitled The Tyrants of the Spirit, Nietzsche writes, Aristotle especially seems to have no eyes in his head whenever he stands before these men. He mentions Thales, Parmenides, Pythagoras, Empedocles, and Democritus. And so it seems as though these glorious philosophers had lived in vain, or as though their only function had been to prepare the way for the quarrelsome and loquacious hordes of the Socratic schools. Diogenes Laertius, by contrast, because of the kind of material he preserved, was an invaluable resource, if what was at stake was retrieving the pre-Socratics' original greatness and status within Greek culture. And Diogenes Laertius does provide us with a great deal about pre-Socratic philosophers that is either unique or uniquely presented. Often it is most useful as a way to reconstruct how they were read and appreciated down to the Hellenistic period, although there is also plenty of other apparently reliable material. For Diogenes Laertius' book is characterized by its profound heterogeneity, a feature fundamental to the kind of history he was engaged in, and which makes it difficult most of the time to decide who is speaking, Diogenes Laertius, or the many sources he uses and arranges for his own, often inscrutable purposes. I shall finish then by showing how Diogenes may be the source for crucial information and insights about these ancient Greek philosophers, which makes him both an inexhaustible resource for scholarship and, in spite of his shortcomings, an everlasting source of reflection. The chapters on some of the archaic thinkers are rather meagre. This is the case, for example, of the relevant chapters in Book 2 for the treatment of Archytas, Alcmaeon, Hippasus, and Philolaus in Book 8, and with the accounts of Parmenides, Melissus, and Diogenes of Apollonia in Book 9. Even there, however, we get revealing snippets. We would not know, for example, how Alcmaeon or Diogenes of Apollonia's books began were it not for Diogenes Laertius' antiquarian habit of quoting the first lines of a given work, which must have been originally a way of identifying its author. See Book 8, verse 83, and Book 9, verse 57, respectively. And the chapter on Parmenides is interesting just because it presents an unfamiliar way of reading him. He was the first to declare that the earth is spherical and is situated at the center. Book 9, verse 21. Without Diogenes Laertius, we would not know about the ancient dispute as to whether Parmenides was the disciple of Xenophanes or of Anaximander, or of a certain Ameianas, an otherwise unknown Pythagorean, which reflects the existence of a debate about Parmenides' philosophical ascendance, and hence about the nature of his teachings. A last example I would like to adduce is the thin section on Anaximenes in Book 2, which, apart from reproducing apocryphal letters from Anaximenes to Pythagoras, also happens to contain a characterization of Anaximenes' style that is important for appreciating the question of his place in the development of philosophical writing. He wrote simply and plainly in the Ionic dialect, Book 2, verse 3, implicitly opposing him to Anaximander's poetic inclinations. More extended sections often preserve invaluable documents, even when these are of questionable provenance. Take the summary of Pythagoras's alleged doctrines, Book 8, verses 25 to 33. This may tell us little about the verifiable views of the real Pythagoras, but it tells us a great deal about his reception in a period of which we otherwise know practically nothing. Consider, too, the detailed catalogue of Democritus' works which Thrasyllus has organized by tetralogies, as he also arranged Plato's works, Book 9, verses 46 to 49. Above all, Diogenes Laertius is our only source for a number of precious pre-Socratic fragments from Heraclitus and Empedocles. There is also Diogenes' suggestive power, not in spite, but rather because of his paratactical mode of composition. These seemingly miscellaneous juxtapositions often trigger reflection, and may well be themselves the expression of a special kind of reflection. The reader is free, at least, to read Diogenes as if his parataxis were a deliberate device. Consider just one example. In his life of Empedocles, Diogenes tells us, Satyrus, in his Lives, says that Empedocles was also a doctor and an excellent orator. He then adds that Gorgias of Leontini, at any rate, who excelled in rhetoric, and has left a treatise on the art, had been his student. Apollodorus, in his Chronology, says that Gorgias lived to the age of 109, and then that Satyrus says Gorgias was present when Empedocles did magic tricks. Finally, he quotes 9 lives where Empedocles promises a disciple that he will not only teach him to heal, but to bring back from Hades a dead man's strength, and more generally to master meteorological phenomena. This jumble of information suggests a number of relationships between medicine and magic and rhetoric, and master and disciple that, while they remain indefinite, are also open to a variety of intriguing interpretations, some of which are reflected in scholarly literature about Empedocles and Gorgias. But perhaps the ultimate source of Diogenes Laertius' mysterious appeal is his fascination with the death of philosophers. The story of Empedocles' jump into the crater of Etna, Book 9, verses 67 to 74, in particular, is behind several great literary creations, such as the 3 versions of Hölderlin's Death of Empedocles, Matthew Arnold's Empedocles on Etna, and Bertolt Brecht's Empedocles' Shoe. Also worth mentioning is the recurring pattern of death by revenge, so to speak, wherein a philosopher dies because of the classical elements his doctrine had downplayed. Thales, who had chosen water as the ultimate substance of things, dies from heat and thirst. Heraclitus, who had elected fire as his cosmic principle, suffers a fatally abnormal accumulation of fluid in the cavities of his body, and Pythagoras, in one version, dies at the hands of an angry mob as he is trying to avoid the bean field, one of the foods he considered taboo. These transparently symbolic anecdotes all tell us something about the relationship of philosophy to life in general, and may stand for a specific approach to intellectual history of which Diogenes Laertius remains for us the only full-fledged representative. His pre-Socratics, just as Nietzsche intuited, play an important part in this alternative history of philosophy. Plato's Doctrines in Diogenes Laertius. John Dillon. Diogenes Laertius' life of Plato is one of his most substantial achievements, and is thus a particularly suitable perspective from which to evaluate the sometimes baffling way the author of Lives of the Eminent Philosophers represented philosophical doctrines. I will focus on the first segment of his survey of Plato's doctrines, Aristonta, in Book 3, verses 67 to 80. After the life proper and an extensive review of Plato's works and their editing, Book 3, verses 47 to 66. Diogenes' account needs to be viewed against the background of previous collections of the philosophical opinions, or doxographies, of Plato. These date back to the period of the so-called Old Academy, 347 to 266 BC, the school Plato left at his death. It seems likely that it was the third head of the Academy, Xenocrates of Chalcedon, in the period 339 to 314 BC, who first strove to forge Plato's philosophical insights into a systematic body of doctrine. He, however, was not concerned to produce anything like a summary, such as we find in later times. At this early stage, the nearest such approach we find is from the pen of Theophrastus, Aristotle's successor as head of the Peripatetic school, who composed Opinions on Natural Philosophy, Physicon Doxae, in which he included Plato, crediting him with a two-principle system of the same type attributed to him by Diogenes. Plato wishes to make the principles two in number, the one a substrat in the role of matter, which he calls the all-receiving, Pandekes, Timaeus 51a, the other as cause and motive agent, Kinoon, which he connects with the power of God and of the good. The next doxographers of any significance date from the 1st centuries BC and AD. Arrius Didymus, the court philosopher of the Emperor Augustus, seems to have composed a comprehensive survey of the opinions of the philosophers. He may have been of the Stoic persuasion, but if so, he does not impose his views very strongly. His work is preserved fairly extensively in the much later Anthology of Johannes Stobaeus, late 4th century AD, but it also seems to be an important source for the Handbook of Platonism, Didascalikos, of Diogenes' approximate contemporary, Alcinous. In chapter 12 of this work, entitled On the Generation of the World, for example, we can see, from parallels in Stobaeus and in Eusebius' Preparatio Evangelica, Alcinous using Arrius on the doctrines of Plato virtually verbatim, and we may suspect that such borrowing is much more widespread than we can observe. The work of a later doxographer, Aetius, who seems to date from the late 1st century AD, is preserved in a compilation on the physical doctrines of the philosophers, falsely attributed to Plutarch. In contrast to Theophrastus, but in agreement with Arrius, if we may judge from Alcinous, chapters 8 to 10, he attributes to Plato a system of three principles, God, matter, and idea, in the singular. All these figures attest to a flourishing tradition of doxography on which Diogenes can draw, but it cannot be said that he is particularly close to any of the surviving practitioners of the genre, although he is, like them, dependent on only one major dialogue of Plato, the Timaeus, for the majority of his exposition. Still, there is much that is peculiar in his presentation of this material. It is to these peculiarities of the doxography of Diogenes that I now turn. Here and elsewhere, in Lives of the Eminent Philosophers, Diogenes seems broadly to be following the traditional division of philosophy into three areas: physics, ethics, and logic. But unlike most of his predecessors, Diogenes starts his account of Plato's physics by summarizing Plato's views on the soul. This is a significant choice, I think, betokening an account of Plato that stresses the pivotal role of the soul both in the structure of the universe and of the individual. Complications arise straight away. Diogenes declares that Plato holds the soul to be immortal. It takes on many bodies in succession and has a numerical first principle, archei arithmetiki. So far so good, although the emphasis on the soul's arithmetical nature is more characteristic of Plato's immediate successors, Speusippus and Xenocrates, than of Plato himself, even if derivable from Plato's account in the Timaeus, 35a to 37c. But the phrase Diogenes has tacked on to this passage, whereas the body's first principle is geometrical, has aroused suspicion because of its apparent irrelevance to the topic of the soul, even if one might argue that there is at least a loose association of ideas here, and that the soul, once embodied, gives the body a geometrical structure derived from the soul's own mathematical essence. Worse complications follow. Diogenes next presents us with a definition of the soul, a form of breath diffused in all directions. Idea tue pante diestotos pneumatos. Book 6, verse 67. What we have here is, to all appearances, a fine farrago. The core of the definition, without pneumatos tacked onto it, is the one propounded by Plato's successor, Speusippus, a formulation that follows logically from Speusippus' overall metaphysical scheme. The final pneumatos, however, introduces a new concept entirely, specifying that what is thus extended is actually a pneuma, breath, spirit. While this addition might seem at first a careless conflation, in fact, it signals something more interesting, for this form of the definition actually corresponds to that of the Stoic Posidonius. Posidonius himself seems substantially to adopt the mathematicizing definition of Speusippus, the form of the omnidimensionally extended, constructed according to number which comprises harmony, while also characterizing the soul, as would, after all, befit a Stoic materialist, as hot pneuma. What we may be seeing here in Diogenes, however, is not so much the direct influence of Posidonius, but rather the stoicizing tradition of Platonism, descending ultimately from Antiochus of Ascalon, which incorporates certain formulations of Posidonius. Pneuma, after all, is a concept already utilized by Aristotle after he had largely deconstructed the soul in its Platonist sense to explain how fantasia and purposive action arise in the soul-body complex, specifically the innate spirit, symphyton pneuma, residing especially in the blood around the heart, Degeneratione Animalium, 736b 27 and following. Further, Heraclides of Pontus, within the Old Academy, held that the soul was composed of ether, or pure fire, akin to the substance of the heavenly bodies, a position that would have strengthened Antiochus in his stoicizing stance. In other words, Diogenes is transmitting a largely Antiochian form of Platonism. We will see how far this impression is confirmed or challenged by what follows. Diogenes goes on to suggest a new conflation or confusion, this time between individual soul and world soul, Book 3, verses 68 to 70. Drawing heavily on a passage of the Timaeus, 36d to 37c, where Plato describes the construction of the world soul by the demiurge, he now presents the soul as enclosing the body from the center outwards on all sides in a circle, and being compounded from the elements, synestanae ekton stoikeon. What can Diogenes mean by this reference to the elements? Perhaps he, or his source, has combined Plato's statement at Timaeus 37a, that the soul, through being made up of its components, sameness, otherness, and being, is able to discern all the aspects of its environment, with Aristotle's account at De Anima 404b 16 and following, that Plato makes the soul out of the elements, ten psychon ekton stoikeon poei, on the grounds that like must be known by like. However, the elements that Aristotle has in mind here are actually the first four numbers, the Pythagorean tetractys, viewed as the principles of the point and the three dimensions. Some other creative soul, however, if not Diogenes himself, seems to have interpreted these stoicheia as the basic elements of the physical world, presumably on the grounds that the soul, in order to cognize it, will need to contain those elements within itself, at least in some sublimated form. Pneuma, after all, is a concept already utilized by Aristotle after he had largely deconstructed the soul in its Platonist sense to explain how fantasia and purposive action arise in the soul-body complex, specifically the innate spirit, symphyton pneuma, residing especially in the blood around the heart, De Generatione Animalium, 736b 27 and following. Further, Heraclides of Pontus, within the Old Academy, held that the soul was composed of ether, or pure fire, akin to the substance of the heavenly bodies, a position that would have strengthened Antiochus in his stoicizing stance. After all, Aristotle adds further down, 404b 25 to 26, that numbers are alleged to be identical with the forms themselves and ultimate principles, archae, and they are composed, or derived, from the elements, aisi dekton stoikeon. This is a rather obscure remark of Aristotle's. Probably he has in mind the first principles of one and the great and small, which he attributes to Plato, but he could be taken to be referring to the four material elements. I suggest this is what our source, and Diogenes, did take him to be doing. One might even say, in Diogenes' defense, that Plato himself, at Timaeus 35a, describes the composition of the soul in a manner compatible with the individual soul, as well as the world soul, and maintains a close parallelism between the two, only later, at 41d, specifying that individual human souls are actually the outcome of a second mixing in the demiurgic mixing bowl, resulting in a somewhat inferior product, second and third pressings, as it were. This passage Diogenes chooses to ignore, possibly because the later stoicizing tradition makes no such distinction between world soul and individual souls. In the middle of Book 3, verse 69, Diogenes turns from the description of the soul to a specification of first principles. Here we find initially a two-principle universe, much as it is presented in Cicero's account of Antiochian metaphysics at Academica 26 and following, with the proviso that in the Ciceronian passage, 29, the active principle, while termed God and intellect, is also characterized as the soul or mind of the world, animus mundi, whereas Diogenes sticks closer to the Timaeus in distinguishing between these. Plato posits two universal principles, archae, God and matter, and he calls God mind, nous, and cause, aion. He held that matter is formless and unlimited, aschematistos kai apeiros, and that composite things, synkrimata, arise out of it. In this statement, Diogenes takes no account of what in other doxographical accounts is listed as a third principle, namely form or idea, representing the paradigm of the Timaeus as the sum total of the forms. The third principle does turn up further on, in Book 3, verse 77, where the forms are characterized as causes and principles, aetiai kai archai, though they are implicitly subordinated to God as creator, the contents of whose mind they are apparently assumed to be. Indeed, in one rather odd distortion of Plato's views in the Timaeus at 33b, Diogenes says, Book 3, verse 72, that Plato describes the cosmos as spherical because such is the shape of its creator, ho genesas, whereas in fact what Plato says is that the physical world is spherical because its model, the essential living being, that is, the paradigm, is spherical. This gloss of Plato's views makes sense, of course, if Diogenes is subordinating Plato's paradigm to Plato's demiurge. It also recalls the later Stoic characterization of God as spherical, which may accord as well with the views of Antiochus. The rest of Diogenes' description of Plato's view on the creation of the world in Book 3, verses 69 to 77, follows closely with a few exceptions the account in the Timaeus. Diogenes, like some other ancient doxographers, such as Alcinous, has Plato accepting the temporal creation of the physical cosmos against the prevailing consensus of most Platonists, but in accordance with the views of Plutarch and Atticus in the 2nd century AD. Though matter once moved in a disorderly manner, it was brought together in one place by God, since he preferred order to disorder. Book 3, verse 69. Compare Timaeus 30a. He then gives an account of the elements as combinations of the basic triangles, distinguishing, Book 3, verse 71, between their microcosmic levels in which they are pressed together in the center to form living and inanimate beings, and the macrocosmic, where they are separated into their own proper spheres, that is, fire at the outermost region, then air, water, and finally earth at the center. Compare Timaeus 58a to c. In one detail, at Book 3, verse 75, concerning the functioning of the earth in the cosmos, Diogenes plumps for a minority interpretation of a passage of the Timaeus 40b 8 to c 1, where Plato is saying either that the earth is compressed, illuminen or illuminen, around its center, or that it is winding, that is, in motion, around it, interpreting variants of the same verb. Aristotle in De Caelo 293b 30 to 32 and 296a 26 to 27 takes it in the latter sense, whereas such authorities as Plutarch, Questiones, Plat, Book 8, verses 1006c, Alcinous, Didaskalikos, chapter 15, and Proclus in Timaeum, volume 3, book 136, verses 29 to 138, and volume 2, take it in the former sense. Diogenes states firmly that the earth, being central, revolves, kineisai, around the center. Book 3, verse 75. It is interesting in this connection that Cicero, Academica 123 takes Plato to be saying that the earth revolves, though he admits there is some obscurity about this, said Paolo Obscurius, so that we may here have once again an Antiochian connection. Very well. But then, just as his section on Plato's physics ends, Diogenes seems to contradict himself by baldly asserting that Plato holds that God, like the soul, is incorporeal, asomatos, for this renders him immune from decay and death, Book 3, verse 77. Emphasis added. What are we to make of this, in view of all that has preceded? All I can suggest, if we are charitably to try to preserve some vestige of consistency in Diogenes' account, is that one may relate this passage to a similar one in the works of the Jewish Platonist philosopher Philo of Alexandria. Like Diogenes, in the puzzling passage on the incorporeality of the soul, Philo describes the Logos in its immanent aspect within the cosmos, as well as the heavenly bodies and the soul as asomatos, while also recognizing that they are composed of heavenly fire, the Stoic pyrtechnikon or neuron, since this is consistent with their changelessness and eternity. I suggest that this role could also have been assumed by the Aristotelian and old academic concept of ether. Such a position would once again bring Diogenes quite close to the presumed position of Antiochus, but, as I say, such an interpretation requires some generosity. Diogenes ends by speaking of the ideas as causes and principles, whereby the world of natural objects, ta physiae synestota, is what it is, a formulation reminiscent of a definition of forms attributed to Xenocrates, the paradigmatic cause of whatever is at any time composed according to nature. Aitia paradigmatica ton aikata physin senestoton. One could imagine such a definition filtering down to Diogenes through Antiochus, though there is no evidence it did. When Diogenes turns to Plato's Ethics, which he treats much more briefly at Book 3, verses 78 to 79, he begins quite normally with a definition of the telos, or purpose of life, and this is the prevailing definition in later Platonism from Eudorus of Alexandria on likening oneself to God, homoiosis theoi, deriving from Theaetetus, 176b to c, though Diogenes chooses to strengthen this to exomoiosis, a compound form he shares with Philo of Alexandria. This produces a complication for my provisional theory about Diogenes' primary source, in that it distances him from Antiochus, for whom the preferred telos is the Stoic one of life in conformity with nature, homologumenos te physei zen. There is admittedly an interesting passage in Cicero, De Legibus, Book 1, verse 25, where, in an Antiochian context, he asserts that virtue is the same in man as in God, and in no other species apart from that, yet virtue is nothing else than one's nature made perfect and brought to a peak of excellence. It constitutes, therefore, a likeness of man with God. This effectively assimilates the Stoic definition to what would become the Platonist one, but Antiochus does appear to have retained the Stoic definition as his preferred formulation. Diogenes would thus seem to be reflecting here a later stage in the development of Platonist doctrine, possibly stemming from the 1st century BC Platonist Eudorus of Alexandria. On the matter of the role of virtue, arete, however, Diogenes is once more in accord with Antiochus. Virtue, he begins by declaring, is sufficient for happiness, autarches pros eudaimonion. the Stoic position. But he immediately qualifies this, as would Antiochus, by specifying that the presence of both bodily and external goods are required, prosdeisthei, as instruments, organa, though the sage will be no less happy in the absence of these. As Diogenes sets out the doctrine, it comes dangerously near to self-contradiction, but then the Stoic position lends itself to that. Antiochus' solution was to distinguish between being happy and being supremely happy. The sage is always happy, and this happiness cannot be removed from him, but the fullest happiness is only achieved with the aid of at least a sufficiency of the lower goods, and the absence of their opposites. Summing up Plato's views on the bodily and external goods, Diogenes lists only 3 of each, rather than 4, to match the virtues. In the case of the bodily goods, strength, health, a keen sensibility, euathesia, and in the case of the external goods, wealth, good birth, and reputation. It is notable, but perhaps not surprising, that just below, in the so-called divisions, Book 3, verse 80, Diogenes represents Plato as upholding a more usual list of 4 bodily goods: beauty, a good constitution, euexia, health, and strength, more closely reflecting a list given in Republic, Volume 4, 444d. Diogenes also offers a much more unusual list of 4 external goods, supposedly upheld by Plato: friends, a good reputation, the prosperity of one's country, and wealth. That Diogenes makes no attempt to coordinate these 2 lists, presented within a page of each other, says something about his methods of compilation. Diogenes goes on to say that Plato expects the sage to take part in public affairs, politeu esthei, marry and not transgress the established laws. He will even legislate, nomothetesion, for his country, if circumstances call for it, and his state is not excessively corrupt. All this adds up to a vote for the mixed life, simiktos bios, as commended by the Antiochian spokesman, Piso in De Finibus, Volume 5, especially Volume 5, Book 58, but set out already by Aristotle in Politics, Volume 7, Book 3. And in fact many people were trained in the academy to take part in the affairs of their cities, such as Erastus and Coriscus of Skepsis, or indeed Dion in Syracuse, and Plato himself is a deeply political philosopher. Plato commends marriage in the Laws, Volume 6, page 772 D to E, and he makes not transgressing the laws the moral, in particular, of the Crito. The injunction about being prepared to legislate for one's state, if it is not hopelessly corrupt, can be derived from Plato's remarks in the Republic, Volume 6, pages 488a to 497a. Diogenes passes on, Book 3, verse 79, to Plato's doctrine of divine providence. Gods oversee human affairs, ephoran ta anthropina. This is a well-known doctrine, attested in the Timaeus, 30b, 44c, and also Philebus, 28d to e. He also tacks on an assertion of the existence of daimones, or semi-divine beings, for which the major dialogues would be Symposium, 202e, Cratylus, 397d to e, and the Republic, Volume 3, 392a. Such stalwarts of the old academy as Xenocrates had developed quite an elaborate theory of daimones. Divine providence and daimones are presumably subsumed under ethics because of the moral quality of the interventions of superior beings in our lives. The section on ethics is rounded off, however, by a curious definition of the notion of good, to kalon. Plato claims Diogenes was the first to declare the concept, enoia, of to kalon, to be bound up with whatever is praiseworthy, epeniton, rational, logikon, useful, kresimon, becoming and appropriate, and these in turn are all connected with the concept of that which is consistent and in harmony with nature, a clear reference to the Stoic definition of the telos, adopted by Antiochus, living in accordance with nature, homologumenos te physei zen. This whole sequence of epithets, although it contains nothing contrary to Platonic doctrine, seems to be influenced more powerfully by Stoic syllogistic definitions of virtue. Diogenes moves on finally to a summary of Plato's views on the topic of logic. He also discoursed on the correctness of names, peri onomaton orthotetos, and was thus the first to develop a science for correctly asking and answering questions, a science of which he made excessive use, Katakoros, Book 7, verse 79. This is a cursory reference, first to the practice of etymology, as carried out by Socrates, with a degree of irony that seems generally to have been lost on later generations, in Cratylus, and then to that of dialectic, which Diogenes characterizes as being employed by Plato to excess, a judgment perhaps emanating from a later dogmatic Platonist, such as was Antiochus, impatient with the use of the aporetic or rhetorically baffling aspect of Socratic dialectic to buttress a sceptical academic position. That is all Diogenes cares to say about Plato's logic. His doxographic summary is rounded off, Book 3, verses 79 to 80, curiously, by what might appear to be a return to an ethical topic, but which is really, I think, intended as a comment on Plato's use of myths, which Diogenes feels to be in need of some defense. What he says is that Plato, in his dialogues, presents justice, dikaiosine, as the law of God, as a stronger inducement to men to behave justly by showing them what punishments await malefactors after death, and Plato's description of these punishments lays him open, in the view of some, to being overly devoted to myths, mythikoteros. Again, such criticism could come from either inside or outside the Platonist tradition, but we cannot put our finger on a source. The reference would seem to be primarily to the Republic, and in particular to the myth of in Book 10, though of course many other myths, such as those of the Phaedo, the Gorgias, and the Phaedrus, could be taken into consideration. As we have seen, Diogenes' account of the doctrines of Plato is in many respects muddled and superficial, yet it reveals a bit of his method, if that is the right word, namely, how he went about representing the doctrines of his eminent philosophers. In the case of Plato, he seems to have relied heavily not on primary sources, apart from the Timaeus, but on previous doxographers, whose work he has culled, perhaps more discriminately than some critics suggest. The summary of Plato's doctrines seems, on the whole, to emanate from strongly Stoicized Platonist sources, possibly under the influence of Antiochus of Ascalon, perhaps his Canonica, which seems to have concerned epistemology, but also some work or works on ethical themes, but borrowing as well at least one formulation, the definition of the soul, from the Stoic Posidonius, and departing from Antiochus in the adoption of the later Platonist doctrine of the telos, a feature it may owe to some such figure as Eudorus. The resulting account may not tell us much about Plato's own views as we find them expressed in his dialogues, But it tells us a great deal about the transmission of philosophical doctrines in antiquity, through compact summaries of varying degrees of coherence and reliability, the raw material, along with traditional biographical lore, for Diogenes' own compendia. Cynicism, Ancient and Modern. R. Bracht Branham. Cynic. Noun. 1. A person who believes all people are motivated by selfishness. 2. Cynic, a member of a sect of ancient Greek philosophers who believed virtue to be the only good and self-control to be the only means of achieving virtue. Cynic. Adjective. 1. Cynical. 2. Cynic. Of or relating to the Cynics or their beliefs. Latin cynicus. Cynic philosopher. From Greek, kunikos. From kuon, kun, dog. American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. Cynic, noun, a blackguard whose faulty vision sees things as they are, not as they ought to be. Ambrose Bierce, The Devil's Dictionary, 1911. A nice man is a man of nasty ideas. Jonathan Swift, Thoughts on Various Subjects, 1727. There is a problem peculiar to cynicism, or is it cynicism, both as a word and a concept. It is Janus-faced, and it is often hard to say which way it is looking. Is it looking back to an ancient philosophical tradition, known in German as Kynismus, and in English by the capitalized form cynicism, or forward to the modern perspective that can be derived from it, known in German as Cynismus and in English by the lowercase spelling cynicism? If ancient cynicism is being invoked, what feature of the complex figures of Antisthenes, Diogenes, Crates, or Menippus does it foreground, not to mention the 5 other philosophers whom Diogenes Laertius includes in Book 6? Is it the rigorous asceticism of Diogenes of Sinope, his reduction of bodily needs to the biological minimum in the pursuit of moral autonomy? Or is it the evident pleasure he takes in breaking taboos about food or sex in his public demonstrations of exactly what living according to nature entails, shameless behavior that earned him the derisive epithet dog, kuon, a fighting word as old as the Iliad? Or, if it is modern, lowercase cynicism that is meant, is it used to express the freedom from collective illusions and prejudices that a cynic attains by seeing through the idols of the tribe, or does it serve instead to describe a state of disillusionment and alienation that seems to make the postmodern cynic incapable of taking anything seriously? Or finally, instead of designating either the ancient or modern philosophical perspective, is the term meant to evoke an eccentric literary tradition of philosophical satire and performance art associated, above all, with Menippus and Lucian? This tradition, as the Russian philosopher and literary theorist Mikhail Bakhtin has taught us, finds rich sources of humour in philosophers philosophizing, as in Lucian's Philosophers for Sale, in which the founding fathers of Greek philosophy are auctioned off as slaves with Zeus and Hermes as the auctioneers. Separately, why does being cynical seem to mean one thing when applied to ourselves, it's good to be free of illusions, and another when applied to someone else, it's unfortunate to be disillusioned and have nothing to believe in? Is nothing sacred? If contemporary culture and society seem designed to breed cynicism, is being cynical therefore the hallmark of contemporary authenticity, the only possible honest response to a morally bankrupt present? Or is it the antithesis, an expression of our own bad faith, our collusion in the collective swindle? In any case, the Janus-faced nature of uppercase cynicism,
or lowercase cynicism, is not a product of the modern world's complexity. The term was already bivalent in antiquity, distinctly affirmative in some contexts, as when Diogenes identifies himself to Alexander the Great as Diogenes the dog, and pejorative in others, as when people throw bones at him or otherwise treat him like a dog. And this dialogical quality extends to the nature of Cynic philosophy itself, which finds expression not in the Socratic scrutiny of definitions and examples, or in systematically argued treatises like Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, but in a series of deliberate philosophical provocations that emerge from Diogenes' attempt to live according to nature while embedded in the culture of Athens in the 4th century BC. But what exactly was Diogenes' relation to the philosophical culture of his day? Was he the prodigal son of the Socratic tradition, but one who never did come home again, choosing instead to live in his barrel as one of those who have a right to call themselves homeless in a distinctive and honourable sense, as Nietzsche would say? Is that why, when asked what sort of person Diogenes was, Plato replied simply, "A Socrates gone mad"? In that case, the ancient doxographers were onto something when they linked him to Socrates by casting him as the pupil of Antisthenes, who was with Socrates the day he drank the hemlock. Or did Diogenes, when propelled into exile from Sinope, his hometown on the Black Sea, bring something fundamentally new to Plato's Athens? Did he reject Socrates' intellectualist conception of human excellence, the doctrine that virtue is knowledge, in favor of a somatic ideal? This construction of human flourishing is what Foucault would call a practice of the self, an ascesis, or physical discipline that serves a moral purpose such as self-sufficiency and happiness. Marie-Odile Goulet-Cazet has persuasively argued for the latter interpretation in her monograph L'Ascèse cynique. Unfortunately, the primary sources we would use to answer such questions, the Cynic classics written by or about Diogenes, Crates et al., are lost and survive only in anecdotes and aphorisms cited by much later authors, most notably Diogenes Laertius in his Lives of the Eminent Philosophers. While collaborating with Goulet-Cazet and 13 other scholars on a collective history of Cynic philosophy and its reception in Europe, I became increasingly aware, thanks to the work of Heinrich Nieuwes-Pröbsting in particular, that cynicism was far more important to the emergence of specifically modern forms of thought than was generally acknowledged. It made me wonder why specialists in modern literature, philosophy, and political theory were not giving the dogs the attention they deserved. After all, as Nietzsche wrote in Human, All Too Human, 1878, the modern Diogenes, before one searches for man, one must have found the lantern. Won't it have to be the cynic's lantern? Some 20 years later, things look very different. Following the publication of Nieuwes-Pröbsting's pioneering work on the nature of Diogenes' cynicism, kynismus, and how it devolved in the modern period into cynicism, cynismus, came the unexpected interventions of two high-profile thinkers. In 1983, Peter Sloterdijk published Kritik der Sinnlichen Vernunft, which became the best-selling work of philosophy published in Germany since World War II. A year later, Michel Foucault gave 5 lectures on cynicism at the Collège de France, which brought to conclusion a 2-year course on the history of parrhesia, or freedom of speech, which Diogenes of Sinope calls the finest thing in the world. While both philosophers acknowledged their debt to Nieuwes-Pröbsting, neither knew of the other's work. Looking back, I now realize that my colleagues and I, along with Foucault and Sloterdijk, were unknowingly collaborating in the most important revival of interest in cynicism and its modern reception since the Enlightenment, one that continues to this day and has already given rise to a series of important books, particularly on the afterlife of cynicism, uppercase, and the origins and nature of its modern doppelganger, cynicism, lowercase. But why the recent surge of interest? After all, following the flurry of activity associated with the Enlightenment, scholarly, literary and philosophical, among the Philosophers and their contemporaries in Germany, in the course of the 19th century, Diogenes' role as guard dog of the school of Athens was somehow forgotten. Among philosophers there were important exceptions, most notably Nietzsche, whose interest in the dogs grew as his thought matured. In his late biographical essay, Ecce Homo, How to Become What You Are, 1888, he boasts, ironically, that his own books attain, here and there, the highest that can be attained on earth, cynismus. But Hegel's dismissive treatment of the cynics, however superficial, in his lectures on the history of philosophy, set the tone for academic philosophy in the 19th century. There is nothing particular to say of the cynics, for they possess but little philosophy, and they did not bring what they had into a scientific system. Hegel was looking for a system and could not manage to find one latent in the seriocomic deeds and sayings of Diogenes and Crates, but Zeno of Citium and Chrysippus could and did. Of course, they had the cynic classes, and Zeno, according to Diogenes Laertius, Book 7, verses 2 to 4, was converted to philosophy by a chance encounter with Crates. Chrysippus and Zeno's philosophical response to the exemplary lives and utterances of Diogenes of Sinope and Crates is now known as Stoicism. Pace Hegel, to sever Stoicism from its roots in cynicism is to render it incomprehensible on its own terms, although it is true that some of the essential ingredients of cynicism, most notably its philosophical use of shameless satiric humour, as seen, for example, in Diogenes' defence of masturbating in public, Book 6, verse 46, did not survive the translation into the more respectable philosophy of Zeno, Chrysippus, and Cleanthes. It may be expected that the age of Victoria was not particularly receptive to the unruly hounds of Athens and their habit of frank truth-telling, but attempts to use the Oxford English Dictionary to pinpoint the moment at which Diogenes' cynicism is degraded into its specifically modern form can be tricky. One scholar cites the following example as evidence of the newly emergent modern meaning. 1814. 1. Disraeli, Quarrels of Authors, Book 3. 16. Our cynical Hobbes had no respect for his species, but this usage is perfectly traditional and true both of Hobbes and of Diogenes, who agreed on at least one thing, the animal nature of man. In fact, the OED's characterization of modern usage, cynical, adjective, now especially disposed to disbelief in human sincerity or goodness, sneering, isn't actually borne out by the examples it cites. Only one fits this description, 1875, F.W. Farrar, Silence and Voices, verse 3, page 65. A cynical journalism which sneered at every belief. What does happen over time is that the association of cynic and cynical with a school of Greek philosophy and its governing canine metaphor, emblematic of cynic teachings on multiple levels, is slowly forgotten. The rich legacy of cynic satire, as the primary means of deconstructing conventional morality, so successfully revived and reinvented by authors as various as Rabelais, Erasmus, Swift, and Diderot, is reduced to a journalistic sneer, like the Cheshire Cat reduced to his grin. Yet we know the distinctly modern meaning of lowercase cynicism when we hear it, as it is memorably and precisely expressed by Oscar Wilde when he has a character, Lord Darlington, in Lady Windermere's Fan, 1893, observe, "A cynic is someone who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing." This definition is an almost exact inversion of the way Diogenes is represented in the anecdotal tradition in Diogenes Laertius, namely, as acutely aware that price and value rarely cohere, at least according to the cynic's criteria, as his repeated mockery of the logic of exchange value demonstrates. For Diogenes of Sinope, use value always trumps exchange value. Of course, the philological approach to the emergence of new meanings, that is, ways of using a word, has its limits. It is clear from the examples of Nietzsche, 1844 to 1900, and Bierce, 1842 to 1914, that both the ancient and modern meanings were still alive in the late 19th century and could be played off against each other, as Bierce does in The Devil's Dictionary, 1911, when he defines the cynic as a blackguard whose faulty vision sees things as they are, not as they ought to be. The all but forgotten term of abuse, blackguard, which can serve as a noun, scoundrel, or a verb, to revile, serves to acknowledge the 19th century devaluation of the cynic, whose moral clarity is then vindicated in a witty reversal of that reductive judgment. The two most important contexts for understanding the devaluation of the cynic by some 19th century writers are: 1. The reaction against the French Revolution, in which the Philosophers are caricatured as cynical, destructive thinkers by conservatives like Burke, and 2. The modern discourse of money and commerce, which begins in the Enlightenment but accelerates with the rise of the industrial economy of the 19th century. In the latter context, cynicism takes precisely the form in which Wilde's aphorism casts it, a way of thinking that seems to reduce all questions of value to matters of price, which in turn is determined not by individuals or by reason, but by the impersonal forces of a modern market economy. Indeed, the brutal new realities of an industrialized society have proven a fertile breeding ground for modern cynics of every stripe, from the robber barons to Bernie Madoff. In order to survive in this environment, one must learn lowercase cynicism as a modus vivendi. These specifically early 19th century forms of reaction, the slandering of the Enlightenment's representatives as cynics by the counter-Enlightenment, on the one hand, and the fear of the demoralizing effect of modern commerce, on the other, presuppose a larger cultural shift identified by David Marzella in his indispensable study of the modern meanings of cynicism. The single largest factor in the transformation of the cynic between the early modern through the Enlightenment period was the collapse of rhetorical humanism's stratified model of face-to-face interaction and its replacement by the new, post-rhetorical configuration of power and publicity demanded by a vernacular print culture. What this means in practice is that the walking, talking philosopher of antiquity, so lovingly reimagined by Renaissance authors, is slowly disassembled only to reappear as a set of disparate texts and discourses available for appropriation, however tendentious or alien to the ancient figure of Diogenes. Only a few rare philosophers, who are also artists of contempt, like Nietzsche or Diderot, could still grasp the tradition as a living whole in all its motley contradictions and make it their own. But as important as the bifurcation of cynicism into a modern reactive disposition and an ancient philosophical position is to its post-Enlightenment trajectory, It is the splitting off of philosophy from the life of the philosopher and the relegation of the latter to a matter of merely biographical interest that explains the philosophical decline of the dogs in the wake of Hegel. The contrast between this characteristically modern, more academic conception of philosophy with that of Diogenes Laertius, who delights in the ways philosophers' lives and deaths can mark or vindicate their philosophizing, could not be clearer. And it is precisely this more practical, existential understanding of philosophy as a source of models for how to live, not simply how to think or argue, that explains the great appeal the Cynics had for Renaissance humanists and Enlightenment philosophers, as well as for contemporaries like Foucault and Sloterdijk, impatient to free philosophy from the confines of academe. In their hands, Diogenes becomes a means of rediscovering what Foucault calls the scandalous banality of philosophy in our own time. It is true, however, that even in antiquity the Cynics' standing as philosophers was contested from the very beginning. Their explicit emphasis on praxis over abstract theory, wittily conveyed, in Diogenes Laertius, by Diogenes of Sinope's mockery of academic philosophizing in the style of Plato. For example, the Theory of Forms, Book 6, verse 53, or Aristotle. For example, Syllogistic Reasoning, Book 6, verse 37 and verse 68, invited counterattacks. Indeed, their adversaries charged that cynicism was merely a way of life and denied their status as philosophers who formed a legitimate school, heresis. Not only did Diogenes denounce such canonical disciplines as music, geometry, and astronomy, all of which were taken with the utmost seriousness by Plato and Aristotle, as useless and unnecessary, Book 6, verse 73, but, so argued the critics, the Cynics lacked a coherent set of beliefs or clear conception of their own telos, or philosophical goal. But as Goulet-Cazé observes, not only do the Cynics consider themselves unequivocally to be philosophers, they challenged all others to the title, and their conception of philosophy as an anti-political activity is exemplified in Diogenes' mission to deface the currency, which meant nothing less than living in contradiction to one's time, making the Cynic philosopher into a walking, talking, philosophical provocation and moral exemplum at once. It was, in fact, Diogenes' quixotic determination to make his life into a demonstration of his philosophy, living according to nature, in full public view, eating, urinating, defecating, masturbating, sleeping, begging, and teaching on the streets of Athens and Corinth, that made him both an intellectual scandal and a touchstone of philosophic authenticity rivaled only by Socrates. While cynicism never was institutionalized as a school like the Stoa or the Academy, it was the closest the ancient world ever came to a popular philosophical movement open to all. The Cynics considered gender and class irrelevant to the practice of philosophy, and poverty as positively edifying. Similarly, the traditional Greek conception of human identity that entailed belonging to a polis, or fatherland, was rejected in favor of cosmopolitanism, of being a citizen of the world, perhaps Diogenes' most far-reaching invention. But what makes the idea that cynicism was something less than a philosophy so risible in retrospect is the remarkable story of its reception. How many philosophers have coined as many philosophically productive concepts as Diogenes, or provoked as many philosophers and satirists to reflection. I have already mentioned cosmopolitanism, which has become a veritable branch of study in its own right for philosophers, political theorists, and social scientists, and spawned a voluminous scholarly literature. In addition, I would single out three ideas as fundamental to the cynic's afterlife. First, the founding metaphysical claim that nature, not culture, that is, the gods and laws of society, is the unique source of ethical value, the sole oracle on how to live. As adapted first by Stoics and later by Romantics like Rousseau, and in our own time by ecologists, animal rights advocates, and other biophiliacs, the significance of this idea in an age of mountaintop removal and global meltdown could hardly be exaggerated. Second, the practical ethical corollary of this claim, a mental and physical regimen, ascesis, designed to free the human animal from the misguided and superfluous demands of society by making him as adaptable and self-sufficient as his creaturely nature allows. This idea has appealed to ascetics and social rebels from ancient Christians to contemporary survivalists. The third idea is entailed by the first two, the need for active resistance to the social control of cognition through defiant acts of parrhesia, that is, truth-telling, to those in power, for example, Alexander the Great, and the innovation of a serio-comic literature designed to deface the idols of the tribe, myth, religion, law, and custom, and, not least, philosophy as conventionally conceived. The sacred, society's most successful means of masking and manipulating power, must be left no place to hide. To this end, the cynics made laughter and fearless speech the hallmark of the true philosopher. It is important to remember that ancient cynicism actually refers to a process of transmission and reception that begins, for us, with Greek authors in the Roman Empire, such as Plutarch, circa 50 to 120 AD, Dio Chrysostom, flourished mid-1st century AD, Lucian, circa 120 to 180 AD, and, of course, Diogenes Laertius, flourished early 3rd century AD. When we first meet the cynic Diogenes in the pages of our primary extant source, Book 6 of Diogenes Laertius, his image and its meaning have been shaped by oral and written traditions for more than 500 years. Diogenes is always already a product of reception. Thus, unlike Plato and Platonism, there is no cynicism apart from the history of its reception. From the beginning, that reception was markedly ambivalent. Lucian, for example, the great Greek satirist, took a scathing, even cynical view of the practicing cynics of his own time. In, for example, On the Death of Peregrinus and the Runaways, even while reviving and ventriloquizing the legendary cynics of old in his Menippean works, such as Menippus, Icaromenippus, Dialogues of the Dead, and Philosophers for Sale, some associations of the modern concept, lowercase cynicism, which does in fact derive from ancient, uppercase cynicism, irreverence, superiority, shamelessness, were always there, and critics were happy to pounce on them, beginning at least with Augustine, City of God, Volume 14, Book 20, verse 23, there was among Christians a deep suspicion of cynic shamelessness, which may be an indisputable canine virtue, but is an affront to the doctrine of original sin. That did not stop Dante from placing Diogenes among the greatest philosophers in the first circle of the Inferno, the limbo reserved for virtuous pagans, or Boccaccio in his On the Fall of Great Men, De Casibus Virorum Illustrium, 1355 to 1360, from citing Diogenes cheek by jowl with John the Baptist. Although the cynic philosopher was evidently a figure known in the Middle Ages from a variety of Arabic and Latin sources, for example, Cicero, Valerius Maximus, Seneca, Macrobius, it is important to note that the modern history of his reception begins with the recovery of Book 6 of Diogenes Laertius, hitherto unavailable in Western Europe, in Ambrogio Traversari's Latin translation, 1433, and the first printing of the Greek text, Bâle, 1533. In the early 16th century, the publication of Cynic-inspired literary texts, such as the Latin translations of Lucian by Erasmus and Thomas More, and Rabelais's histories of Gargantua and Pantagruel, 1530s, ignited an unprecedented vogue for Menippean satire throughout Renaissance Europe. Ironically, the enormous popularity of Lucian's Menippean works, which inspired original satires as well as imitations and translations in the vernacular languages, would make his reception the primary literary mode for the survival of cynicism in Europe. Also important were anthologies of apothegms, a popular Renaissance genre. An influential example is Erasmus' Adages. These routinely gave more entries to Diogenes of Sinope than to any other philosopher. Antisthenes, Crates, and even Demonax were also well represented. It was in this cultural context that Velázquez chose to paint a full-length portrait of Menippus, now in the Prado, Madrid. What is the moral of our story for someone about to read Book 6 of Diogenes Laertius, perhaps for the first time? I won't gainsay its repetition, disorder, and sometimes contradictory character. It often seems unfinished or in need of an editor. It is worth noting, however, that this work-in-progress quality is not inappropriate to the subject matter of Book 6, since cynicism has always been a philosophy in the making, not a finished, unified theoretical system. Diogenes is, as we would expect, upfront about this. To someone who reproached him, saying, "Though you know nothing, you philosophize," he responded with disarming honesty, "Even if I do pretend to wisdom, Sophia, that in itself is philosophy." Book 6, verse 64. The fascination exerted by the iconic figure of Diogenes, freely dispensing his topsy-turvy, carnivalesque wisdom while living in his doghouse, more accurately, a pithos, a large abandoned wine cask, is the most obvious reason for the longevity of cynicism as a cultural phenomenon. And the key to this figure's staying power is his philosophical use of humour. The biggest mistake a reader of Book 6 could make would be to ignore that humour, or to treat it as merely incidental to the philosophy. The whole idea of the spoudogiolios, that is, serio-comic figure or voice, probably the cynic's single most influential literary innovation, is to call into question what we take seriously, and why by using humour as a means of perception and of altering perceptions. As Wittgenstein famously observed, Humor ist keine Stimmung, sondern eine Weltanschauung. Humour is not a feeling, but a way of viewing the world. This can make Diogenes' humour seem surprisingly modern. To give only one example, when Diogenes was asked why he was begging alms of a statue, he replied, "To get practice in being turned down." Book 6, verse 49. Now, this is still funny, more than 2 millennia later, but there is also a lot of philosophy in it, as befits Diogenes' serio-comic stance toward the world and his audience, since doing without, or getting turned down, and not caring exemplifies practical cynicism, philosophy as a survival strategy. It recalls what Crates says he gained from philosophy: a quart of lupins and to care for nothing. Book 6, verse 86. Crates' line, in turn, coheres with Diogenes' response when asked what he had gotten out of philosophy. Never an easy question for a philosopher. "If nothing else, I'm prepared for whatever happens." Tücke, Book 6, verse 63. All these responses could be taken to presuppose a story told by Antisthenes by Diogenes Laertius. Once when he was ill and in great pain, he called out, "Who would free me from my pains?" When Diogenes shows him a dagger, Antisthenes sees that the pupil requires instruction. "I said from my pains, not from my life." Book 6, verses 18 to 19. Nietzsche observes of this anecdote, "A very profound statement. One cannot get the better of the love of life by means of a dagger, yet that is the real suffering. It is obvious that the cynic clings to life more than the other philosophers. The shortest way to happiness is nothing but the love of life in itself and complete needlessness with reference to all other goods." If Diogenes Laertius is our most important source by far, it is because in transmitting the largest chunk we have of the anecdotal traditions in all its messy canine profusion, he succeeds, perhaps by chance more than design, in catching the Janus-faced philosopher in the act of pretending to wisdom, that is, philosophizing, more often than any other source, and in so doing he shows us what Lucian must have meant when he said of Menippus, the only author expressly called spoudogiloios in antiquity, "He bites even when he wags his tail."